insane. I mean, R8 relentless, Galatasaray relentless, and it's now R8 holding on to a 2-piece, moving on this HP boss, but now Galatasaray are going to try and bounce back from this, and they can still get that fight under control as they're now raising up to Fina.
Yeah, R8 has lost 2 now. The other 2 are still very low. It's not really gone either one's way, but it has turned into the positive area for Galatasaray, right? R8 now on the back seat here on the back leg. They just decided to disengage. They're going to heal up best they can, but Galatasaray now, they're going to be a bit angry, right? They've got a nice trade for Hilal, to be fair. 2 points for 1 player loss is not bad, but still, knowing Galatasaray, they're not going to take this lying down. They're going to try and root out R8. The impudence of dropping with them, we'll see how R8, or if R8 can actually lead that try and come back. I admire the courage to drop Galatasaray in their own like landing spot, right? Because is that the best idea? And we see now Molly coming down and a push coming through. I think this is the end for R8, but it is a valiant effort nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to echo what you said. You gotta commend what R8 attempted here. But it is just crazy, right? Crazy to look at these 4 ladies and the way that they just handled the situation. They just switched on. Like, it's like, oh, somebody here, cool. You there, me there, boom, boom, boom. Off they go. And they just did such a phenomenal job with kind of just defending that and climbing back up and clearing out the rest of Pachinki. So, yeah, I mean, they're a formidable force, right? Put them on, I would say you can put them on just about any battleground, and they'll be one heck of a team to go up against, right? I'm happy that I've not encountered them in Ultimate while we were playing. I'm so happy.
Yes.
Right? Because I'm sorry, if I see their names in the feed, I'm leaving.
I see that name on the plane.
There's no chance. There's no chance. I'm out of there. It's like, nope, you can have it, thanks. Bye.
It's so true. It's so true. They're a scary team. They're a scary team to reckon with, and I think we have to admire all the girls here for playing against them, because this is an insane thing. They've been very, very consistent throughout the entire tournament, right? They're going straight through to finals from phase 1, and then having such an amazing day number 1, and then a quiet day number 2, as I said they would, because that's how they play. And then day number 3 looks like they're coming straight back in with the same energy as they had in day number 1. So we'll see how that works out for them. On the other hand, R8, they were in 6th place before this match, so it was a risky decision to drop Galatasaray and Pachinki. They made a valiant effort. I did think they were going to win that at first, but 1 point on the board means they don't go out completely without anything out of that, and so they'll just have to wait for Miramar, and we'll see what that will bring for them. But we see a lot of other teams now starting to sort themselves out and get into position for the rest of the game. Nice car, actually. I really want that car. But we're seeing S2G over onto this warehouse south of Stolber, and that's because that zone we did see earlier has gone over towards Stolber, over towards the Povka, and to the eastern coast in general. So a lot of teams centering up around Yasnaya. There's a lot of area actually very, very open around the school and farm areas. You do have lighter over in Shelter, but that's kind of it. So Go, Galatasaray, and Bonfire, all 3 of those teams have plenty of room to move into Zone 2.
Yeah, I'm not really also concerned about that, but in the meanwhile, while we wait for the fights, I was taking a look at what we had in the previous season, around about this point, right, coming into day number 3, and comparing those stats to what we have for this season, the teams have stepped it up, right? They've really ramped up. If you just look at the general amount of points that they've been able to accrue in that day number 2, it's higher than what we had last season at exactly the same point, right? So already with Galatasaray being the way they are, right, they are forcing the other teams to try and meet them with the aggression, to meet them with the tactics, right? And it's paying off because these ladies, all the other squads, they are upping the ante. They are getting so competitive resulting in phenomenal gameplay. I mean, not that it's never been; it's always been amazing. So watch the Wonder League just go at it, and it's so awesome to be here to see this happening firsthand. But the evolution, right? The progression that we have, the skill level that's going up, I really like seeing this. And I think today we're going to be in for quite a bit of a treat, right? We're going to be in for some pretty awesome dang PUBG games that are going to come through here.
I think you're absolutely right, and we're starting to see it already, right? The S2G Istanbul Wildcats head-to-head here, and that was a nice little switch around from Oiku there. You could just see that headshot coming through as she got sprayed down, and that's going to give her time to move away now, and it's all about that pacing. Aura goes down! She paces all the way down to the bottom of the cliff, DK, and she has fall damage now. Her team is going to try and have to rescue her. Luckily for them, the Wildcats have decided this is not a good fight, is not worthy of their attention. They're moving away. So, unbeknownst to them, that's actually going to be S2G coming in with a full reset.
Yeah. I mean, but I think it's a respectable decision to make at this point, right? You don't want to overcommit to a fight just yet, especially with the zone being what it is. Leaning so heavily over towards the eastern side, already having quite a bit of a reduced playable area, it's going to be a pretty tough call. But I'm curious to see that, it's quite interesting rather to see that Goat and Galatasaray are rotating up alongside each other, coming through on the edge of Savoni. They came pretty close to maybe getting into a bit of an altercation, but it didn't go all the way there just yet. But speaking about altercations, though, the East itself, center zone is really now starting to light up. As you can see, Zeus feeling quite a bit of the pressure here. I mean, so far holding their own pretty well. They've been able to secure themselves that one elimination. Now it's going to be AOR on the opposing side, quickly trying to get themselves all patched up. And the teams, at least for the time being, are still somewhat spread out. But as we get into that next stage, stage number 3, that is where things could potentially get quite more challenging. I think, especially if the zone continues heading further to the east or straight north or south, right? Keeping that reduced playable area. But if it moves to the east, the west rather, back into Yasnaya Poliana, yeah, that's going to be toasty.
It very much is, and I do not trust the zone to not do that. You know, specifically in day number 2, in yesterday's games, we saw a lot of that zone shifting all over the place, north and south again, not really giving these teams anything concrete to work with. So we'll see how that goes for them now as the second zone does move over into more of that water area. We're going to see Goat coming over to the top side of the mountain around Stalver, and Galatasaray coming down onto the bottom as well. So there's a little bit of that wrap around the mountain, nobody really wanting to take that edge position just yet. And Bonfire, of course, as per usual, have still to make it out of the blue.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that they are pretty adamant when it comes to rotating up late from that blue zone.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they just like the taste of the blue juice, right? Maybe that's it. That's got to be it, right? It's the only thing that makes sense. Because almost, I think it's just about every single Erangel that we've seen them play on, they've done that. So, yeah, it's a bonfire thing. So, let's see. Maybe if it's if it somehow still works out for them moving into this match. But an interesting thing that we have currently within the zone is we've got all 15 teams situated within it, right? Aside, of course, from Bonfire that are moving up. But nobody's really getting all too aggressive just yet, right? They can kind of see each other, but not enough so that they are feeling that they have to make any decisive plays. And of course, I think that is quite, it's essentially up to the zone being what it is, right? The moment we have that next zone and it moves west, I think that is where the safety switches are going to come off and the teams are going to go absolutely crazy. Speaking of crazy though, Leora trying to dodge, but unfortunately ducks right into the lobby.
Yeah, that's a rip right there. I'm gonna have to say it. Goat, we're just trying to do their thing, and to move forward with your point, right? It is interesting that there's so many teams in quite close proximity, but no one's really being able to see each other or wanting to see each other. I think that's probably got a lot to do with the terrain up onto this eastern side, right? There's a lot of dips, a lot of hills, a lot of trees in that area that kind of makes it hard to see each other. But that's all going to change as the zone goes down to the south. We're hard shifting down to Mansion and Prison. This is why no one is safe at Erangel, because all these teams are like, yes, we've got a great spot. We are good to go. No, you're not. You got to go to Lipovka now. Go to Prison. That's where you're going, and that's where all these teams have to move into if they want to survive, because everybody else is on that north side by just pure force, because the zone has decided they're now in the north. All those teams are trying to get into the zone, and now all the fighting is on that north side as well. Bonfire, of course, being one of the only teams to escape this fate.
Yeah, but then they've pushed straight into heaven.
Yes.
Alongside Ida as well, so there's going to be a little bit of contention right over there. So yeah, things are only going to get way more challenging from this point moving forward, because looking at the terrain, the playable area, it is pretty flat for most part, right? There's a few hills, heaven being one of those, but aside from that, you can still see the enemies from quite some distance away, so the teams will really have to find a very creative way of getting themselves secured into this coming few phases, because it is not going to be easy by any measure. And in fact, all the teams have crammed up into the north, right? That south is wide open, so this puts quite a bit of pressure now onto everybody, because, I mean, OOC trying to get in, they find themselves in quite a bit of a congestion there. They got Not Noobs and the Wildcats alongside them. Bonfire trying to hold their angle here, but it's Ida pushing up.
Ooh.
Beautiful peek through the window there. But will we have Zeta just managing to hold on to this, because now the pressure is on. It is now game time, and Ida, they want to get those points, and they do succeed in finding purple as well as Zeta.
Atlas, last woman standing. We've seen great things from her before, but can she hold off an entire team? No, she cannot. Ida with the full squad wipe and not even having to reset there. Ida, GG's there, and Bonfire will not have the positive effects of a late rotation coming in for them in this game. Not Noobs, though, and the Wildcats having fun over here, throwing balls around. There we go. Not going to be quite there, and not 7. Come on now. In that vehicle, out we go, as do the nades. Out they go as well. Binky's trying to hold off 2 different players, and it's not going to work, of course. It's too much, all at once, and Melita is the only player left standing there. She is going to have to drop down the cliff there, med on up, and take the water for her own. That's going to be her own zone there as a solo, but at least, you know what? At least they are still here, right? Not Noobs are here to stay for a little while longer at least. OOC finding their own problems up onto the top of this hill, looking for potentially a third party, but mostly just trying to get to Bazumi here. We'll see if they can get that reset up and running, as 9 seconds until stage 4 closes in, or we see stage 4 rather, stage 3 closing in, and that will tell us where this game is really going to go.
Yeah, it definitely will. The answer is even further down south. Goat now, being zone blessed. Great setup that they've got. Mansion is pretty open, as we can see right there. So I'm seeing quite a few teams starting to just cram on in here.
Yeah, I mean, S2G, of course, going to be taking Mansion. They're the first ones there. A lot of teams still to that northern side, right? They still have those little compounds here, there, and everywhere. Lighter have an excellent position in this zone now. They're going to be taking that real high compound, that high ground position over to that eastern side. And Goat have their own compound, their own dip down there, so they're happy as well. But that's only 3 teams out of the 14 remaining that are currently in zone, so definitely gonna have to see a lot of stuff happen before we're really comfortable with the spacing here. And TPES gonna be one of those teams that get real nice and close over to Lighter Esports here. This cannot last long without some sort of fight.
Well, we'll find out pretty soon whether or not they are meant to stay, as we do have a quick little start coming through here from TPS over onto Fraser. So now it is going to be go time as Cupquake and the rest of the players here from TPS get ready for a little bit of a push. Hopefully the Wildcats won't get drawn into this engagement, as they are rotating and they are mobilized, so I'll keep a close eye on that. We also see OOC feeling a little bit of that sting coming in as well. But now, let's see if TPS can follow through I mean, they've already found a bit of an opening, not necessarily getting the confirmation, but it did spark a few alarms on the side there for Lida. But now ROC are going to be moving in as well.
Ooh, nice bit of awareness from Mel's Nova there, just trying to make sure that nobody tries and third parties this. They're going to have enough problems as it is going past Ida or trying to gatekeep Ida, as they seem to be doing. It's a little late for that one, though, girls, as TPES and Fenerbahce now. TPES unable to actually push lighter because they've been pushed themselves. So that's going to be something they have to take care of now. Fenerbahce go, oh, yeah, sorry, we got the message. We're going around. Galatasaray go out here. I didn't even see them move in, but they are out now. And Mel's Nova still in that blue, but that's what they tank to try and take out Ida. Unfortunately, Odani is going to fall victim to them. And the rest of the team, it's too late. They've just got to move on without her.
Yeah, you got to risk it, right? Now it is going to be go, go, go. As you can see, Ida also feeling a little bit of that sting. We do have Red Yam also falling to the blue damage, but the zone is going to be shifting, centering up right on towards the players there from Goat Esports. Mel's Nova now going to try and keep themselves in contention. Oh, Daddy, as you've mentioned, might not make it out of the blue, but we do say goodbye to Fire Shine as well. And this could be now that opportunity for Ida to try and come back with a bit of that repayment. You can see Athena taking quite a bit of damage. Yildiz is instead going to go for that res to keep the numbers up, but Tiger smacks at the opportunity, finds the hit, and does bring them to their knees. And this is exactly that opportunity that Mel's Nova now needs to get themselves back into the swing of things. They've been able to pick all their players up, but now are they going to rush this one with the cars?
Oh, they absolutely are. XQ knows no bounds. She's going to go straight for it. She's not going to bother about that team that was just shooting at them, right? Tiam over there. She's not going to care. She's just going to grab that. She's going to get a smoke, and she's going to go on out. I don't know if this was the wisest choice. It was a choice, certainly, and might just have to pay for it. Was that last elimination worth the possible disintegration of the team? I don't think it's going to be quite that bad. Maybe here. Oh, no. Wait. D1 does go out. Mel's XQ is still down. She's bleeding out quite quickly, and Ida are using this as an opportunity to get back at their lost players, right? And XQ might just get rezzed here. She is going to get that reset, but for how long? 20 seconds, less than that, until that zone moves in, and they got a while to get to zone.
Yeah, the pressure is only going to keep climbing up as, well, Mel's Nova kind of get themselves picked up, but they still have a long, long way to go. You can see Ida still holding it nice and steady, but neither team has been secured within the zone. The utilities now start to rain on down. It is going to be grenades, but that is, of course, also Kuai, I believe, on the opposite side, just reaching and applying that pressure. It could even be Tiger, but this is now Dino's opportunity to try and sneak up that final bit of a clutch here. So Blue Zone does start nipping at their heels, and this is Mel's Nova in a world of trouble. TPS not in a good position either, as we see Cupquake, Samina, and SH also still trying to figure out how they're going to try and play through this one. Samina, though, has at least made it up into its own. We can't say the same here for Cupquake, and things are only going downhill. No. And it's going to be Goat looking to lock it down. A quick response coming through here. The Wildcats now also just trying to do anything they can find. It's going to be Fenerbahce pushing in from the side. It's OOC Dreamcore that will be the next team back in the lobby. S2G also finding themselves in quite a bit of a contentious spot up on towards the north as TPS make it out of here. And here we go. The Wildcats trying to find that dent into the side of Fenerbahce.
Aren't they just indeed? And it's well worth their time. Look at that zone, right? I mean, the Wildcats have one of the only positions currently inside zone, as do Go. And so now they have this opportunity to use the last bit of this compound to do the damage they need to do to actually get inside. S2G do fall down here, and it's actually Ida as a solo who tops the leaderboard with points in the match, right? 6 eliminations going their way. Fenerbahce, I will say, have a survivability like no other in this game. We've seen them go up against several teams and then quickly dip out, and now they have a position that's not in zone, unfortunately, but they have that ridge, and they've managed to survive as a duo into the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, somehow the HP bars drop, and then they come back up, and then they drop, and they come back up, right? Yeah. So a lot of that yo-yo effect comes through here, but I guess it works for Fenerbahce, right? They've made it up into stage number 6, as we are about to see that Blue Zone now start to close on through. It's going to be the Wildcats still focusing quite heavily over onto the side of Goat. And this could be that play for Fenerbahce to sneak on up. But you got to watch out because Red Tiam also now find themselves just over onto that slightly more western position. AOI silently, Matesha is not going to make it securely up into this next phase. Zeus also trying their best now to push on forward. Ido fall next, and now it is going to be pressure, pressure, pressure. Zeus gets swept away. Lider making their play, trying to push up. Still got a bit of a way to go, but Red Tiam will want to capitalize. They find the angles, find the opportunities, just poking and prodding all over the place. But look at this Goat, still going to be trying to play some kind of an aggressive position all the way from the edge of zone.
The zone has gone haywire. It's gone straight over to that right hand or left hand side. I mean, okay, for a majority of teams, this is good, right? The zone is close to them. For GOAT, this is worst case scenario. They've got 3 other teams that they need to fight against. Both of these teams, Lighter and the Wildcats, are looking directly at them. They know they're back there. Tiam have a little bit more on their hands to deal with. They're not really looking that far ahead, but it's going to be a difficult position that GOAT are in right now. Kawhi does go down, so that's just going to leave one there for Tiam. It's going to be Taiga on board there. Oh, just hidden behind a rock, and their Tootsies were out, but not for long. Oiku not able to get that shot. Maybe this time. Surely you see that. Oh, she saw it, but just in time. Again, Taiga having that sixth sense when it comes to that positioning, but we'll see how that goes. In the meantime, we have a 2 teams with full squads on the board right now, and GOAT not one of those. I think this is where they end. They kind of know it. Lunasix is going to try and heal on up here, but it's really just a med off, hoping that somebody goes out before they do. Yagi goes down to that zone. Meanwhile, Lighter have to move on in, and there goes GOAT.
Well, yeah, there goes GOAT indeed, but now it's going to be pushed.
Hello?
See Lider trumping at the opportunity. The Wildcats now trying to get their way back in. They are down to 1. As you can see, Alina and the rest of Lider still moving forward. We have also lost the side there of Red Tiam. Tiger got taken on through. But now, Lider, they can definitely look to crack this one out. Already 12 eliminations up, and there's essentially nobody standing between them and that winner chicken dinner as they walk away with double digits under their belt. And they have decided today is the day. They've now locked in and they've just let it loose. I mean, what a way to kick off the first match for the day. A chicken dinner in the bag. And of course, Lider, the team that started the day off in second place, they are probably still going to be in second place after this match, right? Let's not get our hopes up. But the gap, I believe, has closed quite a considerable amount.
Yes. Absolutely, and they did it in such style. I mean, they went up against a full team there with a full push out into the open with the vehicle, and somehow got Wildcats from a full squad to a solo in about 2 seconds. Is kind of crazy. Wildcats were not expecting that kind of ferocity, and neither were we really, and they got the win that way. Lighter getting the first win of the evening in style, as we said, with double digits, as you said. So I'm very excited to see where that puts them numbers-wise. You know, as you said, the gap is not going to have changed necessarily, or the gap is still there, but it is quite a bit smaller, I think. Now that's going to be a double-digit point. Yeah, it's just doing this. A little bit, especially because Galatasaray, you know, they did get that initial squad wipe, but they went out with no placement points, and no more eliminations, so that is going to be just 4 points for them coming into the first match. They are still very, very safe. However, you know, we still have 4 games to go, and who knows what's going to happen.
Yep, anything can happen right here today, so you got to give it up to the side of Lighter Esports. 13 eliminations alongside that winner chicken dinner, only taking 600 damage, but causing absolute chaos, right? 2,300 damage dealt, a very aggressive start. What a way to kick off the first match for our very last day.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the first match, DK. We keep talking about how it gets crazier and crazier, and that is literally the first match, all in the open, all the teams having to use everything they have at their disposal. 389 meters is the longest distance elimination by Oiku. We saw her doing a lot of work there, and apparently at very great distances. That's one of the largest ones we've seen.
Yeah, it's definitely up there. I think it might be one of the longest ones that we've had on Erangel so far. I think our longest hit came through on Murmur was 400 and something.
Probably.
So, yeah, but still, I mean, irrespective of that, it's a very impressive hit. 389 meters. That's close to the edge of render. And that's on a phone. So it's a small, little, tiny, little dot
Pixel
thingy. Right?
Yeah.
Wow, that is impressive nonetheless. But we got to give it up to our MVP of the match. Is going to be Frisia coming through with 4 eliminations and 727 damage.
Is indeed, and interesting that we're seeing a very even amount of damage of eliminations coming through from each member of the team, right? 0 assists on the side of Frisia and 4 eliminations out of 13. So that means the other 3 are also pulling their weight, right? They've got those same sort of eliminations, that same sort of assists and damage. So while Frisia comes out on top in this one, we're not seeing a dominant performance by her compared to the rest of the team. So that's nice to see when you're trying to think about longevity, you're trying to think about the team's, consistency over the next several games. You want to see each of those players actually doing an equal amount for the team.
Yep, I have to concur on that. So you want to keep a nice balanced approach. Sometimes it doesn't quite go that way. We see one player just kind of, pulling ahead and just locking in all those spray downs, but for the most part, it was pretty well balanced and well done. Wildcats also with their 14 points coming in there. Retiam on 7, Zeus on 7, Ida on 7. So it's a nice spread of 7s and 14. And then, it continues to move through. Only 2 teams did not pick up points, right? It was, of course, Bonfire and OOC. But, well, we still have a few more games to go. OOC definitely one of those teams that find themselves in a very contentious position with regards to the standings, as we can see them up with 71 points in 4th place. And I said the gap was going to close. It did close quite a bit, right? We went from 53 points down to, I'll do the math later, but it has moved, right? It has closed. By how much? I'll tell you when we come back from the break.
Wait, 108, 128. Yeah, it's 25, 26 points, something like that, just quick math. It's not at all accurate, but it's a rough approximation there. Tiam as well, coming into that top 3, right? We saw them in day 1 and beginning of day 2 as well in kind of that bottom 13 or bottom 4 position, right? Now Tiam with 56 points, they aren't in the running to win at this stage. I think it's fairly safe to say that, right? Unless they have a mega day like Galatasaray, I think they're going to stay in probably maybe top 5 if they are going to have a really good day today. But this first game has done them wonders. Top 3, a good amount of eliminations, and it's looking quite good for them.
Yeah, it is. I mean, but as we know, the teams are not only playing for bragging rights, right? They're also playing for their share of the prize pool. The higher up the standings you are, the larger your share of said winnings. Yeah. So there's always a lot to play for right here. And of course, the next thing that we're going to play for is a break, as we'll be back right after that with our next match, the second game of the day.
Everybody, after that short break, we will be heading into Miramar pretty much directly, DK, and I think we've got a massive game ahead of us, if that first game is anything to go by.
Oh yes, it's gonna be rough, it's gonna be crazy. Well, at least that's what I hope it will be. We'll find out. We'll find out exactly what is in store for us as we make our way down a very taped up plane that we've got here. Nice, interesting. The warning signs all over the place as we do approach. Oh, I just noticed the triangle on the back. Huh, that's cool. Interesting scale. I like it. Anyway, I like the flight path too, right? Starting us off in Impala, heading across the way to Ladriera and very south. So, yeah, sometimes the zone plays along, other times it just doesn't, right? I have no idea which one it is going to be, and that's the beauty of it. Nobody knows. We'll only know when we know what it is. But I think the teams are definitely going to try and get themselves in a slightly more advantageous position, especially looking at where they find themselves with regards to those points. And I'm going to be looking at Lida and the Wildcats.
Yes.
Because the gap between first and second, I said I'll give the answer when we come back from the break, right? The answer is 34. So we went from a 53-point gap down to 34-point gap. So,
wow.
yeah, Lighter Esports, they are bringing quite a bit of effort, and actually also, they're the team with the highest placement points.
Gosh. Wow. And that's really crazy considering, Galatasaray have 3 wins under their belt so far. So a big show from Lighter there. I'm also noticing, though, that Not Noobs have not gone to Valle de Mar, and R8 are in Puerto Paraíso, so there's no hot drop going on down there. And Valle de Mar, yeah, that is not really in play at all. The zone has centered up. And we are going to see probably a couple of, if not hot drops, close contact between some of these teams, particularly over in San Martin and over to those cliffs by Power Grid as well. But for now, it does seem to be an interesting sort of lineup we've got here.
Yeah, it definitely does look quite interesting and entertaining. It could be. We'll find out soon enough. I'm going to be watching AOR and the Wildcats, as they are pretty close up north. San Martin is not really getting contested. Yes, we do have STG over on towards the eastern side, but I think they are going to be pulling out in towards Hacienda del Patron. So that I think would alleviate a little bit of the pressure coming through for the side there of Retiam. Hannah dropped in a little bit further away. I think that was maybe just to try and secure the vehicle for Retiam. As you can see, Hannah now starting to rotate up. Same kind of thing happened there with Oiko coming through from the Wildcats. Pecado is just the players there from Lida, so it's a good setup. But Los Leones,
Indeed, Los Leones, That is exactly the sentiment, because we're starting to see, as you said, quite a few teams over in that area. R8 and GOAT could also move through that position as well, or at least go by it. Again, Zeus on Miramar, though, DK, we're seeing big splits from them initially, and I do appreciate that. You're getting a lot of that information, you're getting all those vehicles, and you're trying to figure out where is going to be best, as well as if that zone moves to that north side, you already have a team inside zone. So a good heads-up play strategy coming in from them on Miramar, because we only see it from them on Miramar. OOC as well have a similar strategy with a large split, and actually this has worked out in their favor because Chumacera is actually not inside zone, so again, they have that opportunity to move and group up and be in zone pretty easily.
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy. As you said, now that wide split, it does open up quite a bit of opportunity for them. So if the zone works in their favor, they're going to be feeling quite happy about the way that they've decided to approach that split. So we'll see if that pays them any dividend. I'm going to be looking over towards Bonfire also in El Pozo. Good thing is they don't have far to rotate. So there's no excuse. We should see them moving up into the zone relatively quickly, or at least before the blue zone completely engulfs them. Right? We'll see. We'll see just how that one is going to pan out. Yeah. But you were talking about GOAT also with that bit of a split that they have down towards the southern side. It makes sense looking at where they decided to drop, because there's not enough loot in one particular spot for one person alone, let alone 4. So yeah, it makes sense seeing them taking a slightly more dispersed approach to getting themselves kind of sorted out with the gear and the goodies and everything that they need. But yeah, the team's pretty much respecting the spaces. Right? Nobody's hot dropping, nobody's pushing, nobody's causing any upsets unnecessarily. Right? It's all just like, oops, I accidentally maybe came a little bit too close to your region, and that's it.
But that just means it's going to get real spicy when we get to that stage, 3 probably, because all of these players, you're right, they have spread out away from each other, but they've got big splits nonetheless, and as we start to see those rotations coming through at all angles, those solos aren't going to have the best time if they're not careful. So we're going to see probably quite a few players drop out there. OOC already moving out of Chumacera into that North Los Leones region, so that could be something where they're moving straight into the middle, basically the middle of zone, and they'll run into possibly Zeus, possibly Lighter, and possibly Ida if they move out of the city. So lots of opportunities for some chaos coming in. Not Noobs as well, they're on the move, and we're starting to see this from a lot of the teams now.
Yep, we are seeing quite a bit of the movement coming in. We did see SG starting to rotate up as well, slowly encroaching at more centered position. But now, looking at not noobs, you don't really want to be all too hesitant up on this hill because Galatasaray are coming in behind you from that northeastern side. You got Fenerbahce up ahead of you on that southwestern side. So, not noobs might maybe find themselves in a bit of an uncomfortable position if they stay there a little bit too long. But you can understand what they're trying to do. They're just assessing the area, trying to figure out where is going to be the next best spot to move towards. But the zone is not giving them any hints, right? We've got 2 minutes left. And this is why I said I like these zones, because it forces the teams to play with strategy, right? As opposed to trying to catch up with the zone itself. Everybody's in zone. So now, show us what you can do.
Absolutely. Make the most of the positions you have found yourself in or found for yourself, right? Nobody's in Power Grid. Interestingly enough, no one's gone for that compound yet. And Galatasaray going to be the first, as you said, looming behind Not Noobs here. They're going to be the first to take some shots here. Not Noobs going to be trying to get that reaction time quick as can be. Nice little shot on to Fida there, but it's not going to quite work. And it just gives them enough time to move out of the way. But I don't know that they're going to be able to get to Melita considering where she is and how close Galatasaray are to her.
Yeah, Galatasaray is like a warm hug, right? It just wraps all the way around you and then just doesn't let go. Right? That's
true.
what they do. That's the play, and I think that's maybe a good way of explaining it. They're like a warm hug, right? Because it sounds so nice, but yeah, in PUBG terms, not necessarily, because you have very limited options. Unfortunately for Not Noobs, they were able to get out of there early enough, right, before they got fully engulfed in what was coming through from Galatasaray. But now they got to be careful, because now they find themselves alongside the other team that I mentioned, which is going to be Fenerbahce. So, yeah, Not Noobs having a very tough time here, finding a good position to call home.
That's crazy. She got so far before she saw the vehicle and turned around immediately. And luckily, Fenerbahce were not in the mood to really be taking any shots, or she would have been very much a goner back into the lobby, joining her teammate there. So it looks like she's going to escape that one, but that was a very, very close call. The zone is about to move on in, and a lot of the teams think it's going to center up over La Bandita again. We see a lot of teams moving into that direction. The zone we see now has moved, and it does encompass what those teams think or thought it was going to be, but it actually also covers San Martin and Power Grid as well. So there's more room here that's unoccupied, but Fireshine rather, is not going to occupy anything if Ida aren't careful here going up against Pmewl. They need to get that reset ASAP. Moving out of Los Leones right now. They are in zone technically, but probably not for long, the way that this zone trajectory is going. So this is where now we're starting to see all those shots come through, DK.
Yep, Zeus running a good play onto the side here of R8, but now can they close it up? There's going to be quite a bit of a ranged approach that they are looking to take here. But Zeus, they're not going to shy away from a bit of a challenge, as they will try to make the most of what they have. But I think the interesting part is what the teams surrounding them are going to be looking to do, because they are on quite a mountainous position. And we've got Pmewl, we've got Ida, all just hanging around towards that slightly more southern positioning. So the pressure is definitely going to be on as the teams continue to just push further and further afield, trying to get themselves in. We do see Daddy now about to get taken up. So Pmewl Nova going to find a way to continue on with their performance here with the 2 Bs, as they will very soon be dropped down to only 3. But I mean, it's not all too surprising, right? Looking at where these teams have to move towards, essentially really close towards the graveyard, it is going to be quite the challenging play, and quite a bit of that valley approach is going to come in as well.
It sure is, and that could be a really good approach as well, right? You see, oh, hang on. Is that? No, it's not. That's not the rest of Pmewl's moving in there. It's Goat coming in behind them. So now we've got this weird sandwich going through. Luckily, it looks like Goat are going to be moving away here, and Pmewl's might just be safe because the positioning of Goat just means that are no longer in a good position to fight on here. So Pmewl's are going to be safe for now, but the rest of the lobby is kind of going on fire here. TPES have 2 down. OOC and Zeus have 1 down, respectively here. So we're seeing there's a lot of fights breaking out across the map, and just they are and they're just looking to stay that way in this small compound.
Well, let's see if that small compound is going to work out, at least for the time being, as we do have Zeus continuing to apply those dodging techniques. And they try to get out of the way. You can see Samina and the rest of TPS driving around those vehicles, not looking all too great, all too gravy. This is what we have, right? The zone just proves to be so challenging. The teams are going to find themselves in quite a few vulnerable positions.
They are. This is just the name of the game with Miramar. It's so difficult to find a good position because unless you're up in the mountainous areas of the map, you're gonna either have compounds or open ground, and there's no in between. So, is the classic example here. Zeus have a compound that Noct player from TPES does not, and so that's really where that safety is coming through there. TPES do go out, just picked apart by too many teams on their rotation in, so that's the end of them there. And Zeus, they're down to a duel. We saw that fight going on in the elimination feed, but at least they've got that 1 elimination point for them that is going to be important to move through the next couple of zones.
Yeah, so now it's down to the final 2 to see if they can hold the torch for the duration of this game. But now looking slightly more towards the Western's front, it is going to be the Wildcats on high. We do see Bonfire off in the distance. Both teams playing a bit of that long arm back and forth across the mountains. Nobody down below for them to even target. And we do see the players then also from Retiam on the same plateau up towards the north. Of course, finding themselves on the mountains there of San Martin. Everybody essentially going for the elevation, right? S to G, not elevated, but they've been able to secure themselves within compounds a bit further down the hillside, just east of the teams that we were talking about right now. But as we head back over onto the southeastern side of the zone, it is still absolutely crammed packed, just jammed up with players and teams, things all over the place, as we've got not noobs, our northernmost squad, at least for this region, going to be looking to hold on. Galatasaray are going to start to move up towards them, as we can see also then Goat making their play, but Fenerbahce finding quite a bit of luck here with the angles.
They are indeed, and Goat, they keep trying to make these plays work, and it just doesn't seem to be happening for them. Galatasaray, on the other hand, we haven't seen... Oh, that's an excellent zone for a lot of these teams. I mean, at least they don't have to move far, right? They can kind of hunker down in the spots they already have. But going back to my point, Galatasaray, we haven't seen too much of them. Yes, they have 3 eliminations, but they haven't been super in the middle of everything. They haven't been in the thick of all the fights going on. They've kept to themselves, which is an interesting tactic to see come through from them, but they're taking that back seat and waiting until the ends of zones to actually start making those moves.
Yeah, because it makes sense, right? Because by that time, a lot of the teams have already been battered and bruised quite a bit, so it's just that much more easy for them to pull off a drastic shift. But let's see whether or not that is going to be the name of the game moving into the later parts of this match. AOR, though, they've completely disengaged from the Insanity, which was the zone, and opted for north rotation all the way around San Martin past Hacienda del Patron. And it could even result in them pulling into a little bit of a vacant piece of land that we have up onto the more northern side of the zone here. But Fenerbahce, they are smack dab center, right? Everybody is around them. They can't even move from where they find themselves right now, because regardless of where they go, somebody will have a line of sight in towards them, and that is going to be quite a bit of pressure. I don't know if they are fully aware of that.
Yeah, that's... I'm also looking at R8. R8 still holding that high ground, that little bit of high ground that they've got on La Bandita, right? But they're looking towards Pmewl as well. And they have to move into zone. It's not too far, but they still have to move in there. And it's going to be interesting to see how they play the next few, meters, I think. Because, yes, they have this edge of La Bandita. They have this hillside. They're holding on to that as much as possible. They will try and clear Pmewl, I would have thought, unless they're going to go to the north side of the crater. However, after the crater, it's very, very open, and there's a lot of teams in front of them. So I am curious to see how they're going to try to actually play this. And it looks like they're still deciding for themselves here, but the Wildcats, I think we should have known they'd be up here. They always are, and now they've got Bonfire potentially in their sights.
Well, yeah, emphasis on potentially, right?
Yeah.
Because they're so close. But Bonfire, they are like little ants in that building. It's like, well, you see me here? No, you don't. Bah, 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 bah. Moving around. Atlas, though, with a very sneaky, cheeky hit there onto Melcy G. But, of course, Melcy just coming through with a good answer towards that. I mean, we did see Melcy really clutch it up on day number 1, being so dang aggressive. But that is exactly what these teams need to bring to the foreground, right? There's no opportunity for them to kind of take a backseat. They need to keep that pressure going. And I know that's way easier said than done, but that is going to be, I think, a good way to try at least, right? To kind of keep that or make that be the play here. Speaking of that rotation that I mentioned from AOR, they've actually now snuck in alongside Galatasaray. So, yeah, maybe that rotation didn't really go the way that they would have hoped it would, right? They went from an okay spot to maybe a lot more challenging position, right? Maybe that is exactly what they wanted to accomplish. It's like, you know what, it's too easy over here. Let's go get a little bit more dangerous towards the northern side of Zone. Speaking about the north, though, that's where R8 is looking to go, right? They want to get away from the blue.
Yeah, they really do, as the blue continues to swallow them up just a little bit, right? They continue to have to move forward. The zone has shifted to that northwestern side, so we are going over to those cliff sides. AOR seemed to take a little bit of a surprise onto Galatasaray. Now, that is quickly answered, but still, that initial knock is there on the side of Galatasaray. And Tofira is the second one to go down in the elimination feed. Meanwhile, R8 still just trying to hold off that last player of Mel's. They know she's out there. And now Ida still out in this warehouse as well, but potentially they don't really know that.
Ooh, I mean, from what I can see, there's only one player from Ida that's left in that warehouse. So Ida, I think, are essentially gathering a little bit of information as they go onwards. But looking at the shift and where the zone has pulled the teams towards, I mean, this is on the side of those Picado Hills alongside Graveyard. It is such a difficult spot to play through. I kind of feel sorry for the teams. They've not been blessed. They've not been blessed. This is going to be quite a bit of a challenge here. But I think it's going to make for some pretty exciting gameplay. As Fenerbahce, though, you said earlier that they've got this way of surviving, right? And I mean, even in the face of so many teams surrounding them, they still manage to find a way, right? They are still here. They've not gone anywhere. They still have pretty similar kind of stats to what we saw previously, but a good response though onto that rotation coming through from Ida. And now we are going to be jumping in on towards AOR as they now try to aggress over on towards Galatasaray. I mean, this is some bold moves being made. But so far, it is paying off quite well here for AOR as they found the opportunity in the angles onto Galatasaray. Galatasaray down to Tafida, and Tafida now going to try and make it quite difficult for anybody to get the jump in on her. Zanisa has to bring that res in, but it is going to be stage 4, and that HP is now really going to start to tank.
It is, and she's going to try and get this res, but it's just not going to be possible. Galatasaray know this. They're going to leave as that solo Tafida, the only one left alive, and this is the second game that hasn't gone the way Galatasaray really wanted it. They left that a little bit too late to actually leave, I think, and it gave AOR that chance to move in and try and get rid of them. But now 383 meters to zone. Galatasaray do go out, not noobs, having the last land left on them there as now the mass exodus starts to appear. 15th place for Galatasaray, but we're not done yet. 14 more teams have to move through and be taken out. Hasiko nades herself just to help everyone along a little bit, it seems like there. And she's gonna be up on the top of that mountain there, just cooked it a little too long. And Fenerbahce, you're right. You know, not only have they survived into the next zone, they're actually having enough wherewithal to make moves of their own.
Yeah, but look at the sprays from Barbie, though. I know we're not watching Barbie, but I mean, you can see Barbie also just clutching it out, right? This is Fenerbahce looking to bounce back, and I can see why Fenerbahce has so so much support coming through from the chat as well. So, yeah, well-deserved plays coming in here. But will they be able to do that last little bit of work as they now look to kind of just assert themselves onto the southern side of Zone? In the meanwhile, it is going to be Ida who are looking to get a little bit more aggressive. They too start to move up. We get teams trying to maybe aggress on towards them. I think that is R8 that we have with them right there. Now, both teams in quite a bit of a predicament with a side order of Fenerbahce still coming through, just poking and prodding. So whoever survives the initial fight up on the ridge will have a pretty tough time rotating further back down as we now quickly jump over to Not Noobs, who are going to be focusing their efforts onto S2G, playing off the root here in Graveyard. And that is where they look to send S2G right back in a box.
Yes, they do indeed, but that's only one down. There's still 3 more trying to get into zone, and honestly, this is the only way that S2G can get into zone. They cannot take that low ground out to the outside of this building, right? They can't go further on. They're going to just get sprayed down, so they've got to fight their way through the buildings, through the compounds, because that's the only cover they've got. Not Noobs, though, are holding down this area effectively. Meanwhile, R8 getting picked apart and eventually do go out. Only 1 point to their name, and for R8, that's the second game where they go out outside of the points and only with a couple of elimination points as well. So for R8, this day is not shaping up to be the day they wanted.
It's inevitable, but it will happen at some point as we also then say goodbye to the side there of Lida Esports, not managing to hold on with their dwindling numbers. Of course, Ida finding themselves in a very similar kind of predicament. Yes, they have 7 eliminations, but they have so many teams now just focusing in on them. It is going to be Bonfire looking to, well, light a bit of a fire into them as they get taken out of here with 8 eliminations up. Down to the final 7 teams we go. Fenerbahce somehow still miraculously survive. But now comes the hard part. Right now, they got to make a push for that zone. They are essentially not a single compound within the zone. Right? All it is terrain, and even more terrain. So we are going to be seeing quite a bit of fighting as we progress into this zone closure, as the teams will jump at any opportunity they can to help alleviate a lot of this pressure coming into stage number 7.
Yes, indeed, but look who is still on the board here, Tiam. We haven't seen too much from them yet. They're a duo and they have 2 points, but still, they're at the north side of that. They've been holding down Bonfire fairly effectively in that position, and between them and Fenerbahce, Bonfire might have a bit of a hard time getting into zone. The only thing that's saving Bonfire right now, great shot, but the only thing saving Bonfire right now is the fact that everybody has to get into zone, so one time or another, they are going to have to move forward and move out of, the fighting mode that they're in right now.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the play. Oh, S2G, though, will get denied access to the zone. They're running right up to it and just getting yanked out of there. Fenerbahce also making a quick push to try and crawl their way up onto the edge. Mel's Nova looking to make it... not Mel's Nova, rather. That was OOC trying to reach in a quick little response coming through there from Bonfire, but now OOC finding themselves in the same position. It's down to Amaya to see if they can survive. Not Noobs, still holding nice and steady. They got the 8 players up. It's going to be a pretty tough play to make it through this one, as we got Cat Veins there from Red Tiama holding nice and steady up onto the north. Amaya over there. Not Noobs on 2. Bonfire on 2, so pretty low digits, making it up in towards these last few phases. But Purple, a very capable player coming through from the side of Bonfire here, now going to start to try and help just alleviate a bit of that pressure. Tries to send the utility out to try and blaze away, or at least find a bit of an opening to get themselves up in towards the zone. You can see Kiss also focusing quite relentlessly now onto the side there of Gatfanes.
Yeah, Cat Fane seems to be, for these teams, potentially in the weaker position compared to the rest of them, right? So you're always going to pick on the teams that have that weaker position so you can get that point and clear that side easily, right? Not Noobs have a strong position. There's no way you're going to be able to do much with them. Bonfire, the exact same. So the only 2 to pick upon are OOC and Tiam. So one of them is going to have to move, and unless they make some major progress here, one of them is going to go out in 4th place. I don't think Bonfire or Not Noobs are going to be one of those people. I mean, Catmains could do it, right? We've seen her MVP twice now. Certainly in Phase 2, we saw that happen. And as Not Noobs move around, she could have what it takes to get rid of him, but not with that buggy. Oh, evades the one. Can she evade the second? Oh, nicely done, though. GG's. She did not take the bait. That's what I love, but that 2v1 is going to be overwhelming, and the same for OOC. So now we have our two duos here, Not Noobs and Bonfire here. So we'll see. Time will tell who's going to win this. The zone does go to Bonfire, or rather Bonfire take that zone first.
Well, we are approaching stage number 9, which means no more zone. It is just going to be blue, and then some more of that as well. It's Not News. Bonfire, as you said, now looking to contest for that winner chicken dinner. It does seem like Bonfire might have themselves a bit of a draw, at least with regards to the terrain, right? Nobody really having the upper hand. As you said, they were the first team to kind of move in here, but there's no advantage, right? They got a rock, and that's about it. But those ledges could also work out quite favorably now for the side here of Not News. We can see already prepping for a bit of a push, sending out the utility, trying to see if they can maybe find a way to gain some kind of entry or a bit of an opportunity onto the side of Bonfire. And it's going to be a tough one, even looking at the elimination counts, right? Both teams very similar performances. So we've got 9 and 8. So that just speaks volumes as to how balanced this approach is coming through. There's going to be the rush now as N77 gets brought on down as Mounting gears to try and see, but unfortunately, it is going to be the clutch up coming through from Bonfire Kaisu. As they take the dub, they secure themselves the chicken, and they walk away victorious.
Well done, Bonfire. That's a great result from them. We've seen them try this kind of thing before with those late rotations and those wraparounds and all of that, and it just hasn't come to fruition the way they wanted it to, and this time it actually does, right? That win secures what that strategy was all about, and a big GG's going over to them. A pretty big pickup as well with those eliminations, right? Both them and Not Noobs securing quite a few eliminations, and it's going to really boost that leaderboard.
Yep, and that's exactly what you want, right? You want as much of a boost as you can find here. But an interesting play that we saw, right? Like Galatasaray, again, having a little bit of a bumpy play in this game. That leaves me to wonder what is going to happen pretty soon. Right?
Yes.
By pretty soon, I mean the next match, right? But yeah, we'll see once we get there. I mean, it's too early to say because so far things that I thought could be happening today have not come to fruition, which I think is great. So that's fine. But yeah, we got to take a look and see just exactly what the point situation is, where these teams find themselves, who our MVP is, how much health and HP these players have been able to recover, how far the shots went, the amount of utilities they use, everything and anything that we can think of. But first, we're going to start here with the 8 eliminations and 1,038 damage going up over to the side of Bonfire. So well done.
Very well done indeed. Sure, it's not the biggest win we've seen from a team, but it's an important one, right? Any win for any of these teams is going to be super important when it's on day 3. And against this kind of lobby, you're looking at getting as many of those points as possible with that leaderboard being so close as it is, as we keep saying it is. These 8 points are huge when it comes to that leaderboard. So we'll see how that 18-point game puts them up or down the leaderboard. I'm sure it's up. But we move over to our stats, our match summary over here. Loads of throwables being used. And of course, 310 meters longest distance elimination from Tolfida there. Galatasaray, I mean, that is a good stat to come in from them, but where were they in this game?
Yeah, but we don't quite know. Right, but I mean, you said the throwables they're up there. I mean, it's a high number, but it's not as high as I thought it was going to be because I mean we did see quite a bit of the utility usage coming through for this game, and surprising enough, that wasn't really the case. But we got to give the GGs over to Fina here for the 4 eliminations and 1,209
That's crazy.
damage. I mean, okay, so that makes sense, right? Because we had AOR coming in, pushing up alongside them, and of course also they found themselves Galatasaray found themselves with a bit of that early gauge engagement with the rotations that we also saw in there, right? So it makes sense to see such hefty numbers coming through for the squad. But speaking about hefty numbers, we got to take a look at these hefty points.
We do indeed. Ding, 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 bell of 1,000 damage, by the way, for Tofita, and I think she's secured her spot in that top 3 player focus. But yes, these points 18, 15, 11, 9, they go down quite quickly, but it's still very, very close, right? OOC, we talked about them at the end of last match. They were in that top 5 position, went out with 0 points in the last match. So that 11 is going to come in clutch here when you start looking at the fact that we only have 3 more games to go. So that's a nice little boost up for them. Fenerbahce, the survivability of this team is on point, 9 points going their way, and they still managed to get 6 elims whilst being a duo for almost the entirety of the match. But we move over to the overall rankings, and you start to see where all this comes into. Bonfire, with that win, go up with 86 points into 3rd place here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great jump, right? All the way from 6th position up into 3rd. It's going to do some great things for team morale as well. So things are looking pretty good. We also did see Reptiam and AR silently swapping places, right?
Yes.
AR, they were in 8th place. Now they find themselves in 9th. Fenerbahce also moved up a little bit more into 10th position. They were behind S2G, but as a result of this past match, S2G got moved down to 12th place. So I like the movement that we have coming in here, right? Teams continuing to try and climb. And that is essentially what we want to have, right? But it's all going to boil down to how much of a climb they are going to look to bring in coming into map number next, right? We are going to be heading into the jungle, the aggressive map, the map in which we saw a lot of those eliminations, the 95 that we see up there, right, for a certain team. That's where they got a heap of those on the next map. So I'm wondering what the play is going to be. Are they going to try and go for that same kind of approach, drop another 30 plus bomb on us, or is somebody going to stop them before they could get to that?
That is the question, and a question that will be answered in just a few minutes. I'm very, very excited for Sandhog. Galatasaray often are a team that take over that map. We saw it on day number 1. Are we going to see that repeat again? We'll know in a few minutes, but first we are going to take a short break here, and we will be right back. back, everybody, and I just really want to get into game. I know I say that a lot, but especially when it's Sandhawk coming in, right? We've got such a huge game, I think, that we're going to be expecting here. I'm certainly expecting it. DK certainly expecting it. We want a big one out of this Sandhawk match.
Yes, we want a big one, we want a crazy one, but we want a contentious one as well, right? Because we see things really starting to develop with regards to points and all of that. So I want to see how far these teams can take it, right? Will we have a good bit of a potential response coming through here, right? I think that's going to be the major thing that we'll be looking at to see how these teams are going to look to kind of approach this game. And yeah, so far, I think today's gone pretty well, right? We've not seen one particular team run away with everything. It's been quite balanced, everyone kind of doing what they need to do. And I think this map is going to be the decider. If whatever happens here will be the turning point.
Yes. Very true. Just as R8 continue to hot drop. What is this, okay? It goes in their way for now. Bonfire being that team. Our last match winners. Hot dropping here immediately out the gate, DK.
That's crazy though, because I mean, it seems like R8 are up to something, because Bonfire, they as we saw, they moved up into that third place, right? So R8 are like, yeah, we'll make the target on your back now. we're gonna come for you. If they can hold through with this approach, sure, great, right? Good way to kind of try and break momentum of an opposing team. I don't understand why though, but cool. You know, I'm open to the idea. So yeah, let's see if RA can pull this one off. This is their second attempt.
Unfortunately, they're outside of zone, right? Paradise is not so central on the map as Pachinki is. I'm also looking over here to Ida. They've been a very consistent team the last 2 games, but now they lose 2 players. Interesting. That goes over to AOR. AOR did take out Galatasaray, or most of them, in the last game as well. So they're starting to build up that momentum, get those eliminations early on. Lighter as well, going very low there. So there's a lot of contention across the map that we're seeing here, at least on that leaderboard. You know, you're seeing those health bars go down, and you're going, oh my goodness. I mean, these teams are not wasting any time.
Yeah, and I think that's good. That's exactly what you got to bring through, especially on the last day. It is go, 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 go. No time to wait. Nothing to waste. You just got to give it all you have. And speaking about that, of course, we do see Retiam just now having their go at the side there of Bonfire. You seem to have had an interesting day so far. Like, Purple is the only one left, going for a little bit of a floaty approach here, as they dip down into the drink, and Retiam is going to look to apply quite a bit of pressure. But I mean, Bonfire, they were just over in Paradise alongside R8. Now they are getting scoped in on by the Brazier from Retiam, so quite a bit of a change. And unfortunately for Purple, the oxygen has run out, so Purple has to surface unless she feels like sacrificing herself to the boulder creators here just on the side. And with that, get spotted, and down they go. That is Bonfire getting snuffed out in the drink. Galatasaray, though, weeping their way up into Trifecta.
Yeah, you see that very sneaky sort of play coming in from Carly, just making sure that she is not seen by anybody there. But I think they're okay, because there's no one there. There's nobody there. They're chilling at the moment. That zone! I've just seen that zone shift, and it's gone over to that western side, and that means there's a lot of water involved there. OC and Ida now going head to head. I do want to mention though, for Bonfire, I wonder if they had a little bit of a 2-2 split going on, Paradise and elsewhere. I didn't see, but that seems like a very harsh shift away from Paradise over to the bridge area very quickly, but I'm not sure what happened over there. Either which way, they are out, they're gone, and we will be seeing now the rest of the teams come to blows as they start that exodus across the map.
Yeah, it's a very interesting way that all of this is kind of unfolding here. I mean, That's not what I was expecting to happen, but hey, that's the beauty of this game, right? It's always going to come through with quite a few of those surprises. So let's see if anyone will be able to kind of maybe find a bit of a approach here, as there's still quite a bit of ground that needs to be covered for teams to get themselves properly and securely centered up. Goat, of course, not going to be one of those because they're already all the way up in towards Camp Alpha here, so not a worry in the world for now.
DK.
to be concerned about.
DK, Pmewls, have you seen Pmewls? 2-2 split?
Yeah.
Bantai and Tambang, and for those of you who know what I'm talking about, who know the map of Sandhawk very well, that's a massive split. What are they doing?
It is quite a bit of a split, right? So
Huge.
they just trying to play the best curveball that they can here, right?
I mean, sure.
Maybe they're going to be focusing in on Not Noobs, because Not Noobs is kind of in the middle of them, right? All the way in towards Sami. So, yeah, who are we to decide what they're going to do, right? They instead going to show us.
We listen, we watch, and we don't judge. But RA are going to be judging Fenerbahce pretty hard here. They're trying to pick up any eliminations where they can. Now, I will mention, DK, we talked about like momentum out from the get-go and wanting to see a change in teams, right? I will say in this game, R8 looking like they're really wanting that win. There's an aggressiveness in the way they're moving here and moving forward that is catching my eye and making me think, maybe they're the ones who are going to have that massive game, or at least are intending to, by being super aggressive, getting all those eliminations, and possibly winning the game after all. So, just something to watch out there for, because RA are looking very good.
Yeah, they definitely are. So I'm curious as to where these players are going to look to maybe rotate towards next, because the pressure is going to be on, right? So they definitely have to kind of continue eastwards, or westwards rather, but still with AOR just alongside them, that could maybe pose a few potential threats then for the side of R8, especially looking at the fact that we have Fenerbahce up in Painan. So if R8's not quick, they might get caught in a bit of a thing.
They might indeed. Interesting shot, split rather from Goat over here as well. Leora over onto that northern side. Two teams are trying to move on that north side. S2G and Hutton, and the Wildcats moving out of Cowl. It looks like Wildcats might be opting for a little bit of a rotation. We could see that come through. But that's the good thing about Goat split, is that is going to ward off, or at least defend against any of those kinds of plays coming in to play here on this map. But Not News looking for that land approach, and NX77 looking for that knocked approach as well, as Pmewls are quick to get two knocks now.
Oh, here we go. It is go time. So, yeah, you're wondering what Pmewls are going to do? They did almost what I said, but fortunately, Not News rotated up towards them instead. But now is the pressure played. It is Kiss and Melita left to try and defend the honor here, as Pmewls starts to apply that pressure, just riding on forward. Oh, Daddy, though, getting hit with a DBS. There we go. Dino with the sneaky cheeky hit out the window, and that is them done and dusted.
My goodness me, that was very decisive from Pmewls Nova there. That split worked out for them. They regrouped onto Not Noobs, and they were able to get rid of them without much of a fuss. 4 eliminations going their way. Nice little wraparound angle coming in from one of their players means that is going to be a full squad wipe and a full reset. So GG is there. And they have a decent position in zone now, right? They have a nice bit of high ground. It is on that coastal side. It's slightly more edge now that the zone has centered up around that trifecta bridge area, but it's still a really good springboard for those later zones as well. So a good heads-up approach coming in from Pmewls Nova. We'll see how that goes forward, because of course they do have OOC just below them, so that is something they will have to watch out for eventually.
Yep, definitely will have to watch out for that. But let's see how these teams are going to approach the next few moments, because this is where things look to get quite tough. As you can see, R8 dipping down towards that far southern side. I'd love to see TPS consistently get a few more points on board, because they've been having a bit of a tough run here. So yeah, I want them to maybe just sneak in a few cheeky plays along the way. I think that'd be great for them, because I mean they've only had 1 point so far for the day, right? They can get more than one. They can go for two, right? Because that's a higher figure. It's surprising though to see TPS play having this kind of play, right? It's odd. Maybe it's just the pressure of where they find themselves that has maybe caught up to them or something. But I hope it's something that they can come back from. In the meanwhile, we are going to be looking onto goat that have moved onto the southern parts of that northwestern island. Mostly, we still have Yagi doing quite a bit of looking over towards where Leora is, but Leora's not moving up though, right? All the way on the outskirts of zone.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned for Leora. I think she's taking way too long here. I mean, she might be just getting that as much information as possible, but with two teams right there, she could be very easily spotted, and that is not going to give Goat the power that they need in this zone, right? That zone is very much onto the island. They need that powerful stance from that position to look down onto the rest of the team. So Leora needs to pack up with the information she already has and get back to her team. If I was their coach, that's what I would be hoping she would do here. The Wildcats and S2G seem to be kind of busy with each other, though. You're seeing them out in the blue zone. Seren is very much a solo. There's no points on the board for her either. So this is where that heal strat comes into play a little bit. But the Wildcats don't seem to be moving.
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's odd because, well, they have to. It's the otherwise they're gonna fall to the blue.
Yeah,
it's not the law, but I mean, it's like you should be doing that because if you wanna survive, you know, that's kind of just part of it. So it's quite surprising seeing them in such a position here.
Well, it looks like then that Leora did move out as just in time, I think, and the zone proves that was what they needed to do. It does kind of center up a little bit onto that island. Mostly it's just Trifecta, though, which, surprise, surprise, guess who has it? It's Galatasaray. They have Trifecta at the moment in time, but that full squad from GOAT is going to be super duper important into the next phase here. Tiam have the other side of Trifecta as well, on the other side of the river, so that's going to be a super important position to watch as well. You're now seeing Lider and R8 going head-to-head in that elimination feed, and they're going to be down onto that south side. They've also got Pmewl and TPES to contend with down onto the very far side of zone. So here we go. This is going to be something that is a bit, not even just a 2v2. It's going to be 4 teams all looking at each other. And fortunately for Lider, they might just be able to hold off TPES onto that outside position, outside of that zone. Mel's looking to see if they can have any say in the matter, and the other team's just praying that they don't, because that's just going to make chaos turn real messy real quickly. For Lider, Alina is down. They'll have to do something with this, but at the moment it is Liat who is holding down the front line while her teammate gets res back up. I mean, it's a minute and a half until zone, and TPS are almost inside it, but there's a lot of teams to contend with, and Mel seems to be actually pulling it around to the outside of TPES. So we'll see what happens here. TPS playing this very cautiously, as they should. They need to move forward very, very quietly, very forward, but is that going to be enough?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question, right? They're going to try and maybe find that sneak approach to get themselves back into the swing of things here. I mean, there's still quite a bit of an opportunity, right? They do have several angles, but as does the side there of Lighters. We can see them now just lighting it up in that feed. So Mel's poking in, R8 still holding nice and steady, and this is where things could take quite a bit of a shift, right? So TPS, you're going to hope that somebody kind of loses interest in them and that they can find a little bit of a approach, a little bit of a push to get themselves forward into that zone. Meanwhile, Zeus, they're all the way up on the northern side here of Ruins, and I mean, they've got nothing but real estate, but they could also have quite a bit of company rolling into them quick fast.
They could indeed, and that's where it's going to be so contentious on that south side. There's so many teams down there. Fenerbahce continuing to survive. Can we just appreciate that very quickly? Wait, we have no time. Istanbul Wildcats, they're going down one by one here. Who against? Well, this is what happens when you don't get out of zone in time. Goat are able to set up very nicely along this side of the zone, and they're able to just gatekeep the Wildcats a little bit at a time. And the zone might just save them here. The Goats need to move quickly. Its zone has hard shifted onto Trifecta. This is, in fact, a Trifecta end zone. Tiam and Galatasaray, the only two teams fully in zone right now, but it doesn't matter. Mel's Nova going head to head against R8.
Oh, here we go. Who's going to get it? Oh, Daddy, though, with a beautiful DBS play. So Mel's Nova can still look to clutch this one out, but R8, they're not going to give it up anytime soon. You can see Lara now just trying to hold on, getting herself patched up. It's going to be Daddy looking to cook the nade to try and close the door. And there we have it. R8. Out they go. They will have to settle for 13th with 4 elims.
That's very early for a team that I thought was going to go far in this game, but it looks like Mel's actually the team that wants to do exactly that. They are down to 2. They will get that reset. They're only down to 2, which is going to make it very difficult for them to actually move into zone and play as strongly as they want to. Somehow Fenerbahce make their way into zone again, and Lider, you see them there making a massive wraparound towards AOR and Galatasaray, so that could be a very dangerous play. It's very risky, but it could work out well.
Let's see if this is going to be worth the reward. As both teams now, at least on this front here, Goat and Red Tiam, they're going to have to risk quite a bit to get the rewards that they might be looking for. We've got Frazier also now feeling the pain. Oh, coming through AOR silently. Let's see if they can maybe clutch it out from over on towards that coastline, but we've got quite a bit of a wraparound now coming through from Jelavaya as well. So Anissa and Jelavaya can definitely look to kind of outmaneuver players here from Lida, and potentially even that of Galatasaray.
Yes, indeed, and this is where the south side now is coming through. Mel's is only a solo. I'm not sure where she lost that teammate of hers, but it is just Dino left alone. Moving full sending over into that zone area. That's what you're going to be seeing now. Leora still being that outskirts player up onto the island, and there goes Mel's. 8 eliminations, but no placement points for her team there. She did her best, but that's all they can do. AOR and Lider still going head to head, and Galatasaray staying out of it for the most part. Interesting plays coming out of the side of Galatasaray. They're looking to just keep that distance a little bit at a time. Bring up those points, but not by much here. And oh my goodness, AOR. Not sure if you just didn't see that or what, but Lider go out very quickly there.
Yeah, that was very, very swift. I mean, sure, we'll take it, but a great opportunity has presented itself now here to the side of TPS, right? They have also been able to kind of sneak their way on forward. They've got 2 players over on the AOR side. And then we've got Cupquake just off in the distance there, as we can see down towards the southern side. Fenerbahce, of course, has spotted her, and down they go. And yeah, this now turns the pressure onto the rest of the crew. How are they going to be able to navigate the dangerous waters ahead of them? Speaking about dangerous waters, though, that is also what OOC are facing here, as they've got Zeus to try to contest against. Well, at least it's going to be Cry, as the sprays now come through. Maya miraculously managing to survive through that. Jelavaya, going for a bit of a stroll here, right? Moving in with the horse, but the shots are there, and unfortunately that is going to be short-lived. TPS, though, out they go as they join the lobby. Now they're down to our final 8 teams.
That zone, though, continues to be everybody's number 1 enemy again and again. The hard shift away from 2 teams that had such secure positions means that everybody now has to move into this open ground area. Zeus had a very good run there. It seemed at least 1 point. They're not going to be able to actually make that into points, but a good run nonetheless. Same for Goat. Goat only get 1 point and a couple of placement points out of that entire thing, which is crazy. The Wildcats as well somehow outlived the Goats there despite their late rotation into zone. Interesting. OOC Dreamcore, a duo right now. Red Tiam Blossom had such a good compound. That warehouse onto the island side now have to move. They're stuck under the bridge. They're going to try and do their best with it. Our top 5, numbers-wise, are starting to dwindle.
Yeah. No, they definitely are. But I'm hopeful here for Red Tiam, right? Even though they'd be underneath the bridge, time being. Oh, beautiful spray here by Rose. But even though they're under the bridge, there could still be quite a bit of an opportunity, right? Because Galatasaray, they've moved up in towards the zone, yeah, but that is going to be Zeros turning around, focusing straight in towards the side of Red Tiam. So what I was hoping for is that Red Tiam could maybe find a way to navigate the position being held there by Galatasaray. We definitely do see Cat Lanes looking to play for that position now. And of course, Rose also still trying to see if they can follow through. It is going to be Fenerbahce right there alongside Amaya and Rose looking to gain their own bit of entry. But again, such a challenging zone. Up on these little hills, up in Sanok, it is proving to be quite challenging.
It is indeed, and somehow Galatasaray still managing it with 3 players up, right? They have the majority of the zone numbers-wise, but potentially not position-wise, right? You see Tiger going down there. That's going to be a trade, but that still means that Galatasaray now have someone to res. Barbie goes out, about to go out at least with that Molotov, and there goes Fenerbahce with another player scuttling behind those rocks, trying to get some healing done, and Amaya is the team left for OOC. Again, second game in a row here is the same for Tiam, though, right? A back-to-back top 4 position for them. That's going to be really nice. And Galatasaray, finally, we see them in the top 5.
Yeah, things are looking pretty positive right here for all 4 the teams, but that's within reason, within what we have happening right in the zone. I'm going to be looking onto Fenerbahce to see if they can actually identify Galatasaray trying to move up in towards the zone, right? As you can see, it is going to be go time. Yeah, the shots are there. A quick response, though, from Zeros. Just trying to kind of bounce them off, send them back. Tafira also looking to just reinforce the angle here as they continue to wrap around, sneaking their way closer and closer to the edge of that zone. Amaya, of course, are going to be listening to the footsteps. As you can see, Cat Bane's still trying to regain a little bit of the territory, trying to make it up into towards zone. But the moment Cat Bane steps foot in that zone, it's going to be Amaya looking to welcome her in with open barrels. And that is exactly what happens now. We are down to the final 3. It's going to be go time as Fenerbahce find OOC. And now it's Galatasaray versus Fenerbahce. And so far, it's just Barbie left to defend.
I think we have our winner here. Unless Barbie pulls out something amazing here, she could do with that little bit of a bait coming through onto her teammate there, Zeros. Half health right now, 4 eliminations on her side. And it's not going to be enough. Barbie can do nothing against Galatasaray. We see them have perhaps a quieter win than we're used to, but a win nonetheless. And that's put that gap right back to high level.
Yeah, but what a performance, though, from the lobby, right? I mean,
yes.
Galatasaray not managing to run away with the performances like we saw back on day number 1 when we stepped into the Sanok, right? So, a very respectable approach coming in from across the board. The teams really keeping the contention as high as they can muster, and I think it resulted in a pretty amazing game.
Yes, it absolutely did. That was a lot of fun to watch just because there was chaos coming in from all corners, right? There was a lot going on at all times, and I think we saw a lot of interesting things. We saw some really cool splits coming in from like Go and Mel's. We saw some really, really good angles being taken, long range and short range. There was a lot of really cool things happening. Tiam as well. Let's mention Tiam very, very quickly, right? They had a good spot. The zone did them in, did them dirty, to be fair, but they managed to go out in top 4 with 9 eliminations. So again, for this team that's just made it into that 8th place position, this is a really, really good result for them.
Yeah, no, I can't argue with this fact, right? They've just been trying to pick up as much momentum as they could find here. And I think, all things considered, Game 3 went quite well, right?
Yes.
So I think now it's going to come to what Game 4 will bring for these teams. And of course, the desert, as we've seen, can be quite relentless. So I think it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge for these teams to make up for some good ground here. But speaking about ground, right? Galatasaray regaining a little bit of that territory yet again, coming through with the 9 eliminations and 13-12 with regards to damage.
Yes, indeed. And only 607 taken. I mean, that makes sense considering they were in trifecta for the longest time and nobody was really looking at them all that much. But still, they were able to use that compound to kind of stay out of everybody's way for the time being. Just go and get points after points. They know what they have to do. They don't have to go all out. They're in a position where as long as they get one win, as we see here, and just, keep those extra points coming, it doesn't matter what the rest of the lobby does, and they know that. So very tactically played, both in the game and out.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking about tactically, right, the throwables also down to under 100, right?
That's
so
crazy.
that just means that, there was no time for teams really to try and smoke things up or send grenades out or do anything like that. It was just go, go, go. So a very high pressure on the situation. And of course, we did see quite a bit of movement coming through from several teams, especially down towards that southern side and slightly more over towards the east. But that is kind of just the way the cookie crumbles. Speaking about which, though, the MVP of the match is going to be Amaya here from OOC, going through with those 4 eliminations and the 769 damage. So a very respectable approach, as well as that 1 assistant.
Yes, a very, very nice job indeed. And the teens, the numbers are in the teens is what I mean. Top 4 all have very similar points here. Fenerbahce and OOC both with 12. And that's a really, really good spot, especially when you consider OOC, again, being in that top 4 position. Fenerbahce looking to climb that bit further. Tiam in the same exact position as Fenerbahce. So a really, really good show from them in this Sandhog. Galatasaray, of course, getting that 19-point game is very, very good for them. They're going to elongate that gap a little bit more. And everybody else on the left or the right side of the leaderboard, like Leiter, for instance, got 3 points. R8, 4 points. So it's not really a huge game for a majority of these teams.
Yeah, not the craziest ones that we've seen so far, but yeah, I mean, a few points definitely going to bode quite well. As you can see, Leida now also stepping up into the century with those points. Ooh. They were close, right? They were on 98, now on 101, so not a big jump. And also, unfortunately, gaps have widened again. We went from 38 back to 54, which is quite a bit of a thing here. But hey, the rest of the lobby also making waves, making moves, right? OOC, they've jumped up into 3rd place. Wildcats still going to be holding on to their 4th, but as a result, Bonfire get moved down to 5th. Red Tiam, they've jumped up into 6th place, all the way from that 8th position. And R8, all the way from 7th down to 10th, right? It has been a tough run, but it makes sense because we did see them getting taken out early.
Yes, we did. I mean, I think that's going to be all those hot drops coming into play, though, right? But Tiam, I want to just quickly mention the points that they have on the board. I mean, in the next 2 games, are they going to win? No, but they could easily make top 3. The way they're continuing to keep that top 4, keep some high elimination counts going, that is very feasible for them in the next 2 games. So those teams, OOC, the Wildcats, and Bonfire, need to be very careful of them.
Yeah, they will have to be very, very cautious indeed. But of course, it's going to come down to map number next and map number last to see where these teams are going to be going, right? That's a different way of saying 4 and 5, but hey, it works out. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing what the desert is going to bring through on this one, Ev.
Yeah, so am I. I think I'm going to use this next break coming up to get some refreshments in order and go ahead and get into that desert. So you do the same. I highly recommend it, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Everybody, here we go. Once again, we are officially past the halfway point for this evening, and only 2 more games left to go for the PMEWL Season 4 Finals. DK, it is going to be Miramar coming on up. We had a crazy one in the last Miramar. We had an epic Sandhawk. What is in store for us in this 4th game?
At this point, it's difficult to say, right? All I can say is the obvious things. It's going to start, it's going to end, what's going to happen in between, not a clue, right? Things and stuffs and things. That's exactly what is going to take place here.
I see.
I mean, so realistically, I think we are going to be seeing a little bit of a push towards the points, right? I think especially the team sitting, from second place down to realistically, I'd say, I don't know, 7th, 8th place, maybe even 9th place, even 10th place, right? So from 2nd to 10th place, I think they're going to be settling it out to see who can get to where and, who's going to get what share of the prize. Because realistically, I think that's what would be quite achievable at this stage, because securing 54 points plus in the next 2 matches is going to be quite the task.
Yes. It is. We've seen that kind of game come in where we've had a 30-point and a 33-point game, but I think we all know who that came from, and you have to get a third of the lobby onto your elimination points if you want that kind of game, and that's really, really a hard ask, as you say. This playing path is going to make anything a hard ask, I think, on this game, on this map, right? It's very, very south. You have none of those northern areas at your disposal. And actually, when you think about the map of Miramar, most of the droppable areas are actually in that north side. So these teams now have a little bit of a task. And I don't like what I'm seeing. DK, I don't like it at all. R8 and Not Noobs going head-to-head in Valle de Mar, but the zone! Are we going to get an island finish? Is this going to be PMGC 2024 all over again?
Let's hope not, but let's hope so, yes.
Yes.
Maybe both.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, I mean, it would definitely be quite interesting to see how this pans out for them. Speaking of interesting, we do have the Wildcats. As we can see, they're now finding a play on towards Cat Veins, just over towards the edge of zone. R8, Not Noobs here, getting into a little bit of a thing as we do say goodbye to Cat Veins. It's not going to continue for the remainder of this fight, though. And yeah, I mean, good on the Wildcats for jumping at a little bit of a cheeky play here. I mean, the Wildcats, of course, taking a bit of a wide spread, making their drop down there. I'm not quite sure how Red Tiam was trying to approach this, right? Were they maybe looking for a vehicle spawn up ahead and then to rotate back up into San Martin, or what was the approach?
I think that's quite reasonably the case. looking for those vehicles. They know that they have to, especially with that zone, right? The zone popped up before they really landed. So definitely something that I think was on their minds. I also don't think they were expecting the Wildcats to have such a large split either. They were expecting them to go to power grid. This entire cliffside, this roadside, should be completely empty for Red Team, and it just isn't. And so I think there's a surprise on both sides there. Both of these teams doing something out of the ordinary and unfortunately clashing.
Yep. That's just the way it goes, I guess. And now it's going to be up to Kawhi to see if she can at least find a little bit of something here that makes it worth the engagement for them. And there's been quite a bit of damage being dealt into the sides. We saw 74 damage. Hannah now getting spotted out on the edge as well. So quite a bit of an exchange here on either side. It's still going to be Red Team and the Wildcats finding themselves in a bit of a standoff. But so what's quite troubling here for Red Team is that the Wildcats have reinforcements continuously arriving, so they got to find a way to pick themselves back up and just get out of this position, because if they stay around here for way too long, that could spell quite a bit of disaster for them.
I'm surprised that Taiga hasn't gone for that res, right, for that reset. She's instead gone straight for Oiku, which is very nicely done on her part, but that was such a risky play coming into all this. She needs now to res everybody up quickly, because 11 for the Wildcats, as you said, they're moving on in those reinforcements, and so Melzi on that off angle, that's so devastating for Red Team. They're now going to be able to get back up on their feet and use that angle once again. S2G in the background, Lighter in the background as well. As these teams are starting to make these early rotations into that hard shift zone, it's going to get harder and harder for Red Team and indeed Wildcats to do anything here.
Yeah, it's a tough play, but I mean that's kind of what we were expecting coming into the second to last game of the day, or as they say in fancy terms, the penultimate match. Right? Here we are. It has arrived. It is happening. And it's proving to be quite a bit of a challenge, as we can rightly see. But yeah, now it all comes down to how the teams are going to look to kind of adapt and play through this, right? Are they going to let the zone get to them, or are they going to try and make the most out of a somewhat sticky situation? For Hannah, it's not going to be all that easy, as it is going to be the Wildcats now trying to just wingle-wangle their way around this. And of course, with the addition of Lida moving in alongside them, it's just complicating this whole situation.
Say wingle-wangle around the map 10 times fast, and I bet you can't do it, chat. But Kawhi's going to do her best to do this, and Alam goes in. And that was a really great reaction from Kawhi. She was waiting for that one. She cannot go up against two, though. Melzi's going to have that quick follow-up, and now it's just up to Taiga. Wildcats now feeling the pressure as well from Lighter as they swoop in just above them, and this might be what Taiga needs to just get out of dodge.
It could be exactly that, but the pressure is still going to be there. It's still going to be on pretty tight, and yeah, the distraction could really pay off. But Taiga has to jump at the opportunity, and with Lighter now starting to spread out on the angles here, I don't see a good way of escaping from this position. Maybe just trying to play a serious game of hide and seek and hope they don't find you.
Indeed, yeah, I think that could be worth a shot at least, just because now Lighter's moved in for that CQC position, that actually Taiga might just be able to hide out for a little while here. She does have that bike that she could get a hold of if these two teams are occupied enough. In the elimination feed, we do see Galatasaray running up against R8 as well, down to the south coastline down there, and a lot more is going on in those elimination feeds all around the map. But Lighter coming in here with these big utilities, just really cornering the Wildcats into one tiny room. They're going to try and put as much pressure as possible, and OOC go out here. Zeus and R8, both with a full squad wipe.
Oh, that is good. But, well, we're still looking at the fight right here. Somebody's got to push into somewhere. Oh, there we go. Leon coming through the nice little bit of a bounce off there. Now is going to try and push forward, trying to get the jump in. Gets the second one more down, and there we have it. That is the Wildcats. Now just getting sent away, but the fight has not concluded just yet. We have even more teams pulling up. That is going to be S2G just waiting in the wings. So far, Taiga, though, still going to be holding nice and steady while the distraction comes through yet again. And this is where Taiga really needs to hope and pray that they don't come looking around in their building.
but she missed any window she had of getting out of there, right? With S2G on her side of the compound, there is no way she makes it out of here alive. So she's got to do what she can. She does take out Lyat, though. That's an extra point there for Tiam, for Taiga. That's their first point as well. So that's going to mean that Lyat, who took out half of the Wildcats, is no longer in the game. That's a huge blow for Lighter, who were probably hoping to use that momentum to move forward as a squad, but now that has been taken away from them. But Taiga has made her presence known once again, and this is where the big fight happens for her.
Let's see if she can maybe find a little bit of something here. A bit of a way to just claw their way out of a very uncomfortable spot. I mean, with Elena just knocking on the door, there's still a bit of hope, right? But with Frisia now starting to rotate up, it's going to become increasingly more challenging. Tiger quickly just trying to reposition, trying to bait them up top, but of course, that is also still well within utility range. Just one little failed bounce, and that could end it. Tiger now just getting back in the same spot, now getting encircled as the players here start to move on through. Lider, they want to close this one up. S2G want to wrap it up as well, but there we go. It is going to be Retiam going out in 14th, but this is now Lider not out of the woods because S2G are starting to move in.
They are. What a great surrounding position here, and this is the stage of zone that you want to do this in. If you're going to make these kinds of plays out in the blue, do it while the zone is only on stage 2. I mean, having said that though, if we're looking at the health bars here, it's actually chunking quite a lot of health away here. It's taking that health bar and bringing it down to quite a low position here. But ooh, the bike might have been their only option, but maybe not the wisest one, as that's going to be a clear shot over onto them. But this 2-2 split is deadly from S2G.
Yeah, I mean, again, teams fighting out in the blue. It's stage 2, so it's kind of okay, but again, not really advisable because you are going to be losing quite a lot of unnecessary health, or unnecessarily losing health rather. There we go. Right, makes more sense that way around. But yeah, I mean, SCG, they're going to try and score the points that they have their eyes on. Is this a costly play? Yes. Is it worth it? I'm not convinced, but is it going to make them feel better? Sure, it might, right? Because they're going to have 4 points. The other question is, though, are they going to make it into zone? Yes, it's not a long way to go, but they've got 1:20 to go. And looking at Lider not going to look to give up easily, so they might spend the remainder of this phase right over here.
Well, they might do, but that knock might have escalated some things here as Frisia is taken very, very low there. Aura as well. That's going to be that trade coming through here. Melina quick to take that spot away, take that point to themselves. But Saren still is doing some work here, and now it is just Frisia left alive here, a 1v2 on this hillside, or on this staircase rather, and not going to be happening. S2G have a clear way now into zone because Lighter have been taken out. But I tell you what, we are 11 minutes into the game, and Lighter go out with 6 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcats went out with 3.
Yeah.
Right, Zeus, R8, they're sitting on 4 piece, so there's been quite a bit of aggression, in such a short period. You said 11, I'm seeing, okay, the 2 ones are just really close together. It almost looked like a
Yes.
9. I was like, okay. Right, sure, let's take it. But looking at the zone shift, though, I think the teams are going to be feeling a little bit at ease, seeing that we've already said goodbye to a few teams, so it's not going to be as pressured as we had in the previous version of Murmur here today. Yeah, the rain is going to allow for a lot more of those sneaky approaches for teams to really get to play up on the hills, especially towards the northern side of Los Leones, right? Very similar spots to where we have Ida moving around right now. So curious as to whether or not... There we go, right? Carly, trying to make a few statements here and there. I mean, we'll only know by the end of the day, but I like the mindset. I like the
confidence.
Yeah, there we go, right? I guess that works, right? I mean,
sure.
You got to give them, if you want to give them something, give them that. It's like, it's super confident, and we like it. We like it, but it ain't over until it's over, right? We got to wait bit of the very last match to see exactly what the situation is. So, yeah, they just having a bit of fun up in towards that center spot in zone.
Well,
I mean, that would be a great opportunity for Mel's Nova to reach in.
it would. That's very true, but you gotta understand their position as well, right? Lighter taken out. Wait, the top four all taken out here. OC, Tiam, Wildcats, and Lighter. That top four is only Bonfire is actually in that running and still alive. So for them, second to last game coming in here, they're like, well, who is really going to take us over here? All the teams that had a chance of really contesting us are now gone.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not saying they're wrong in saying what they're saying.
Very true.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm just not in a position to say yes or no. Right? It's our job to, yeah. I mean, realistically, will we see a team like Bonfire secure themselves 70 odd points in one game? No. That's not how. There's not enough points available or left in this match. Right? Can that 70 points come in across 2 games? Yeah, it can. But look at the shifts, right? It's still going to require quite a bit of work. And I mean, in order for something like that to happen, Galatasaray need to be taken out right now.
Yeah, immediately.
Right? With no additional eliminations going to them. And then that same team that has a high amount of eliminations needs to continue to farm until the end of the game. And then do that again on the last match to get even remotely close to that. And the team that had a good chance to do that was Lyda already with 6 eliminations. But they're not here anymore. So, yeah, it might be inevitable.
It might indeed, especially when we're coming into this match with a 50-point gap once again, right? So it is looking more and more like we know who the champions are going to be, but like you said, we're not done yet. It's improbable. It could still be likely, maybe, sort of. We just have to wait. Like we said, we can't do math, so we're not going to be the ones to tell you yes or no. We have people for that. So they will tell us once this the next game is done as well, once we finish 2 games. We're still on Miramar. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Mel's on top of the roof line, inside of zone. Nice big split coming through from them. They are near Galatasaray, but I think they're just further down that hill, so there's no chance of any sort of fight breaking out from them just yet. I did like what I saw from Not Noobs, right? After that initial fight coming through from them, they are a solo, but they've made a huge rotation all the way around to the north side, and so Kiss is going to be coming in to relatively open area, both in terrain and availability. I think this is going to be a difficult side for her to really move in on with that new zone shift centering up onto the southern Impala area. But still, I like the heads-up approach coming in from her. I like where her head is at. And Galatasaray, here we go. They're taking that 1 elimination, possibly. They got that knock. Will they finish it out? That could be the 3rd point for them on the board. We'll see how that goes. And Ida, just looking and really scouting, making sure no one else is about to backstab them.
Yep, I mean, that is what you want to do. You want to be pretty sure as you can be, that you are somewhat secure in your position. So there is that 3rd point now getting confirmed, but oh daddy is going to try and make up for that, as we do see the follow-through coming in here. D1, XQ, as well as Dino now could still find a bit of an opportunity, a bit of an angle, if they can line up plays onto the side here of Galatasaray themselves, right? They're, of course, going to try and just follow up. D1, though, does find Tafida. Okay, all right, so that is now 2 left for the side of Galatasaray. But, yeah, Bonfire having a bit of a tough run here. The shots now making some really good and strong connections across the board. We got several teams also just still trying to vie for position to claim moving into this next zone. And, well, I think for XQ, she could definitely look to rotate back up into the safety of zone, because as we can see on the map, there's nobody there.
Yes, indeed. I want to just talk about Zeus for a second, though. They've really stepped up in the last couple of games. Again, it's something that I've been saying, is that strategy-wise, they seem to have a really good head on their shoulders. It's just they've not been able to convert that into points. Here, finally, we're starting to see those points come through for Zeus. 5 eliminations now. They're topping that elimination point leaderboard for this match at the moment. They still have a full squad, and they've got a decent position in zone. Finally, well, now the zone shifted, they're not in zone, but, they're close enough, and it's a really good spot that they were in originally. So, I like what I'm seeing coming out from them. It's been good to kind of watch that happen where those points are starting to make sense for them. What doesn't make sense though is S2G. They're looking a little rough, a little worse for wear, let's say. And now, they're going duo in a buggy. That's very shootable.
It might be shootable, but you know what happened to Zeus just then? He was saying their position looked good in zone, and then it wasn't anymore. You just nipped them, right?
No.
For those of you who don't know, Nip has this has this thing that we call nipping, right? When she's like, "Oh, this looks so great," and then it goes downhill.
Horribly wrong.
Right there. Yeah, that's called a nippy. But speaking of which, though, TPS, they're going to be looking to maybe play a bit of a position onto the side here of S2G, completely unrelated to the nipping I was just talking about. But it's going to be up to rotations for quite a few outlying teams. Zeus also going to try and see what their play will be. They don't have far to move to get themselves into this next position. And I'm looking at Ida, whether or not they are going to try and maybe climb those hills up onto the side where we had Atlas. Speaking about climbing, though, S2G might be climbing into the lobby pretty soon.
They might just, but so is SH from TPES. They're not going to be able to save her here. They're opting for that position in zone. This is a precarious building. It's so open, but it's a darn good position inside of that zone. Was that an M24 I just saw in the elimination feed? Please say it was. I love M24. It's my favorite weapon. Anyway, Fenerbahce. Ooh, so tunnel vision, so on that knock. You didn't see that wraparound coming through as AOR looking to do some work, but Fenerbahce holding on with that survivability we've been talking about all evening, DK. They are here to stay, and actually AOR decide to leave.
Yeah, I mean, it's good play here by AOR, rather just getting the heck out of there, but what an approach here from Fenerbahce. Alicia's, though, beautiful spray, the conversion from one target to the next, just absolutely on point, and I'm surprised that she actually had enough rounds to do that change up. But now it's going to be TPS to see whether or not they can step into the spotlight here as they find themselves still holding on to the compound that you were praising. And now it's going to be showtime, right? To see, can they hold true? Can they hold steady? And can they defend the northern edge of zone? As the zone is shifted, again, much closer towards them. But the pressure is on because everybody else now is going to try and move up. And this is where the true testament will be shown.
Yes, indeed, because there's a lot of teams with full squads or nearly full squads that are outside of zone right now and need to move in. Fenerbahce being one of those. They do get that initial knock, but that trade comes through. Oh, a great nade, though. Make sure that Licious is not one that is standing. And AOR continuing with those nades coming through, and it's a backstab from Zeus with their 8th elimination to get rid of Fenerbahce. So, cannot survive for as long as they have done in previous rounds, but still Fenerbahce with a squad wipe. We're seeing a lot of these teams go out early, but with really good points.
Yeah, they're definitely doing quite a bit of hard work, and I mean, everybody's looking to finish strong even on the last day, right? And this is the funny thing is, sometimes you see teams kind of just decide, you know what, we did all we could, but this is not this lobby, right? These teams are going to be fighting to the very, very end to see just how far they can get those points to go. TPS not having much of a challenge coming towards their compound just yet, but as you can see, the team starting to circle around. We got Ida off in the distance, with Galatasaray right alongside Ida, as well as Nova. Towards the north is Zeus, as well as Bonfire, or rather, what is left of Bonfire, right? Atlas is going to be positioned down there. And this is where the true plays will now be revealed. As Goat are focusing quite a bit of their efforts onto the side of R8, as well as the not noobs. Guess now just trying to survive. It's not going to be an easy one, but fortunately that vehicle is going to provide some kind of hard coverage. But there's still also an opportunity for not noobs maybe to return some fire over onto the side there of R8 as well.
Yes, Indeed. Oh, hang on. Ida. Full sending onto Galatasaray. Bonfire got with 0 points on the board. That is a surprise for sure. As AOR continuing with this utility. Oh, and the little quick shot with that DBS coming through. But that's some good information there. They're able to take her out as well. But this is where Jelevia now has to do something. And is that something going to be? Oh, that something is going to be looking at a nade. That's what that something is going to be. Not noobs go out as well. 10th place for them. 0 points on the board. S12K, DBS, they're kind of all the same when it comes to those headshots, and that's exactly what we're going to see here, except it's an M4 this time, and it was Jelevia with that M24, just a side note. But anyway, and we move away at the very last moment. Matesha goes out there. AOR silently go out. Galatasaray go out. No back-to-back win for them, but it's TPES to grab those points.
Yep, and that is exactly what we want to see. Some stars starting to shine right here. Melzanova now looking to aggress onto the sides of Ida. Oh, the S12K, aka DBS, apparently coming through on the plays here as Melzanova. Wrap it up. Yet another team goes down. That is now them up to 5 eliminations. Zeus sitting on double that. Things are looking pretty good at the top of these standings for the time being. I mean, a very aggressive game across the board, as you mentioned earlier. A lot of teams walking away with several eliminations. But it's all going to come down to the final few, right? We are down to 6 teams, 16 players, and 2 players are currently within the zone. That's going to be Seren and Macy. But now, Batsuit quickly just hopping in the vehicle as Zeus starts their rotation, trying to wrap around and find a way of angle to play it, but it's not going to be easy because there aren't many.
No, there really isn't, but Zeus have done such a phenomenal job with this game. They've been able to use this zone to their liking, and that's going to be why you see 10 eliminations on the board. Melzanova taking out S2G there at the very end, but the needs are starting to turn towards Zeus now. You see them just round the back of one of these teams up ahead. I'm not sure who that is. It's TPES up into zone, and that's where they're trying to get there themselves. Mel's on the other side of the zone goes out because R8 are looking directly at them, so that's going to be Mel's going down to 3. But we have our top 5, and actually there's a lot of players for those respective teams.
Yeah, I mean, 13, that's a very decent number to have, but, well, we might go down to 12 as Batsuit quickly got hit there. Unfortunately, the angle's coming through from Goat. He's been able to just find a bit of a weakness at the expense of them here, but now it's going to be Goat time. R8, though, still alive and kicking, as they're going to look to kick it into hyperdrive on their approach towards the edge. Several teams still holding nice and steady ahead of them. And I mean, things are looking pretty challenging right now. But as soon as that has closed up, everyone is essentially just sitting around the same table, just looking into each other's eyes. It's like, well, who's going to be the first one to go? You or me?
Mm-hmm. It's very, very true here. Zeus trying to be that forward thinker, as is Leora. They're going to be the players to make the most moves at first here. Oh, Maisie just full head, just peeking out of that window. Could be quite an easy shot, but no, she's going to be moving elsewhere. Leora does get taken out. Molly from R8, the first to do that. Yagi looking straight at Kylie, though, and Kylie cannot afford to go down right here. She will not get res back up, most likely, with that zone moving in, right? And as I say that, she does go down. The zone is just too strong, and Yagi just snaking her way through the desert here, trying to get those eliminations, trying to get that angle as best she can, and luckily for her, it doesn't look like anybody else has sight on her or really wants to. You got R8 versus Mel's going down. Hasiko steals that point, though. Basud coming in for 14 eliminations.
Yeah, Zeus, I mean, they've got some sparks starting to roll on in. It's getting a little bit overcast as well. But let's see who's going to be the one to clutch it out. Mel's looking good with 3. They're the only team with these high numbers now. Goat, though, they've been super active for a big majority of this game. They don't have a single elimination yet, right? They've caused quite a bit of damage, but not converted any of those damage. But instead, they themselves will get converted into elims. And that is Zeus now up to 15 There's only a handful of players standing between Zeus and their potential winner chicken dinner. XQ going to be keeping it nice and concise up on the edge as they start to strafe and push on forward. R8 goes down, and now it is Pmewl, Nova, and Zeus to fight it out to see who will be walking away with that winner chicken dinner. It is going to be absolute crazy angles that we are looking at right here. I mean, this is tough, right? But it's great for both of these teams because this would definitely boost anything and everything that they could have had up until this point. And it's also going to be one of these two teams' first chicken in the finals.
It is indeed. This is exactly what we wanted to see from both these teams. We knew they had it in them. If Pmewl's win, that's a decent win. 8 eliminations plus the 10 points. Well, really, it's going to be 10 eliminations most likely, right? But 17 from Zeus, 8 from Bossud. I think we know who the MVP is going to be, right? If she's not the MVP, something's very wrong because what the heck. Anyway, I think this is it. That's it. Oh, Daddy goes out. Nothing she can do against Maisie and crew of Zeus Esports. And that's going to be the end of game number 4. The second to last game of the finals goes over to Zeus, and what a win it was.
I mean, that was quite the performance that we had coming in from them. It's like they just decided, you know what, this is going to be the match in which we are going to go absolutely crazy. We're going to try and claw our way back and just see how far we can push the envelope. How upsetting can we get? I mean, what a bounce that is, right? Because if we look back at game number 3, they came in with 2 points, right? That's it. This game, they got double digits, right? So they got 2 digits with regards to not just their overall points, but the overall eliminations that they had as well. So, yeah, a very good performance coming through there from the side of Zeus, as well as Pmewl's Nova, right?
Yeah.
Pmewl's doing a really good work all the way to the very end there.
Mm-hmm. No, they really did. And I think Galatasaray are very lucky that that kind of game was done by Zeus and not by one of the other teams that could have a chance at contending them, right? That's exactly the kind of game that we were talking about. But for Lighter, for the Wildcats, for OOC, for any of those top 4, top 5 teams, that's what we wanted to see from them. But instead, it's Zeus who pick up that torch and go forward in triumph. 19 eliminations going through there. That is a 29-point game, and that surely has to put them way up on those leaderboards.
It has to. I mean, of course, looking at where they came from, right? They were set. Well, they're not going to be all too high up, but they're going to be higher up than they were, right? So either which way, it's going to bode quite well for them. I think they'll be having around about 60 odd points once they finish here. In total, right? Not for the match. That's not a thing that happens.
Yeah.
But a good play nonetheless. And of course, we can see the return of the utilities coming back, going all the way from less than 100, which was 90-something, up to 218, right?
Ooh.
Very challenging play, but a lot of that came through in the early starts of the game, and of course, we do see Mally here securing the longest hit, 300 meters on the dot, and I think this is also a good play coming through for R8, right? Because they were still alive all the way up into that stage 7, which is where things really started to constrict and make things a lot more challenging for everybody involved in this lobby.
Yes, indeed. But, okay, at least justice has been served where Bossud is the MVP. Sometimes we see it where there will be a player that goes all out, but, you know, something in those stats just makes her teammate MVP instead. Has happened to me quite a few times. But, no, it is taking that MVP and ding, 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 bell of 1,000 damage, because man, oh man, did she perform, did she go above and beyond for her team. 29 total points, there it is, and Pmewls and R8 have good, decent results out of that match, but it's just Zeus just goes above and beyond there. But, you know, Pmewls and R8, 14-11 TPES with 7 is a really good result.
Yeah, I mean, they were rolling with the Thunder, so it helps quite a bit here. Yep, 7 points for TPS. It's about time. We wanted to see that for a good long while, and they delivered. So well done, well played to them. But of course, this is where it makes the most of an impact, right? As you can see, Galatasaray adding those 5 points on, pushing them all the way up to 160. 107, though, is going to be coming in pretty close to them. Kind of, maybe. Not really.
Sort of.
But, yeah, Looking at the rest of the scoreboard though, all the way from second to, I'd say, call it ninth place, 10th place, we can still see quite a bit of shifting coming through in just this very last match, right? So it's all going to boil down to what that last game will bring. But of course, again, has now jumped from 16th up into 13th position.
They have, and it might not sound like a lot numbers wise, but points wise, it is, right? If you think of 16th place TPES now having 40 points after a decent game as well, but Zeus to have 60 is very much a different story for them. So GG's there. That win has done a lot for them. And our player focus, Matesha from AOR. AOR have been doing a really good job today as well. They've been stepping up again and again, and you're starting to see that now in our player focus, as she is number 3. But of course, number 1 and number 2, I think we all know who it is. It's Tofita and it's Hillel.
Yeah, no surprise to see them still occupying those spots. I mean, but the elimination counts, the damage numbers, they are starting to soar, as we can see. It's almost all the way up to 5K there, for third place, and it's in excess of 5K in second and first. So some pretty impressive performances that we've had across the board, but we still have one more match to go, and of course, Nep will be back with the last match right after the break.
Welcome back, everybody. For the final time here, we're going to be going into our final game of the finals. There's a lot of finality going on here, DK, as we go into Erangel very, very shortly. This is it. This is where we see who's going to be our champions and who's going to be in that top 5, top 10 as well. I mean, I think we all kind of know what the deal is with that first place position, but the rest of the lobby still have a lot to fight for, right? Especially with that final game, a lot of teams got some big points coming in, and that's just made those gaps all the closer.
Yeah, I mean, first place, let's be real about it, it's probably been secured. Right,
Yeah.
I don't see anybody getting 53 plus points in one game.
Nah.
Right,
Not a
maybe
chance.
back when PUBG just came out and we were also curious about how things were going to work. Sure. Right.
Sure.
But those days are long gone. And yeah, as you said, the teams are essentially now left in a position where they can contest to see who's going to be walking away with what share of that prize pool, right? So it is now up to second to wherever else they want to try and fight it for, because the prize pool only goes to sixth place, right? So from first to sixth. So looking at the point situation, realistically, anyone can still play for sixth place, right? Because sixth
Yes.
place is 80 points.
Yep.
Right? And if we look from 80 points down to 16th, that's 40 points. So 40 points in one game, I don't really see that happening. But 20 points?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah.
Zeus can pull that off, right? So they can go from 13th into 6th place and maybe higher than that, depending on how many points they get. So any team higher than Zeus could still realistically play for their share of the prize pool, right? The higher you end up on the standings, obviously, the larger the share of that is. So that makes a whole lot of sense, as per usual. But yeah, so I mean, it's Zeus, Ida, SG, AOR, Fenerbahce, Retiam, Goat, R8, right? I think they're going to be competing to see who locks it in. And speaking about locking it in, the zone has been locked in favor of the Wildcats.
I mean, if any team needs it, it's the Wildcats right now, right? They had a tumultuous start to that game in number last, as you like to say, and they went out very early. Yeah, they had a few points, but nowhere near the points that they would have liked to have seen from that match. So perhaps this will give them that bounce back that they were looking for. In other areas of the map, though, Yasnaya seems to have 3 different teams, Ida, Tiam, and Mel's Nova. And actually, XQ is quite far away from the rest of her team there. Mel's opting for that large split as per usual. Other than that, we have a major hot drop in Millie Base, right? There is not Noobs and someone else there. I can't see their names right now. Maybe you know, DK, but there is definitely a very big hot drop going on down there.
Yes, it's that's Bonfire. The big dots. That's only
Yes,
Bonfire.
of course.
Right. The almost pink is Mel's Nova, who we can see right there. Right. That's like the reddish, almost pink color. Don't ask me for exact description of colors. That's what it is. It's almost pink, but not quite. It's almost red also, but it's also not quite. And then yellow. There we go. Ida.
Yo,
That's
ooh.
Athena getting just
What a
whipped out of
spray.
that vehicle. As XQ locks in on target, looks to get the confirmation. A little bit of a spray there, but this is now a good go here. Mel's definitely look to clap it up as they do find that first elimination. Dino does get knocked on down, but they got to be careful, right? Because Red Team, they're going to come in hard from that eastern side.
They are indeed, but they might have a little bit too much to think about apart from Tiam here. I mean, Ida have a very big sweep around Mel's Nova right now, different angles all around, and it's a really nice controlling area to see from Ida, but Mel's end up winning those 1v1s quite a bit here, so could see a little bit of both coming through here. Yildiz does take down Mel's, though, so that's going to be just 2 left standing for Mel's Nova. That could be problematic for them, as Ida have only lost 1 so far, and Odaddy does go down, immediately finished up, and DK, all of a sudden, Mel's Nova is just down to XQ because she's on the wrong side of the road here, and she's just a solo, might have to just leave.
Well, you say wrong side, I say right side.
Right side,
the correct side, the surviving side of the road. And I mean, we do see that third party now rolling up as well. So that is going to be Red Tiam looking to apply a little bit of pressure coming in hard on the side there of Ida. And as we jump back down to the South Sea, there's those lovely little pink specks as well, as we do see purple now just getting traded on down. Hannah, though, gets spotted. Down they go. So the element of surprise is no longer in favor of Red Tiam. But the push is going to come in here over towards that Millie base, as not noobs look to just regain quite a bit of their territory. Pinky went out cycling, or that's not Pinky, that's a Kiss, right? Mm-hmm. Kiss went biking, sure, right? You got to keep that keep fit, got to keep that heart rate up there. Sure, let's go for it. But how's that going to apply to what's happening over into boot camp, into Millie base?
Boot camp, he says, which is kind of a boot camp, right? That mill base being very hot and sweaty over there, just like the jungle. But Pmewl Nova, XQ. She's not backing down here, and now she's trying to third party as Tiam and Ida go head to head here. Kawhi picking up the first elimination with a DBS, and she might want to now think about moving away from this perspective. I mean, she's got 173 meters to go, right? I mean, it would be a good opportunity to just get out of there and move forward as a solo, but she does not seem intent on doing so.
Yeah, it's an interesting play, though. I mean, we got to commend the efforts, right? They're going to try and keep the team in the fight as long as they possibly can. But hopefully that is going to be something that pays off for them. Of course, it does seem like XQ is going to be trying to just put quite a bit of distance in between themselves and the ankles there, as we do say goodbye to Ida. That is them done and dusted. They've done all they can. They add 3 points to their overall tally of 61. You can do the math and figure it out, but 65. We'll continue to see. Sure, we'll see where these teams get themselves towards. If you ever wanted to buy Neptune something for her birthday or for Christmas, buy her a calculator, please.
Honestly, yeah, I could really use one. But hey, hang on, NX77. She's got my car skin. She's got the coupe, and it's in the same color as mine as well. So GG's, great minds think alike. Very nicely done there. She's gonna use it to just roll over her enemies there, and try and get to Pinky, who is feeling the side effects of the zone. That's for sure, and also for Bonfire's bullets, I think. But we'll see how they can manage to get this one back. 2,000 meters to get to zone. This is not ideal for either of these teams. I think both of them were kind of betting on the zone continuing what it's been doing in Erangel before, right? Where it's like kind of on both sides of the island and the mainland. A little bit longer than this, but the zone is not going to be nice to them this time around for this final match, and so they've got to be very, very quick with how they play this.
Yeah, they're going to have to do exactly that, but now it's going to be up in the radar tower where all the pressure is going to look to kind of end the plays here. See, the DBS now in hand here of M77. Oh, cheeky hit, one down. Few more to go. Oh, there we go, 2 down. Needs to get that final few plays. One player, and then it could be a full squad wipe. So let's see if M77 is going to be able to get the job done quickly. Just trying to dip out, heal up, and then continue the fight. As the body now comes in ablazing. Oh, the play is closed. The DBS is there, but unfortunately, it is not going to work out. But a very valiant effort being applied.
A really, really good job from Not Noobs. They tried their best there, but in the end, I think the zone just got to them a little too much. And that's going to be them with 2 points going on out. That's all they can do here. As we look to OOC, a little bit higher on that leaderboard, a little bit more to lose, a little bit more to play with as well in this final game. Getting their vehicle shot up by an unknown source. Perhaps that source is Galatasaray. I wouldn't put it past them. They are the type to do that sort of annoying play where it's like, yeah, we can't see you. Maybe you're slightly out of render distance, but we do see your vehicle. And so, you know what? Those tires are ours now.
I mean, they got to retire the vehicles somehow, right? But here we go, as Bonfire now has to go a long, long way, as you mentioned before, over 2 kilometers to get themselves back up in towards that zone. I could hear you rolling your eyes, even though you were on mute. But yes, here we are. R8 up in the Crash side. I think this is an interesting spot, though. Are they going to commit to it? Are they going to hang around here, Nip, or what would the play be?
It is an interesting one. Yeah, it's very central. I could see this being very much a controlling play from them if they so chose. The only problem with it, in my eyes, is that it's very, very open. And so it'd be quite easy for teams to kind of move over to you. You also don't have that many sight lines directly around you, so it's not like you can see them coming very easily. We might see a test of how this could go, though, as TPES move into their vicinity here. OOC are looking more down to the south, so they're not going to be really a problem for R8 right this second, but TPES, they could pose some problems.
Yep, they definitely could. But let's see what their decision is going to be, because they are heading a little bit further over on towards the east there. So Nova can receive a little bit of company potentially, depending on how the rotations go. But doesn't seem like they are going to be all to face just yet. I am looking over on towards S2G and the Wildcats up in towards South George. Very close proximity to each other, just holding on either sides of the bridge. Meanwhile, it is going to be Goat, though, getting right down to business towards the container yard. As you can see, Fenerbahce just absolutely going to work on them, just locking in sprays this way and that. But then we've got two other crews that are rolling up on the edge of Zord. That is going to be Retiam on the east and AOR pushing up towards the north.
Well, let's turn our attention to the south side, because Georgia Pole is looking a little interesting as well, right? The Wildcats currently being gate kept by S2G, and S2G have a 2-1 split, I think it is. Let me look. How many? No, 3-1 split across this bridge site. So the Wildcats, even if they get through that first initial barrier, they still have more players to go through on the bridge side. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Wildcats manage to do something about this. Are they going to opt for a different rotation altogether, or are they going to take this fight?
That's a good question, the answer to which we'll get soon. But for now, it does seem like Wildcats are going to be focusing in on S2G. We've got Lucy and Aura caught up in the fuel station over there. So it could be a little bit of a push here by Oiko. Tries to wrap around, goes up into the Wizard Tower. R8, though, still quite comfortable up in towards the crash site. Looking at the drop off in the distance, Mally is trying to figure out, should I, shouldn't I? I would say should you don't, because that's right where Fenerbahce are. Unless you want to pick a fight, then by all means, right? Be my guest, go out, light it up.
They could do, right? Oh, like the Wildcats are picking a fight. Here we go, and it's not going to go. How did Oiku get across that? That's interesting. But Shanks does go down there, so that's going to be one on the side of S2G. Good Molotov, trying to cram them into a room, trying to get some of this room for themselves and control the maneuverability of S2G here. But these nades could be their ticket out. Nice little shot, doesn't do any damage though. Sneaks around the corner. Lucy's up next. Oh, and she gets it. Melzy goes on down. That car is doing something. And Oriku on the outside trying her best to do something. Goat is in the background, though. They could play a mean third party to this.
Yeah, they could, but I think Oiko made the best call that they could at this point, just getting the heck out of there. And now it's going to be Fenerbahce left to kind of contest with Goat, as we did see them just rolling up. It's like that vehicle that started to bounce, just knew that something was about to happen. I think that was a warning sign. Must have been. But we can see a few more teams finding a bit of difficulty. I said Fenerbahce, but I actually meant the Wildcats. Fenerbahce, they were also getting down to business, as we can see them now claiming their third elimination, just helping a few teams back into the lobby, doing the sensible thing, right? Very respectable. I like that. But yeah, they have an opportunity to just catch a bit of a breath here. We can't say the same about Bonfire, because they are still traveling towards the zone. But again, it's no surprise, because that's what Bonfire does.
It's the truth. It's the truth. It's what they do every single time. But you know what? They can do it. They've got 4 eliminations on their side, and the zone is about to pop up. Where are we going to go? Ooh, and the hard shift makes it that S2G and the Wildcats, and even that Goat player, Yagi, is kind of, that entire fight's kind of null and void, because the zone's not gone that direction. It's moved over to the eastern side. going over down towards shooting range. So RA in a good position here. They're able to just move slightly into zone, and talk about good positions. OOC in a great position to gatekeep Fenerbahce.
Yeah, great setup that they have right there. Already Maya is going to be jumping at the opportunity, spots Licious and drops Licious. That was almost delicious, as you see Rose coming through with a nice bit of a contribution there, but it is going to be a quick response there, as Fenerbahce will defend their position. Not going to let any sneaky shots make its way on in. So quick repair coming through. And now OOC. A very spread out play here. It is going to be Bezumi all the way up in zone, at least securing the compound for the time being. But will we see the rest of the team decide to fall back and regroup? I mean, there could still be quite a bit of an opportunity here.
It could be indeed, but those opportunities are dwindling for R8. Look at the board. They've got 2 down at the moment, up against, I believe, AOR, up to that northern side. They finally have clashed, and R8 are playing for that position. They're playing for that end zone. So if they go out or even down to 2 now, it is going to throw a spanner in the works for them. So we'll keep an eye on how that's going. Hopeful does go down there. That's AOR's first point of the match. 14 teams still here, still alive though. And Fenerbahce, I'm not sure how Fenerbahce get out of this one, to be honest. I mean, I'm not sure they really have those vehicles, and OOC has such a spread across this zone that, you know, even though Irelia is trying to do something here, I think everybody, OOC, all have sightlines on this entire side.
Yeah, but knowing Fenerbahce, we're going to pan away like we did just now, and the next moment we'll look back and Fenerbahce is in zone. True. How did they do that? Magic, right? That's how they did it. But in the meanwhile, Fenerbahce have another problem. S2G is moving in behind them as well, right? Following the line of buildings towards this point right here. So there could be an interesting play at hand. But Fenerbahce, they're not going to miss out on any opportunities as they do spot the play there. So 1 play down, helping to alleviate a little bit of the pressure now as we look over on toward Yagi. Yagi's got this whole position essentially for herself, right? Nobody over there. You have some cars and things and whatnots, but that's about it, right? We do have Galatasaray a little bit further on towards the eastern side, so you got to watch out because they're looking essentially right at Yagi.
Yeah, they are. It makes it very difficult for Yagi to do anything. I think she could probably sneak over into Ruins, right? Go right up over Everest and back behind into that Ruins area and just sneak through the water as a solo, but that is going to be difficult, particularly when the Wildcats are moving up right behind her. I think they've just taken a right turn over towards Everest, but still, there is going to be something going on over there, and AOR have taken control of what was R8's. I mean, R8 just down to a duo in a small area in this shack. And they're going to just hold on out there. TPES as well, looking in a really strong position.
Oh, but this way Fenerbahce needs to watch it. You're talking about Galatasaray just shooting at the tires. Well, they're going a little bit further than that now. They've spotted players as well. So yeah, Fenerbahce needs to be very, very cautious. I mean, Fenerbahce is right behind the camera, right behind the view that we are looking at here by Galatasaray. So they're right on the edge of the blue over on the western side. So yeah, Galatasaray, they've got the line of sight that they need to just be an absolute menace at this point. S2G also going to be continuing on with their play as they've got, well, one half of their team, I'd say, down on towards the side there of R8, and that is not the spot that you want to be in. The rest of the team further up towards the north as they continue to look to play for a bit of that peace and tranquility, at least for the time being. But now it's going to be go time because everybody is going to look to just move in towards the zone, right? The Red Tiam coming in from the eastern side. Fenerbahce, OOC, S2G, AOR, everybody else are on towards the west and the south.
Yeah, it's about to get very, very busy. Lighter as well made good use of the distractions going on everywhere else to actually move across the bridge behind Galatasaray, and now they occupy that southern side. They're not in zone yet. Zeus aren't either, who are right next to them, but still, they have a good portion and a good entrance into zone if they're quick, because Galatasaray now looking to chase Fenerbahce into zone and spread out as well over that southern side. So they're going to have to be very, very careful here. On the side of Fenerbahce, you do see OOC being able to knock one, so Fenerbahce are going to be up as 3. I think there's no way they're going to be able to get that knock, except, wait, I think she might be in a vehicle here, but maybe not for long, as now Galatasaray able to take some shots over onto Barbie and her car.
Oh, yeah, this is not going to be good, though. Barbie can only survive so long, and the shots making some meaningful connections as Lina reaches in from atop the hill. No, they were on the south side of zone, even further away than Galatasaray, but they had that off angle to kind of just poke in onto the sides. And AOR actually will be the team to finish it up as Barbie gets picked up down. That is Hilal, though, now feeling a little bit of their own medicine as Iglina just locks on in and sends the lead over.
Goodness me, yeah, Galatasaray just kind of chilling with this one. There's no need for them to go all out here, and you kind of do see that, right? They're playing this quite, they're always being in zone. They're not being passive, but they are not being the powerhouse that we have seen certainly in day one. So they're taking this in their stride. They're kind of just chilling, having a little bit of fun with this game. One elimination on the board. They are going to get this res back up, but OOC are looking straight at them. If they would just turn around, they would be looking straight at them. And a battle of the solos up into the north side. Everybody away from everybody else, right? It looks like we might even have 3 solos. Yes, it is GOAT, it's IWNRX, and it is who was that? Yeah, Bonfire as well, all looking at each other on that north side. But back down to where the chaos really is. Galatasaray still outside of zone as that zone shifts up.
Yeah, speaking about shifts, STG shifted right into the side there of Venezia. You can see the engagements and the altercations coming through onto that far eastern side. But you said the south is still quite tough, and that's exactly what we have. At least here for the side of OOC, you have quite a long way to go to get themselves back into safety. But now they're going the opposite direction. They decided, you know what? Let's go have it. We're going to rush straight up onto Galatasaray to see if we can send them out. Oh, but instead, OOC might be in a little bit of trouble here. As you can see, Kazumi quickly just trying to recover a little bit of the basing. But now, this is that play, right? Galatasaray, yes, they have gone down. But in OOC doing this, they've actually now just kind of made themselves the target for all the teams in the vicinity.
They have. They really, really have. And R8, you saw them taking advantage of that. S2G taking advantage of Yagi's, pointing at the other solo there. So Bonfire does manage to get out of that one alive. And now R8 looking a little worse for wear against Fenerbahce. This team does not back down. I mean, look at Fenerbahce. They have a solo. One is knocked. One is still up, and they're still going for those eliminations. They do not go out without a fight, and the Wildcats now are the next to fall with only 1 elimination.
Well, a lot of these teams seem to be absolutely relentless. Now, OOC Dreamcore, they've been able to get themselves somewhat back into contention here, but you still got to watch out. Yeah, XQ comes through with the executations on the edge there, and with that, R8 Sapphire also make their way back into the lobby, down to only 8 teams. I mean, this is where we'll see those numbers now really start to crumble and to start tanking.
We will indeed, and that zone is not giving them any respite. It keeps shifting away from all these teams that are just trying to climb into zone and any edge they can. And Melina doing massive work there. Great nade over there to get 3 eliminations. And Lighter, again, one of those teams that have been making moves, but not waves, right? Only 3 points on the board for them so far, but now they're into those placement points as well. And as the zones get closer, this is where they can start making their mark. AOR, in the meantime, up to 7 eliminations. A really, really good show for them in this final game.
Yeah, definitely a very respectable play coming through on that end. But look at the quick reactions here from Lida. It's like, no. And then the shots just continue to try Gillivai with a very quick and swift play here. But there's going to be an absolute mess with regards to those vehicles. As Lida closed it up, that is AOR getting rammed back into the lobby. S2G also going to be capitalizing on a little bit of that carnage as they also start to move upwards. You can see Seren just looking for a little bit of a viable position over on the edge. The Red Tiam still in the mix. And this is where things could get quite interesting because teams now know, right? This is it. This is the final push, the final stand. Let's make it count.
Yes, indeed. Top 5 are here. Lighter, Tiam, Mel's Nova. Mel's Nova? How did she get in here? XQ survived from the initial fight all the way in Yasnaya, what seems like years ago, and here she is in the top 5 coming through here. TPES have a full squad still in these final matches, being able to do a lot of work here, and of course S2G as that solo just hanging on there as well. So a very, very even space, I think, for these teams. A 2v3, v1, v4, v1. I mean, TPS obviously have that advantage, but they're not in zone right now. In fact, Red Tiam, with their 3 players up, are the only ones properly in zone here.
Well, let's see. Can they lock it down? Right, Red Tiam, good position to work off of. But again, the terrain proving to be a little bit more challenging. Still got to watch out for what TPS could bring as they crest that hill, right? Because they're the only squad with a 4P, so they have the slight numbers advantage, but are they going to have the strategical advantage, right? That is going to be the key to claim that winner chicken dinner. Seren is going to try and outlast the efforts and the aggression coming through there from Lida. So much so that they do find the response, but then rather than get picked that up, Frisia with a quick follow through. That is going to be Lida now up onto 6 eliminations. You said XQ is being absolutely relentless, still managing to survive. Cupcake spots her down. She goes. Goodbye, good night. As Mel's Nova will have to settle for those 3 eliminations and, of course, the placement points that come with 4th place. Now, TPS and Red Tiam are going to be focusing all the efforts in on each other.
They are indeed, and we're down to the final 2, and it's just a 2v4 at this point. Catfanes is not going to be able to stay alive to the end of the game here. Semina does go down, though. A nice quick trade coming over here, but that's going to be a 3rd now. It's a 1v3, and TPES have every advantage offered to them here. That's going to be a try, but it's going to be a fail as TPES come in guns blazing from start to finish to get the final win of this season.
Yep, well done, well played. What a way to close it off. I mean, we've looked at a plethora of matches, right? The teams have played so much all the way from week number 1, but they played even more before that, right, in the qualifiers. So many games that these teams have just continued to keep that pacing going, and what a phenomenal way to close it all out, right? The final game coming through. I mean, Galatasaray also, trying a few things there, having a bit of fun out on the battlefield, because why not, right? If they go down early, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. They don't necessarily need points at this stage. So I think all the other teams that really had to put focus in on securing points, they did exactly that coming into this last match, and that's why we had such a competitive game coming in here.
We did. We really did, and it is... It's going to be interesting to see that leaderboard. It's been a lot of stuff going on, hasn't it? It's been a lot of things all at once, many points. It's hard to keep track of, which is why we have a leaderboard. But I want to see how Tiam were able to end up converting from points to leaderboard placement, right? Because they were in with a real chance at getting much higher than they were. They brought in a decent result here. 2nd place and 6-9 eliminations, something like that. So something that we really want to watch out for, but it is really nice for TPES to get that final win with 9 eliminations as well, and not that much damage taken, right? I think that's a testament to both what they were able to take without receiving, and also their strategy of kind of playing edge and being on the edge a little bit more, where they were able to take some of these teams out without really being seen themselves.
Yeah, and I mean that's kind of the play that you need to try and make. And speaking about taking teams out without getting seen, that's exactly what Aura did here from S to G, 321 meters away. So a nice little bit of a reach, getting poked out there. Again, a fairly decent usage of the utilities, but it makes sense looking at how excessively the smokes and grenades were used, especially moving into these last few stages. Right, when the zone is tough, the utility usage goes up quite a bit. But again, the health is respectable. It's not too high. It shows the just pure pacing that we had coming through. And speaking about pacing, of course, a big pace has been brought up here by Jedivaya, coming through with those 4 eliminations and nearly 600 damage.
Yeah, very nice run for her as well. MVP to end off the evening. She was number 3 in our player focus before this game as well. This will have solidified her position as well as that. But AOR continued to do some really good work. Did they get top 5? No, they haven't really all evening, but they continue to really put those points in. 8 eliminations for this game, so a really, really good job from them. But as we look at the match rankings, TPES going home with 19 points there. Tiam and Lighter both with 11 is a really, really good result.
Yep, that definitely is. And it's all going to boil down to what these last few points will mean for the teams, right? As we know, Lighter came into the match that at second. So it just strengthens their overall positioning with that. We know OOC was right behind them, trailing by 13 points. So the 3 points, I don't think is going to be too much of a bother. Retiam, though, 11 points. That is going to put them up a considerable bit with regards to points. But we'll have to see exactly what that final sheet brings on in.
Yes, we will, and I think I'm hearing in my ear we are going to be seeing our champions up on the board right now, and it is no surprise, it is Galatasaray coming in at that number 1 spot. Another win. They've defended their title successfully, DK. They are our champions for season 4.
Yeah, and a big congratulations going out to them. And of course, I mean, these girls are absolute beasts.
They are.
In the best possible way. And I stick to what I said. If I see them in the lobby, I'm leaving. I'm sorry, but like there's just no chance for me whatsoever. But looking at these points, a very respectable game has been put up by not only them but everyone in the lobby, right? Look at this. I mean, Lida finishing with those 2 chicken dinners. We got Bonfire coming in with 2 chickens. Wildcats with 1. R8 coming through with 2. But as we know, right, the prize pool only extends so far. So
Yes.
Retiam, they've managed to get themselves in the money, right?
Yes.
To get themselves a share of that prize pool. So an amazing job. Well done. But you got to give it out to these teams, right? We've been seeing such a roller coaster of games, right? Coming all the way from week 1. Like some teams step up, then another one steps up, and then everybody was just going absolutely crazy. But it's good to see the overall turnout, just how all of this has then come to a conclusion. I mean, I think some very well-deserved positions on these standings.
There are indeed, and OOC coming through in the top 3 in 3rd place with 0 wins is an incredible feat considering what kind of work they were being made to do by all these other teams, right? It's been a battle to even get as far as top 5, top 8 even. So OOC coming in with 0 wins under their belt, but 97 total points is insane. So a big GG's going over to them specifically. And yeah, it's very, very well played by all of these teams, right? I mean, they fought so hard to even get to finals. It's been a long road these last 3 weeks, and all of these teams have done themselves very, very proud. They've all played very, very well. I think it's more about what they were allowed to do versus what they could do.
Yeah, I mean they did what they could within what was available and capable to them at that point, right? But I think still some very respectable gameplay that was brought to the foreground here. Of course, we got to give it up to our top 3 performers across the finals: Tofida, Hilal, as well as Matesha. Some pretty dang impressive numbers that they've brought in for their respective teams. And of course, it extends beyond that, right? Because we've got not only 3 players, we've got a few more that have also brought in quite a few impressive plays. So yeah, I think this is it's worth saying that there was quite a bit of a play, quite a bit of an angle that we saw from all these ladies. I mean, We saw Milena as well from Lida also bring in quite a bit of performance. Maya, Rose, Alem, Purple, right?
Yes.
Several of these ladies, they just popped off. They were an absolute nuisance to the opposing players on the battlefield, but we love to see that.
We do. We really do. And it's been so nice to see such balance amongst these teams as well, right? No one player has been MVP more than twice, I don't think. Maybe Matesh has been 3 times in the finals. I'm not quite sure. I can't quite remember. But each of them have had their chance in the spotlight. I mean, Atlas doing a 1v4 against Galatasaray in that first game, and then Matesha coming back in with 27 elims total. It's been a big, wild ride here as you see our head-to-head of Tofita versus Matesha, right? And again, it's very, very similar.
Yeah. I mean, Matesha has brought in quite a bit of a contribution to the team, right? I mean, yes, putting things into perspective, Galatasaray, all their players in general performed quite heavily and aggressively, so it makes sense, right? But still, looking at Matesha, really good strategy coming in there. And of course, we can't forget about Jilavaya as well, right? Jilavaya got the MVP in the last match, also really contributing to the overall performance that we saw come through from the team. So I think some very respectable numbers being brought to show here by all these ladies, and I mean they can know with absolute certainty that if I see them in the lobby, I'm leaving. That's it, because I know I don't stand a chance. Right? That's just it. I just accept it for what it is. But yeah, I mean, a very respectable few games that we've had. The teams have been playing phenomenally, and I like the progression that we are seeing here coming through all the way from season 1 to season 2 to mid-season to season 3, all the way up into season 4. Things are sticking, right? These ladies are becoming scary.
Yes.
They're not becoming scary. They've been scary for a good long while now, but it's almost nightmare invoking, and I like it.
I think we all like it. We all love to see it. But DK, that is the end. We have our champions. We've gone through 3 weeks of PMEWL season 4. Massive congratulations to everybody who has played and made it to the finals. You all worked so hard. I cannot believe being in this kind of lobby, but it is time to end now. Thank you so much, DK, for being with me on this one. Thank you to you at home for watching, and we will see you in season number 5. Thank you so much, and have a great night. kind of heard those shots being fired over in the city, right? Because I almost want to say that TPS could try and gatekeep this, go up over to that area just below the A of Chumacera there, and try and do something with that third party or with that gatekeep position. I almost want to say they could do something like that, but I don't really know. Now, what we do know is that not noobs are fighting back and fighting back with a vengeance. However, it is only a solo left alive, and that first fight was good, but not good enough here. And RA are going to be able to get this full reset through, but with no medication and that zone starting to pack a bit of a punch considering the length of the just 1.9k meters they got to go. This is severely slowing them down.
Yeah, I think Kiss made a good call disengaging, rather prioritizing survivability over anything else. But now the problem comes is, doesn't Kiss have anything to work with? Any meds? Right? I don't think the answer is an astounding yes. So it's going to be a tough play, though, for the Not Noobs team to continue to play further into this game. R8, though, I think they stayed there a little bit too long, right? I think once the blue zone was close to them, seeing that they weren't all too successful with their initial plan, I would have thought that they disengage and go for a bit of a setup elsewhere with regards to that zone. But unfortunately for them, that's not quite how it panned out. But yeah, we did see a little bit of aggression coming through there from Galatasaray as well, finding Zeus along the way. But Zeus now have quite a few teams moving in, right? You've got OOC towards their southern side. We've got Ida even further south from that. We've got the players from Lida moving up to their north. So Zeus are getting encircled as the zone kind of shifts up ever so slightly, allowing for even more continuation of the aggression here.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for Zeus because they have good splits and they have good ideas and good rotations, but somehow they always seem to be in the middle of all these different teams, and normally it's the stronger teams as well, right? You see them losing one to Galatasaray, for instance. Now OOC is looming over top of them, and OOC have had a pretty good run here today, so it's not really a team you want to go up against in those early stages. You know that they're doing well, they're on a roll, they have that momentum. So not sure what Zeus need to do to change that or to tweak that a little bit so it's not always in the thick of it all the time, but we'll see how they can navigate it in this game alone. And the Wildcats, this is one that we want to see more from. I mean, we started to see it, right? We have that one win on the last Miramar. Can they make it a second one? That would be kind of awesome. They're looking quite good here with this split that they're maintaining in the vehicles. They're moving through this next zone, trying to find a position that suits them, as the zone is going to go over. I mean, it centers up, but it goes slightly north. So truck stop is still in the center, or not in the center. Truck stop is in the north of zone, obviously, but La Bandita is in the center. Impala is also in the center. And we're going to be moving away from Los Leones unless there's a hard check.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting one to see if anything will come through from that either, though. They're going to be just sending it up as they rush up onto the side here of Mel's Nova. Finds a bit of an opening, a bit of an angle. Are they going to be able to push all the way through to their finish? Oh, look at that, though. A nice response for Fireshine. Going through with a vehicle, trying to pull it up, but again, Fireshine is going to be the potential lone survivor for the team here, so not quite done with Mel's Nova. Going to find a way to kind of just approach this, and for the time being, that might be just looking to dip in behind the ridge lines, just get out of this very sticky situation.
My goodness me, yeah, that's unfortunate for Ida, but Mel's can't be too comfy either. Look at Goat there, just trying to zoom around and scout out a little bit, but looks like she might just pass on that one. Fireshine might not pass, though. Nice little shots coming through there very, very quickly, but I think there was a little bit of a response from somebody else, and she's thought the better of it. She is going to go elsewhere and just try and heal up here. Mel's does take out her player, just finish that up, so 2 eliminations, not too bad, but being a solo this early in the game, oh, that's a tough one.
Yeah, it's not necessarily what you would have wanted. I don't think that's necessarily what anybody plans for. But, sometimes that's just the cards that you are dealt. But as we've seen from Fireshine, she's capable of quite a few things. So I'm curious as to what her next decision will be. R8, they've also just joined us, making it up out of the blue, coming in on that far southern side. And I think they are the most southern team that we currently have moving their way in. Guess also from Not Noobs has made it all the way up on towards the north. But yeah, gotta be a little bit careful. So we got a few solos scattered throughout this map. Teams will definitely have to keep an eye on that. But I like this play here for the Wildcats. They found a bit of an angle onto the side here of Galatasaray. It is still quite a bit of a distance, so not necessarily expecting all the shots to make perfect connections, but I think it's a good play here for the Wildcats just to try and reduce their health bars and, of course, those meds coming through on the side of Galatasaray.
Oh, but Goat decided to full send here. Nice little split coming in from them. Over onto the duo of Mel's Nova. Mel's need a really good game here. They've had a good night so far, but they'd really like to cement that with an outstanding performance here. But Goat might make that very difficult for them. Yes, they have 3 eliminations, but there's only 2 of them left outstanding. If they can get to a top 5, they can still get that win, right? A duo, we've seen them win the games before, but they cannot if Goat decide to take them out, and it certainly looks that way, that Goat are definitely intending on making them their next 2 eliminations.
Let's see if it will come through. I like the fact that we have more and more teams now just starting to converge. Goat, yep, there goes the play. It is going to be quite the bit of a dent dealt into the side of Mel's. But where will they take this fight next? Because they got quite a few teams towards their north, right? Quite a few options, and they still have D1. Yes, holding on for bare life, but absolutely getting encircled. Goat, Invicta, absolutely relentless. As we do say goodbye to our first team for this match. The zone, of course, has taken a slight shift up back towards the north, again towards La Bendita.
I love La Bendita. It's such a fun place to play, and we rarely see it in esports, so I'm very happy that it's coming over here. I was going to mention before that zone shift that Fenerbahce, one of the few teams that were an outlier compared to the rest that all went for that central position, and it's paid off for them, right? They now have those cliffs of Minas Generalis. They're going to be able to get all of these teams that are moving in. Tiam going to be one of them, AOR, Lighter potentially, as well as S2G if they decide to move further in as well. So there's going to be a lot of chaos on the front side, or rather the south side, and Fenerbahce could be in an excellent position to take advantage of it.
Well, let's see how it plays. Fenerbahce could definitely look to do exactly that, but it's not going to be an easy task, right? Because we find them all the way up towards the north, kind of within a few compounds, so they might still be a little bit of something that could come through, and I'm expecting quite a few teams now to move in that general direction. But down south, it's still going to be a little bit of a hornet's nest here, as we've got quite a few players all vying for a spot, trying to get themselves situated up in towards zone. Wildcats could actually look to push onto the side there of the Bonfire squad, as they've been looking to continue that momentum they've been able to have throughout the prior games here today. So far, not a single elimination or any points to their name just yet, as we do move further and further through this third stage. But it does seem like a little bit of the congestion towards the southern side is now starting to slightly dissolve as the teams are committing to a more northern rotation.
And that's the safest play, right? The problem happens is when all of the teams go, this is going to be super busy, let's go north, but every single one of them does that, and so now you've got the exact same fight, but just on the north side instead. So they have to be careful of that, and R8 look to be trying to clear that crowd, thin through everybody there as they take some shots over, and the Wildcats as well see that Galatasaray is there and go, oh, never mind, let's go elsewhere. Over onto La Bandita, though, look, you got OOC, you've got, who is that? Oh, yeah, Zeus and Lighter as well, all in that area. So that could be a really interesting point of contention as well, because they're all still situated. They're there now. They've arrived, and now they can fight.
Yes. Let's see if they will be fighting. That'd be nice. I'm I'm curious as to what's going to come of that crater, right? Is anybody going to maybe look to occupy that eastern side of it? Because that's pretty much center zone, and it's a nice bit of elevation to try and play off of. Speaking about elevation, Hilal, going to try and get up onto the roof to elevate the angles here. And there's only one team, maybe two teams to really look at all the way from that position. Meanwhile, onto the edge of zone, Leora spots out a bit of that rotation now coming through, as it is going to be the players from R8 just trying to cram on up, finding themselves in a bit of a blockage, but they are going to try and do their best either through that or around it. What might not even be needed, as well, go decide to move on. There's still going to be a bit of that spray coming through from Galatasaray, and they're always going to be there just trying to do a little bit of something.
Yes, ooh! DK, that's an in the elimination feed. That's an I'm so happy. We have the Snip Snub in esports right now, and it's an as well. It's a bolt action over on Miramar. I want to see the distance of that first of all, but TPES do go out here in a fight with Tiam. So that's going to be Tiam up to 4 eliminations, just like that. Oiku does go down there. Hisiko snatching up her first elimination on the board here. Their fourth for R8 and Tiam and AOR now. AOR, the queens of third party, they do this time and time again, and now Tiam have to back out of this because they are just a duo and they want to stay alive as long as possible.
Yep, they definitely want to try and do exactly that. Now comes the go time though here for R8. Does Gucci distress that heel spots Melcy. See if the rest of the Wildcats are going to allow for any of this to continue to be the play. Melcy now doubling back, trying to maybe come in behind Gucci and Mali. This could be a very sneaky play. Mali, though, does find the play up onto Elo. Oh, Mali continuing to just clear it up. But that is just one player now. It's Melcy, who also gets caught, and down they go. It's going to be the Istanbul Wildcats next. Roya making their way back to the lobby. At least, though, they found a point, right? So they're not going back empty-handed.
No, they're not going back empty-handed at all. And so far, DK, all the teams that have gone out have at least 1 point. So that's really nice to see from them as well. Oh, Galatasaray getting caught in a very rare low ground moment, right? S2G able to nade down onto them, and this is going to be that push for a very vital compound inside of zone. I can see why Galatasaray want it, but this group up down the valley here is not the best look for them, and those nades are being a testament to that.
Well, let's see if those nades are going to make the necessary connections. S2G, though, trying to find a little bit of a spread, right? They don't want to all get huddled up to one particular point. Can't say the same here for Galatasaray, as they got themselves down on that slight bit of a dip. It makes it quite easy for those grenades to just bounce their way on in. But it doesn't seem like S2G are overly committed to getting all too aggressive just yet, right? They are giving the Galatasaray a little bit of breathing room, right? There's a chance for them to get that quick reset to come on in as the shots continue to fly on through. Yeah, Galatasaray has brought their player back up on their feet, and this could maybe come back to bite S2G, as they've now kind of provoked the bear just hiding on the other side of the ridge. But there's another full send that's going to be coming through here from the side of Bonfire.
This could be interesting. Thankfully for S2G, actually, it looks like Bonfire is being taken out by Galatasaray and OOC here. So that stopped that side, right? So now S2G can really look towards Galatasaray. Again, like you said, I am surprised that they allowed them that full reset. A couple more nades would have done the trick while they were distracted by Bonfire for a bit there. But actually now we're looking at S2G really holding them off quite well. They're not able to get that footing that they so desperately need, right? For Galatasaray to win something, they need to be able to push in, and without that foothold, it's being very difficult for them.
Yeah, it is quite difficult indeed. But let's see if this one is going to maybe come out with a bit of a different outcome here. Galatasaray also, I'm actually quite surprised that they didn't just go to town onto S2G here. And the blue is going to come shifting up pretty soon as well, so they're going to have to conclude at least a little bit of something. Bonfire as well as OOC still going to be keeping a nice tight position But I'm looking towards OOC to really try and capitalize off of these three teams below them because they have that elevation up towards the edge of the crater. Yes, the zone has moved up towards the north, but OOC can just ride that bridge back into safety. So I think they have quite a bit of an advantage here. I'm actually surprised that they've not necessarily jumped at the opportunity. Speaking about opportunities, GOAT, they got to look to risk it as well, right? They want a little piece of that biscuit as they now take their push up towards zone, and they might come in right alongside Kiss there from Not Noobs.
It might indeed, and Bonfire trying to do the exact same thing as I think everybody's doing now. The zone is in. It's too late to wait now, and R8 do go out. 7 eliminations, but they still go out early, right? OOC in full control of that ridge. Goat as well, stopping Galatasaray. And as much as Galatasaray try, they're just not able to move forward whichever direction they want to go. As S2G now, it's their turn to be taken out by OOC. OOC up to 4 eliminations now. This is where things start to rack up the points, and this zone now starting to hurt pretty badly. Those nades, or rather those meds, need to get going, and they need to get inside zone, because now that zone has moved off the high ground entirely. I doubt, DK, we're going to see many actually enter.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you on that. It's going to be a pretty tough run, especially looking at that shift, but I think this is where the edge of the crater is still going to be the prime position to try and play for, because there's no compounds within that zone that we can really see. So it's all going to be down to positioning, and then some positioning alongside that as well. So yeah, the pressure is on, but who can climb up and rise up and claim their stakes here? I'm surprised that Kiss is still alive for Not Noobs, right? Just some phenomenal survivability coming through on that end. Galatasaray still looking to do quite a bit of work over towards the edge here. OOC looking to pressure them. I like this play, but you got to watch out. Lider, they are going to be quite relentless in their own efforts. We can see them approaching from that more western edge. Everybody trying to just play for that optimal angle here. We do say goodbye to Leora, as Goat is going to be feeling quite a bit of the pressure down to a solo, and yet they will still try and hold on as best they can. We have it. Yeah.
My thing froze. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, you gotta put it on. How can it freeze if we're in the desert, right? It doesn't make sense. I guess it maybe does. But either which way, here we go. Fenerbahce is still in it. Oh, and out they go. A very quick response coming through as ALR just reaches in. That is going to be the end for Kiss as well. Goat following hard on their heels, and we went from a few teams down to only 3. It's going to be Lida, Tiam, and AOR still in it, but who will win it? We don't know. That zone is absolutely tiny, as you can see. Red Tiam, they've got Kuwai, and one more player left. That's going to be Hannah. So the formidable duo now left to try and hold on. AOR already quite battered and bruised, but can Kitty make that one work? The fire is not going to help it whatsoever, and out goes AOR. They're down to the final 2. It is a full squad of Lida up against a potential solo here from Red Tiam.
Oh, and they both so desperately need this win, right? They both need the points. They both have some good points here, but it is just down to Kawhi to do something for her team. But Lighter are surrounding her, cannot do much more than that. And Lighter will be taking this Miramar, the 4th game of day 2 in style. A very nice, strong performance coming in from them.
Yeah, it was about time for Lighter to step up, right? They've only been able to find 10 points prior. Yeah. So, yeah, this is going to bode quite well for them. It's, of course, going to look quite comfortable alongside the 44 points that they've already been able to secure in all the previous matches. So, it's about time that they continue to kind of stoke that fire. And, I mean, yeah, I'm not surprised at all, because, as we know, they showed their capabilities coming through week 1, week 2. Now, moving into the finals, they keep that, keep the stakes pretty high.
Yeah, they do. It's a really, really nice job from them to continue that momentum forward, to make sure they don't go too far down those leaderboards, even if they are having a bit of a rough day. It's certainly not been the day that we've seen in the past, but it's definitely not a bad day at all. You know, you can't always go all out all the time, and it's been a really consistent day from them. We keep seeing them in those final circles. We keep seeing them have a couple of points here and there, and this time they're able to bring all of that together into one win. That's pretty big.
Yeah, that's going to be quite big, but we'll see just how big, in fact, it will be as we move on in here. It's going to be 6 eliminations in total for the side here of Lida Esports. We did see, of course, their player get the MVP in the previous match, I believe it was, right? Game number 2. So, yeah, good follow through that we have right here coming full circle. But now the big question is, will they have the MVP award yet again? And of course, only taking 657 damage is going to look quite nice there for them. But it's going to be good though, that will be securing the longest hit. And again, some heavy utility usage coming through here.
Yes, indeed, and more healing than we're used to seeing as well, right? There was a lot of players still out in that blue zone throughout the stages as well. So we will see what happens there in their angle. I wonder if it's going to go up or down. We'll see how that zone ends up going. But yeah, 271 meters, longest distance elimination, Lena 6. I didn't actually see who had the so I don't know if that's her with that, but we will see. And oh, it's Kawhi, MVP of the match. Last player standing there for her team at the end there. 4 eliminations, 2 assists, and 1,000 damage. Ding, ding, ding. Bell of 1,000 damage going over to her for this game.
Yeah, well done, well played. I mean, it was about time for Etiam to step it up, and they stepped up quite a bit, right? This last match looking pretty good for them. Of course, they've already been able to secure themselves 20 points so far for the day. And I think day 2 is definitely the day for comebacks, right? Because we've seen quite a few teams that were in much need of points doing exactly that, right? Accomplishing their goals here for the day. And I'm curious to see how they're going to look to continue with that flow, right? Will we see that be the situation all the way up onto the very last match? But to close this game off, though, yeah, you can't fault what Kawhi has done on this one. 4 eliminations and those 2 assists. That is definitely going to help the team quite a bit as they now pull up onto 15 points. 1 point behind Lida Esports with that glorious winner with a chicken dinner. But of course, the boys continue to move further down, right? We've got AOR on 9, we've got GOAT on 9, we've got OOC and RA coming through with 7 points respectively.
What I love here is that I think this is probably the first game, possibly, certainly of the day, that we're seeing no teams with 0 points. Everybody got at least 1 point, where that's a really, really nice thing to see, that everybody's trying to get those points, everybody's succeeding in getting those points. You know, it's not going great, but it's not going wrong, right? You get those points, and points are points, as we keep saying. IWNRX, that 1 point game, not going to worry them too much, right? They're in second place. Zeus, however, they're going to feel that 1 point a little bit more, and this game is going to mean that much more to them. Again, it's a team that keep doing the right things, but unable to convert that into points, so something needs tweaking there. But going back over to that left side, we're seeing a lot of very small gaps.
Yeah, I mean, the gaps are definitely starting to close on up. The difference between first and second was 34 points. It's now 33. Slight little bit of an increase there, but R8, they've hopped all the way from 4th place up into 3rd place, right? So this last game doing quite well there for them. Bonfire, yes. Bonfire as a result, getting moved down. But of course, our dynamic duo plus 2, right?
That's 4.
Yeah. Well, that's the best way that I could say 4, right? Without saying 4. The 4 ladies here from Galatasaray still holding nice and steady. There's another one just over onto the further right side, just off screen. You just can't see her, but she's there.
I see.
And Galatasaray, they've just been keeping that consistency going. Earlier, we did see Purple from Bonfire getting pretty close to, stepping up into the player focus. But yeah, it's tough, right? Galatasaray, they're not making it easy. So they did quite a bit of work on day 1, and now day 2, they can just continue to kind of keep, just adding a little bit of wood to the fire.
Right, because they've done enough. They did enough in that first day to cruise through day 2. So we'll see how that goes for them in the last match of this evening. It is going to be a wrangle, but first, we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Back, everybody. Here we go. It is the final game of day 2. We are about to hop into Erangel. Almost got it right. I almost got an opening right. Gosh darn it. Maybe next time. Maybe tomorrow. But we are going to be hopping into Erangel. Don't leave me. Don't leave me alone. Okay, we're good. We're good here. We're going to go into Erangel, and we're going to see a lot of things that will distract you from the mess that is me right now. We're going to be moving into our final game, and this is where it really heats up, DK, right? This is where we start to see those teams really start to go bit by bit towards the finish line, and those points are really starting to matter now.
Yeah, points matter, as they always do. So it's going to be interesting to see how the teams get the point situation going. We still see a steady increase with regards to the overall points that the teams have been able to secure so far here today. Right, R8 to all the way up onto 46 points. We got the Wildcats on 44. We got Red Tiam on 35. OOC and Lider on in excess of 25 points each. So yeah, things are looking good, right? The teams are definitely trying to climb it up. But what I like especially is the fact that Lider, right, this last game that we saw from them, it's done amazing things for them with regards to just the overall points that they've had for the day. Yes, it didn't change their position on the rankings. They were in 7th, and they were still in 7th, but they've just solidified their position, right? They're only trailing by 1 point behind OOC right now. So that's great. And it's funny because they also trailing by 3 points behind OOC for the day in general. So, the consistency is there. But now it's all going to boil down to this final match. And I'm curious as to where all the teams are going to be looking to go, and as well as what that zone is going to be doing, because the last few zones that we've seen have all moved up towards the north. So luckily, it does seem like the flight path is maybe going to change that, as we could maybe go down to Quarry or Pmewl, or over towards Prison and Shelter, or even all the way down to that southern island.
We could indeed, and only time will tell here. Let's see. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, there we go. We are going to be going over to Shelter and Prison. That is still inside of zone, but we are centering up more around that hillside between Rosshawk, Yasnaya, and Shelter. So that's a really nice little central position to have there if you're one of these teams. I do want to point out, though, we are seeing a little bit of a different drop location for a couple of the teams as well, though. You've got AOR onto that western side. We haven't seen them there in a long while. And Not Noobs actually going up to Stalber instead, going for that northern positioning. So a nice little shift of drop spots coming through here, and Fenerbahce not liking this at all. One does go down to Tiam here, as you saw them on that map, just getting a little bit too close for comfort to a lot of teams over there.
Yeah, so I was just quite distracted by Liot's character here. I'm trying to figure out where all that hair went. I've heard of buns before, but I mean, like, if that helmet comes off, the hair is like, it looks like wings, right? So how do you fold all of that up under a small little helmet like that? Doesn't make sense.
I cannot imagine.
Game physics, right? It's amazing. Anything is possible. So, yeah, you were talking about the hits that were coming through at the expense of Fenerbahce there, of course, going onto the side of Red Tiam. I think it's a good start. A little bit of an altercation in the early phases of the game. But unfortunately, it does seem like there's not going to be too much of that continuation of aggression just yet, right? The rest of Red Tiam are all up here, up in Yasnaya, Polyana, and they're going to have to share with Pmewl Nova as well as Ida Esports just off in the distance. But, I mean, looking at what we've had so far happening for Ida Esports and Pmewl Nova today, I think this would be a good opportunity for Ida Esports to step it up, right? To just have a bit of fun and get more points, because they've been able to gain 13 points so far total points. They are leading by 38 points ahead of second place. Right, so if they get 13 points or if they get 5 points today, it doesn't really matter. They have quite a bit of a lead. So it's going to be up to the rest of the squads now to play that catch-up game. And I like the fact that the Wildcats have put in quite a bit of effort so far today to do exactly that. Them, and of course, R8, as we've seen. Bonfire, yeah, they've not had the same kind of day as they had yesterday, which is surprising. But they've still been, consistently securing those points. Not necessarily being all too aggressive. Only 7 eliminations for the day so far. So it's interesting to look at all these numbers and how they all just break down.
It is very interesting when you think of that, you put those numbers into perspective of Bonfire constantly being way outside of the zone, right? And always opting for that late rotation coming into zone. It's always zone 3, zone 4 before we even see them out of the blue, let alone in a fight, right? So they are getting those small placement points, but the momentum and the force behind that has been lacking tonight. Here we might see a different outcome for them, though. They are in the center of zone this time. There's no way that they're going to be out in the blue for a long time unless they purposefully put themselves in the blue zone. So this might actually work out better. Maybe for this last game, they've decided to go kind of all out here. This zone is allowing them to actually put that into practice, and they'll be able to get a good point game to end the night.
Yeah, I mean that could definitely be the case here. Right, we'll find out whether or not that is going to unfold. And fortunately, we still have a decent chunk of time to see how all of this plays out. So, interesting positions and angles that we have across the board. As I like the bit of a convergence that we have in towards center zone. OOC are heading in. R8 are heading in. Zeus already there. Bonfire, relatively close. We've got Atlas, who we saw being quite aggressive yesterday. Set up quite nicely, quite close towards that shelter angle. I think Atlas might actually be inside a shelter as opposed to, above on the surface, but we'll find out in due course exactly what's going to be happening. But it does seem like we've got a mass migration. The big exodus out of Yasnaya Polyana. Everybody is like, leave, right? We've got loot, and let's get going. And there's only one team left, and that is Red Tiam. They are still in Yasnaya. Everybody else is left.
Wow, they really have, haven't they? There's just, as you said, been a mass exodus out of there, all flooding the hills and the fields of Yasnaya there. Go and TPES, the only teams outside of the zone right now, and TPES still in Zarki. They've gone for a very long rotation into zone here, and they're not starting just yet. So we'll see what they do. Go as well should have a fairly good entrance into the zone on that south cliff or south coast side as well. So let's see what happens there with them. But yeah, you're right. The majority of these teams are all pushing for the center. We're going to be seeing quite a few clashes now because it's very open in that area of the map.
Yeah, Potato Hill, surprisingly empty. Galatasaray are going to be happy with that, right? They can just knock themselves about and see what they can do. Very sparkly skins that we've got right here, looking interesting. I'm not quite sure if Max would be jealous of those sparkly skins, but sure.
Probably.
Right? He's always like, oh, look at the car skins, look at the car skins.
He's a sparkly guy.
I mean, yeah, and it's a Bentley, right? Why not? Zooming in on the name so we can see the undercarriage there. Thank you so much, Zeros. But in the meanwhile, we're going to hop back over onto Not Noobs, who are also on the bandwagon of Let's Play for Center Zone, right? Getting pretty close towards that. You know, it would be hilarious if the zone took a hard shift, like, I don't know, to Lipovka or Malta Power, maybe over to Pachinki, somewhere that's like just way out there and just completely outside of where the teams thought the zone might potentially go. That'd be quite funny to see. I don't think the team's going to like that all that much, but, yeah, maybe.
Since when do we care what they want?
Yeah, we just have a bit of a sick sense of humor sometimes, I guess, right? But speaking about sick, though, look at this.
Whoa.
It's going to be R8 and Not Noobs having a bit of a stand down here as Not Noobs decide to move into the museum, right? Just going to appreciate a little bit of the art that we have inside, maybe.
Yes, indeed. indeed. Looking for some refined, tastes in amongst all the chaos of this zone and of these games coming in. They just want some peace and quiet for once. I personally would love if the.
I'm sure there's tea in there as well.
Oh, I could go for a cup of tea right now. Girls, invite me, please. I want a cup of tea in the museum. But what I was going to say is that I'd love to see, speaking of hard shifts, I'd love to see the zone actually go up towards TPS. Go straight hard shift to Rozhok. TPS only girls in zone, and watch the rest of them just fall apart because they're like, oh my god, what is this? We did this so perfectly. We have the perfect position in zone, and then you hard shift? I mean, that would be kind of fun, but I don't want to be too toxic, okay? We're not here for us. We're here for them, to showcase the amazing talents of these girls. And so to showcase that effectively, they have to have the correct zone. So hopefully all the teams get all the zones that they want. And we'll see how Not Noobs go forward with this one, because for them, they did go over to Museum, as you said, but they're not satisfied. They're looking up towards Shelter, and they actually want a bit more of that high ground position. So good for them. We'll see how that goes for them. I do want to bring to your attention, though, DK, AOR still have a split over by Milta Power and that entire area to the east of Milta. You do start to see them come in now, but still, they're still very much out there.
Yeah, I mean, and after all of that, Neb zoned out a little bit when the zone shift came through. It went over to the west, right? So, not an aggressive shift, but Potato Hill is pretty much smack dab center. Speaking about center, ooh, yes, indeed, Hannah has now centered up that scope onto the side of Fireshine. As Fireshine gets snuffed out, and that is Ida down to a two-piece. It's going to be Athena and Yildiz that are going to be looking to find the next bit of a safe haven. Maybe over to the east they could find exactly that, but they're going to have to contest against the side of TPES, maybe even Apartments, but that is where the Wildcats are lying in wait, right? They've engaged that stealth mode yet again, so curious to see how that one's going to play out as Pinky goes popping, sends it up into the side of R8, and Purple also just claiming a quick little bit of a sneaky elim right then and there. And it is absolute chaos, carnage, and mayhem down on towards the southern side of Zord.
Isn't it just? And God, that's what I up ahead have just these teams that probably are going to be limping in. Hang on, Lila using a horse? Using a horse as she comes through, and those teams are unable to pinpoint her down. So there we go. See that? There we go. Manages to get that vehicle onto the right side. Purple does, in fact, and now she's going to go straight for Kiss here. Does get the elimination. GG's, perfectly placed there. And now the rest of Not Noobs, they're going to have to find another way to do this, because you got this big, strong defense coming in from Bonfire here. We're starting to see this team inch towards a better placement.
Ooh, but that was an interesting play, though. I mean, Kiss getting Kiss with a vehicle, right? Not the kind of Kiss that I think Kiss was looking to get there, but like, hey, it works. But yeah, like, I also wanted to say when we saw that horse running and the player was, getting fired upon, and just decided to say, nay, we'll just continue to rush further forward. But yeah, Bonfire showing some decent aggression right here, trying to lock it up as they essentially put down their anchor, right? They're like, well, this is going to be us, at least for the time being, and see what the rest of the teams are going to look to do, as they also yet need to move on forward. S2G, though, all the way up on the far north. They got TPES not too far away from there, but I don't see TPES necessarily posing any immediate dangers, at least for the time being. AOR, they've kind of condensed that split. They still have Anissa all the way out towards Malta, but Anissa is going to be trying to climb back up the hill to join the rest of the team over in the lumberyard. Speaking about lumberyard, it is going to be S2G and TPES throwing some logs at each other. As you can see, the utilities now just sending it out all over the place, and these two teams now going to try and vie for this compound, and it could be quite a bit of a controlling position up towards the north of Zord.
Oh, absolutely could be. It's vital for both of these teams that they're the one that comes out on top here. And TPES were overrun a little bit. They're fighting back really nicely here. Lucy is down, and the rest of STG seem unable to make an actual push inward. They're just stuck on the outside here, and I think they might decide this is a little bit of a failed push. You do see Reese coming over to bandage up, get a little bit of that ground cover between them. But it does look like, I don't know, I kind of feel like this is going to be a retreat now. They're inching towards their vehicles. They're boosting up. They're going to be getting in their cars. And yeah, this is going to be a push away. They cannot continue this fight. They tried it and it did not work. So now, back to those buildings.
Yeah, I think it's a good call, but of course that rotation needs to go a little bit wider and a little bit south, because that's where the zone has gone, and that's what you call self-defense, right? As STG come flying into what was surrounding that building right then and there. But yeah, realistically, I want to see them take that southern play, trying to find the next approach to take moving in towards the zone, because we did see quite a bit of a shift in tactics here, right? We did have quite a few teams just trying to play for center zone in the previous phase. This one, they're all moving away from center, right? Mm-hmm. They're getting in their vehicles and they're moving back out to the edges, which is a very interesting shift in the approach here. Of course, quite a few teams still towards that southern side find themselves in pretty close proximity, so I'm curious as to how that is going to play out for the time being. And the Wildcats getting really close to Fenerbahce here, so you got to watch it. Fenerbahce could definitely throw a few spanners in the wheels.
They absolutely could. Here you go. That's going to be the first coming through there for them, and I kind of wanted Fenerbahce to actually make some noise towards them earlier than this, because now, by their silence, they've given Wildcats, they've given them an open into shelter. They've given them that space, whereas if they had shot at them a little bit earlier, they could have warded them off like they're doing exactly now to TPES, right? They're saying, "Oi, get out of here, go away, we don't want you, shoot." That's not happened with the Wildcats. Now the Wildcats have control of one of the positions of shelter and also that underground area as well. But what's happening in the elimination feed? DK, Bonfire, and S2G having an explosive, interaction. I would say. It looks like in the elimination feed we might lose a couple there as we look towards that zone and towards that those rotations coming through. Ida, the only player not in zone right now, and TPES might just have their comeuppance with OOC as well. But I will say, DK, the eliminations are not coming as quickly as we've seen in previous games.
Yeah, they're not coming in hot and fast, right? They just they're trickling in. But that's going to change pretty soon. Once we hit stage number 4, we're going to have some more action making its way in here. It's going to be Zuzu. I would guess that's how you said it previously. Mm-hmm. Just holding a nice little bit of a blending angle there next to the tree. Just trying to get a good assessment as to what OOC might be doing. But they can't hold that angle for too long because the S2G is moving right behind them. And of course, Fenerbahce is still going to be trying to do their thing up in towards that shelter angle. But as you've mentioned, Wildcats, they've already gained quite a bit of territory, so it is going to be difficult for Fenerbahce to regain a lot of that ground. And yeah, I think Zuzu here is playing with fire. With the S2G just over towards the edge here. Aura also just waiting in the vehicle. It could be quite a bit of a surprise up for grabs. We'll find out soon what is going to happen.
Oh, no.
But S2G, do they have a player AFK there? Is Aura there or still loading in, or what's happening?
There is no way. She's got this. She's moving now. Oh my goodness, the timing on that, DK. I cannot believe the timing. Oh my goodness me. Just as Zuzu gets inside there, does Aura go, "Oh, I'm here. Let's move forward and get on with the rest of the game." That's crazy timing coming through, but it works out in her favor there, and she's going to be able to just take a breather, be in the shelter, be in that shed, and wait for the next point to come across here as the zone has moved again. We're going to be going down to that south side. We're going directly onto farm, and I don't think 16 teams can survive any longer, DK. This is where we're starting to see a lot of numbers fly.
Yeah, numbers fly, players fly, vehicles fly. Anything and everything is going to start flying right about now. 1 players, all trying to cram into the little bit of ED space that they've got to work with here. It is going to be tough, and see who will be the toughest, right? Who will be able to survive? As you can see, those knocks now starting to light up in the VTBS. We've got the players there from Bonfire feeling the heat. They're just running this way and that. Zeus moving in alongside him. Purple scoping in from top of the hill, just poking in back up to the side of Zeus. It is absolute carnage. And of course, well, a few players still on the outskirts. Zone not necessarily getting involved in the fights just yet, but Bonfire trying to outlast, and it is going to be Atlas who will be falling. As now Bonfire hold on to a 2-piece. It's going to be Purple and Layla. They have a bit of an opportunity onto the side here of OOC. Ooh, that nade could be exactly that chance. Does find a bit of damage onto Mizumi. But now, what is the response going to be from OOC? Well, not much, it seems, as Mizumi gets zoomed up as the grenade connects it up. Amaya trying to quickly get themselves patched up. And, I mean, Bonfire just lighting it up all over the place.
They sure are, but they're getting lit up as well. Zeus finally making some moves here. You're seeing them in the background, taking out 1 or 2 of Bonfire here. So Purple is just that solo now, right? So now she's about to get pushed on up onto OOC. And again, the timing is crazy with this one. They timed that really, really well. Those are going to be probably some utilities coming in. She's trying to pressure them. They're trying to pressure her. Amaya is down here, and that's the response coming in from OOC. Will take her out eventually. There are 3 eliminations going over to Purple. That's going to be 6 for them total, but they aren't the first ones to go out. That is crazy that you can survive 20 minutes and still be in 16th place.
Yeah, and I mean, we did see the zone shifting quite aggressively down to farm, and it's continued to keep up with that trend. We do see the Wildcats also now falling to the pressures, to the sprays, and out they go in 15th place now. We've got 14 left to go. Still not a lot of space to work with as we are approaching the end of stage number 5. TBS are going to be the next one to take a ticket as they walk out of here with 3 eliminations up. You can see Lida Esports also just holding up nice and steady towards the center part of that zone, looking towards the north, right? There's no easy way to play through this. Not Noobs also still trying to find an approach that could maybe work out for them, but Narbache opting to do exactly the same. We've got 3 teams all still held over the edge, and in the next few seconds, things are going to get real tough.
I wouldn't want to be in this game, DK. I really wouldn't. I'm quite happy being up here, where just watching all of this, because this is slightly insane. Goat going out there, 1 elimination on the board. That's going to be them for this evening. Not Noobs have some work cut out for them, that's for sure. They have 2 on the board right now. They have 3 players left alive. They do have that advantage, right? I don't think Fenerbahce really know exactly where they are, so that could be good as well. But now, you're right, this exodus as the zone continues down off this hill. This is where OOC have to move in. This is where Zeus have to move in. This is where Tessadai have to move in if they've not already. A great spray coming in there from Milta, able to take out Barbie. And that's going to be the push they need to move on forward and get out of dodge as well. They're going to get that 1 elimination at least. Rose goes down now. Galatasaray starting to make some noise.
Yeah, it looks like someone spilled a bag of Skittles all across the zone. It's just colors all over the place. Look at this conversion. No, Zeus down to crying. Cries like, well, yeah, I'ma just sit in my car and wait and see what's gonna happen, because there's not much else that can be done, at least for the time being. I mean, Red Tiam also trying to hot blaze their way on in. It's Lighter just pumping vehicles all over the place. There goes even more. News gets swept under the rug. OOC, alright, Sapphire, everybody just holding on. And the numbers are tanking, as you can see. Vehicle hits coming through here. I mean, there's so much happening, the feed can't even keep up with what has already unfolded in this past few moments. But OOC managing to at least get a good bit of a foothold over on towards the edge of zone. Can't say the same here for S2G, as Aura still has quite a bit of a way to go to get back into safety. And of course, no surprise to see Galatasaray being an absolute menace, raining down chaos onto the rest of the lobby. And S2G could be the next ones to book their ticket out into the lobby.
I wouldn't be surprised if the furthest outside of zone right now with that really strong position on that roof that could pose some challenges. Maybe OOC will help them out a little bit here. Galatasaray I do lose one, but not the roof. That's the position that they want taken out here. Pmewl's Dino trying her best, does go out 2 eliminations and a 9th place finish. So that's going to be just outside of those placement points. And Amaya doing her best, Galatasaray doing their best, S2G just trying to survive a little while longer. This is going to be a good regroup here from Galatasaray, though. A nice little regroup onto this higher building inside of zone with their teammate. S2G do go out eventually. Cat Veins goes down for the 3rd time, as does Taiga. And that's Red Tian Blossom out in 7th place, but with 3 eliminations.
Yes, they're going to look quite good for them. Ida are going to be the next one, but they go out with a bag of donuts with regards to those elims. But we've got only 4 teams left. Galatasaray looking pretty strong here. They got 3 players up, but if we look over to Lida, they still have the full squad available. So that could definitely work in their favor. OOC also trying to hold on with the 2 Ps alongside AOR, but the pressure is going to be on. Amaya has been doing so much work in this match. It's really good to see. Kitty and the rest of AOR, though, going to have a pretty tough time getting back into safety. And even for OOC, it's going to be a tough run just moving back towards that zone. Does put them in quite a bit of a vulnerable position. AOR tried their best, but, well, it just wasn't on the cards for them. And now with Galatasaray and the players here from Leida that are going to be going at each other, that could definitely open up a beautiful opportunity for OOC Dreamcore.
It could indeed, but I'm loving what I'm seeing from Leida, right? We saw them win that last game. Now they're coming into their own here. They've got that momentum behind them. And here they are again, top 3, full squad. I don't know how many eliminations, but it's got to be a fair few to get this far. OOC with 5. And just that solo remaining. Oh, and she nades herself. An interesting turn of events that they must have seen, but perhaps don't really realize what's going on. But later, I don't think are going to make many moves towards that. They might be trying something, but again, it's just that little bit too far, right? But interesting. Just push back anything happening just a little while longer. Maya nearly not getting spotted, but there down she goes, and Carly just has eyes in the back of her head. That one. There she goes, getting that another elimination there. That's going to be her 2nd one. Galatasaray with 8 eliminations on the board right now, looking to close out the evening with a bang here to really solidify their position.
Yeah, and they're going to look to do it in style, right? And this is one of the first matches, actually, that we've got all the way to stage 9 even.
So, you're right.
Yeah. Yeah, bad respect going out to these ladies, just keeping that fire going. But I think this is a good play here for Leida Esports, right? Again, keeping up that consistency. They've been having a fairly decent day so far. We did see them get that winner chicken dinner in the previous match. So are they going to try and double down, go 2 for 2? Well, there's only one team that has a say in that, and that is going to be the side there of Galatasaray. But up they come, getting ready to kind of just end this game already as now. It is going to be Leida with quite a bit of damage dealt to them, but a quick response onto the zeros. Carly trying to ride the ridge, does find a bit of an opportunity.
GG.
The damage, but down they go. Galatasaray to reign supreme as they decided, you know what, it was fun, but we're going to take the chicken now.
Yeah, you know what, you've had 4 games. We're going to have a game, and I think that's so important. A big GG's going over to Galatasaray. It's important because it sets that tone for tomorrow. You know, they needed that. They might have needed that after a day of more of a passive sort of style of gameplay. They may have needed that win to just go, you know what, now we've got a win. We're back in business. We got to go again. We got to get that momentum going today so that we can go tomorrow as well. So just some mind game stuff going on there, I think, but a very, very good game going on. And DK doesn't agree with me, but I don't care, so I'm just going to continue with my point.
I don't think Galatasaray were ever out of business.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You said they're back in business.
Yeah, they're back in business figuratively. They were never out of it.
I don't think they ever decided like, nah, we're done. It's okay. But yes, just a nice little bit of a flex coming through there from Galatasaray.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be, it's quite a healthy thing for them because the other teams have had Galatasaray only had 13 points out of those 4 games.
Mm.
And now this last one, they're like, yeah, all right, let's just make 100% sure that nobody's going to catch us anytime soon.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, they come through with 12 eliminations, one more than they've been collecting in all the other prior matches here today. Of course, walking away with that 1800 damage and only taking 800 damage. So, yeah, a very, very comfortable and confident showing coming through from the side of Galatasaray.
Very much so indeed. Yeah, they really said, you know, y'all came close, but that's close enough. You just stay over there, please. We're gonna keep this gap to ourselves, and that's going to be a fair gap as well, considering that the Wildcats went out very early on, right? So that gap is going to close, but not really. I think they've really widened that gap with this last game, but 323 meters is a pretty gappy distance elimination. That's very long indeed, and Purple's going to be the one to do it. Bonfire did step up in this last game. We saw some good stuff from them, and we're going to continue to see that through until tomorrow, I'm pretty sure, because this step up here means a step up tomorrow as well.
Yeah, and Tofita is going to reign supreme for the last game, going through with those 5 Elims, 3 assists and 800 and a bit of damage to close it up. But yeah, I mean, a good performance coming through from Galatasaray yet again. But you also got to commend Lighter Esports and OOC for sticking it all the way to the very last bits of the stage. And of course, we can't forget AOR, right? AOR, right? That they are also a very, very capable team. But yeah, a really good performance coming through on that. Bonfire again, just, you know, as I said, Cats went out quite early on. And I think that was unfortunate for them because had they been able to kind of keep that momentum going, this whole situation would have looked slightly different. And yes, that's quite a few points that we have there. That's like a 53-point lead that they have.
No, I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at the Wildcats. That 1 0-point game brings them down 3 places. Lighter, OOC, and Bonfire just push straight past them and into that top 5. That is crazy, and that just goes to show you how close the points were and how close they still are. Looking at this board, I mean, even top 12, I think, could easily reach 2nd place in tomorrow's games. I mean, it's very, very close.
Yeah, I mean, the same thing happened with R8, right?
Yeah.
They went 3rd place.
That's true.
Now they're in 6th place. They also got moved down quite a considerable amount. And I mean, Goat also moved from 5th down to 7th. AOR went from 8th to 8th, right? So they kept it consistent. But Lighter, phenomenal jump. All the way from 7th up into 2nd place. So,
yeah.
I mean, they just ran up those standings. And there we go, Rose.
Game on the board here with Rose, 19 eliminations, 3,600 damage, 11,000 survival time as well. So, rivaling fairly narrowly the rest of the girls from Galatasaray as well. So, a very good show here in the 2nd day. And it really just gets you really excited for what there is going to be in store for us tomorrow.
It really does, yes. So, yep, well, day 2, ending off on quite a big note, right? But not as narrow of a play as we had yesterday, right? Today, the points were much wider spread out across several teams, and I think it was a healthy day for the competition. But I think the big kicker, obviously, is going to be what's going to happen tomorrow, right? But this is where I'm curious as to what Galatasaray's approach will be leading into tomorrow's matches, right? Are they going to come in and just go like, you know what? Here come some points, and they're just going to keep on dishing them out? Or are we going to see the rest of the lobby trying to respond? Because, I mean, sure, a 50-something point gap, that's a gap that's not going to be easy to close, right?
No, they absolutely are. It isn't a small gap at all in the way these teams have been playing. Are they going to bring more out tomorrow? We'll have to see. We have to see, right, DK? We have to see, and they have to wait till tomorrow. And we got to give these girls a rest. They got to get a good night's sleep if they want to do well tomorrow. So we're going to let them go. We're going to let you all at home go as well. We will be back here, same time, same place. And for us, that's going to be it. We'll see you tomorrow.
you'll run into various encounters and challenges. Sometime into a match, spirit-collecting bells will appear, and all surviving teams will be separated into groups. Each group is assigned one spirit-collecting bell, whose location is visible to members of the teams in the group. Approach the bell and interact with it for supplies to drop, and to activate a countdown. You can sound the bell repeatedly during this time. Each interaction provides supplies and shortens the countdown. The elemental powers will form a crate at the end of the countdown, after which the spirit-collecting bell will run out of power and can no longer be used. Open the crate to get tons of rewards. Note that other teams in the same group will battle for the same bell. Use the mini-map to determine how many players are nearby. Also, skill cooldowns are reduced in the bell's vicinity, so use them to your advantage to guard the bell's rewards. Sacred Quartet's final challenge is to unite the 4 Sacred Guardians. During Sacred Quartet, you'll be able to pick up elemental fragments in matches. Use the fragments in the Elemental Clash event to combine elements. When you and your teammates each bring a different element into a match, and all members survive until victory is attained, the Guardians United Challenge will be completed. Players who complete the challenge for the first time can claim 200 elemental fragments from the event page and will unlock the new Guardians United achievement. Embark on your sacred cultivation journey now and forge your story into its own legend.
Back, everybody, to the PUBG Mobile European Wonder League Finals. Last 3 days of Season 4 begins tonight. I'm your host, Neptura, and I am joined by DK. DK, what are you thinking? How are you? And what do you think of the action so far coming up? So far, yeah.
I had to try the whole Neptura move.
No, don't try it.
To see how it goes. Yeah, I recommend it. It's not ideal, but yeah, I mean, you were asking about the games. The first few matches that we've seen here already so far today. I don't know which those are that you're to, but sure, excited, definitely gonna have to say that. But so yeah, I think today is gonna be a pretty crazy day, right? Good, we've made it to the red square, right? It's not a square, it's a rectangle, but we'll call it a square because that's where we are. We've got the grand finals starting today. It is going to be the final 16 teams. And as you can see there, the teams have grinded a bit to get to here, right? Not have they played through the previous 2 weeks, they've also had their own regional qualifiers, right? So a very long process to get them to where they are today. But we've been seeing some phenomenal gameplay making its way in as well. And of course, they are going to be playing for their share of that amazing prize pool as well, right? 7K up for grabs, as well as the 105K UC that is going to be coming as well. I think with that, you should maybe at least be able to get 1 car skin.
Maybe, if you're very lucky. If you're very lucky, the way those spins tend to go. But our participating teams, one of these teams, or a couple of these teams, will be having that share of the prize pool we just discussed. And honestly, this lineup, as we've seen it form over the last couple of weeks, is just looking to be an insane few days here for us. I mean, Galatasaray at the head of that list, right? And we have to talk about them a little bit because this is the team that is the reigning champions. They've won 3 out of our 3 seasons out of our kind of 4 seasons, 3.5, and they are looking to continue that trajectory and win once again in season 4. So definitely one that we have to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the response of the opposing teams are going to be because, as you said, right, they've got 3 titles under their belt already. But as we've seen coming through this past week, things could definitely look to take quite a bit of a change. Looking at the pacing, the flow that we've had come through from the competing teams, I think that Galatasaray still make it into the top 3 at the very least. But I think that there are going to be quite a few strong contenders coming hot up on their heels. So yeah, I'm in it. I'm ready to see how these teams are going to look to amaze us with their gameplay. And of course, as we know, we are going to rotate through the tried and tested map rotation. We're going to start with Erangel, we're going to end with Erangel, and then we're going to cram a whole lot of sweatiness in between as well.
We sure are. I mean, Sandhawk is just going to be a barrel of laughs. I mean, it has been over the last 2 weeks, and now with the finals, now with the stakes being as high as they are, it's going to be a little bit different, a little bit more intense, I think, coming into that third game. But we can't get ahead of ourselves just yet. We're going to be looking at the Erangel first, and that one is going to be a doozy because, yes, we have 3 days of this finals to go, right? We have a total of 15 matches. However, it's still only 15 matches. You have to get a really, really good game off the bat. If you want a good day today, this first Erangel is where you want to do it.
And the pressure is going to be on, right? Because, I mean, it's not the qualifiers like we've had previously, right? It wasn't week 1, it's not week 2. We're in the serious business now. So I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of flow, what that kind of pacing is going to be coming right out of the gate. Are we going to see the teams play a lot more of a how can I put it? A lot more of an asserted kind of approach coming out to the battleground here, right? Are they going to move in and just claim the territory and say, this is mine and you will not pass, right?
Yeah.
What's the approach going to be? So I'm really looking forward to it, but I think the big question here is, what is the play going to be from Galatasaray, right? Because they're the defenders, right? They've defended this title twice now, so the pressure is going to be on. So I want to see what is that approach, and of course how these teams to play through. Because if we look at our first map that we have up for the day, we are going to be jumping straight into Erangel, right? So looking at what we've seen historically over all the previous Erangels, it looks quite interesting because we've got a few pretty strong teams in here, right? Zeus Esports being one of those teams that have been able to get themselves 2 chickens, right? Not necessarily in the same phase, but they have 2 chickens. They sit pretty well up with regards to those points. So, I mean, I'm curious as to how these teams are going to look to adapt that according to the slide bomb.
It's definitely one to watch out for. I mean, the playing path itself is not a bad shift, really. There's a lot of places these teams can go. There's a lot of vehicles that they have access to. But we're going to be looking at those planes, or rather those teams jumping off the plane. There's a lot going on onto the north side there. So are we really going to see any hot drops? I mean, it looks like a lot of teams are all jumping off at the same time, but hopefully they're going to be going into different directions because, DK, this is the finals, right? There's really no time to be hot dropping here.
Unless you have 100% certainty that you are going to be able to clean it up, right? And let's be realistic about it. No team has that. So, yes, you are saying correct. Don't hot drop. Kind of, just keep away, right? Just go to where you know you can get your loot, get yourself started, get yourself situated, and then play it up from there. But we are looking at a little bit of something heading over in towards Malta. So, yeah, also over on towards Novo, and the zone is going to allow for quite a continuation now to come through there. Even Yasnaya Polyana is going to be pretty hot.
It is, yeah, and I can't decide if this zone is good or bad for these hot drops, right? Because in one sense, you go, well, now they have a chance to kind of fight it out at their own pace. No one is rushed. They can kind of do what they need to do and what their plan is. At the same time, though, I kind of don't want these hot drops to happen. I don't think they should be happening. I mean, if they're going to happen, yeah, all right, fine. The first game of the finals is the time to actually get all of that out of your system, right? At the same time, I kind of want that zone to be a harsher one for them so that they don't have time to do this folly, to be foolish here, and they can just, kind of go, oh, okay, that's not going to work. We got to get to zone. We got to do what we need to do for the rest of the game. And then everybody else who's watching could go, phew, crisis averted.
Well, I mean, is it really going to be crisis averted? We don't quite know. We'll find out soon how these teams are going to approach this first game. Because, I mean, first match, right, that is going to be the foundational game, right? The teams, they've had enough opportunity to get the equipment as to what to expect to come out here. But I think for the teams that qualified in week number 1, the pressure's going to be on because they've had a week where they've not played against these. So, yeah.
There is that, right? There is that time away, and we last saw all of these teams, what was it, last Wednesday? So yeah, it has been nearly a week, and some of these teams didn't even play against each other, so there is also that as well. So we will see how that all works together. We've got a few teams already with a little bit of that health drop, but not significant enough to really mean that there's any sort of fighting going on just yet. Matasha from AOR silently using that bite to get around, and we saw a lot from Matasha, but also a lot from AOR silently, particularly towards the end of that phase 2. We saw a lot of this step up coming in from them, a lot of eliminations, a lot of placements. So I'm excited to see what they've got going on for them in the coming days.
Well, we'll find out pretty soon exactly what for them. Surprisingly enough, though, we're not seeing any crazy engagements, right? So those hot drops were more like mushroom drops, maybe even lemon and herb drops, right? Because it's not that aggressive. Everybody's kind of keeping their space, keeping to themselves, making sure that they don't necessarily upset themselves right here. Because, I mean, the only player or the only person that could be upset at this point is yourself and the rest of your team. So I think the teams are making very wise decisions for the time. But I'm going to be looking forward to seeing where this rotation is going to take the teams. We've got about 4 minutes and a bit of change left. That is an eternity in PUBG. So I want to see, are we going to have some proactive plays coming through, teams looking to try and get themselves strengthened, or maybe even set up a bit of a stronghold position up towards center zone? Or what are they going to look to do here? Maybe come in with a bit of a, I don't know, predatory approach, look to go farm some early eliminations, maybe just try and, eliminate a few teams early on. Like, what is the approach?
I think for them, it could also be sort of an avoidance of Pachinki here for GOAT in particular, right? If you look to this position where they are, Galatasaray probably, in their minds, are already going to be spreading out across those hills, across any sort of Pachinki area that they can get their hands on. And so it might be that GOAT and Victa do kind of decide that, hey, a run-in with Galatasaray right now is not the best idea. We do not need to give them any sort of leverage that they can use as momentum towards the rest of the game or the rest of the lobby. So I could see them trying to do a bit of a wide wrap around them. But other than that, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of that approach is for them. And we're starting to see a lot of these teams now move into zone. I mean, Galatasaray do have that big spread, but it is more of a 1-1-1 as they try and move over to Potato Hill further into zone. So we'll see how that goes. A lot of cars are being used right now. You can see that certainly in OSC's Dreamcore case that all 4 of them in those vehicles ready to go.
Yeah. Now it's time to roll.
Yeah.
Teams get themselves moved up, spread out, and, well, now they're going to start cramming on in. And it's going to be Zeus that could be on the receiving end of a bit of a welcoming party, as we can see OOC now just rolling on through. But I like this. Not a full send, not an aggressive overcommittance here. They're just going to try and push up, see is there a bit of an opportunity to move. The answer obviously is no. But now where do they go? Because, it's going to be fishing here as Ida hops to it.
I'd have hopped to it the entire last week or so. In phase 2, they really, really stepped up here, and you can see them continuing to not hesitate at all to get into one of those fights. Unfortunately, in this case, it doesn't seem to have gone their way particularly. OSC Dreamcore have lost 2, but they are back in their vehicles. They are ready to go, and they're ready to take that last player out. Yildiz is looking for something here, and I don't think she's going to get in. Surprisingly, for both parties, I think that's going to be Ida out of the game in last place, in 16th.
Yeah, I mean, that's our first team to go out right here in the finals. At least they do make their way out with those elims, as we saw. OSC also managing to secure a few, but I like the fact that Fenerbahce also poked and prodded and snuck a few cheeky elims in as well. But this comes now to the next bit. West team is going to look to push in, and I'm especially looking over towards GOAT as well as the Wildcats, who we still have over on towards that western side, out in the blue. As we know, phase 1 is not going to be too crazy with regards to that blue zone damage, but they need to now get moving, because once we head over on towards that eastern side, everybody else will have had the opportunity to get situated.
It's interesting that AOR silently have clocked this early on. They're looking for that. I mean, the top of the hill is not a bad spot, actually. It's a really, really nice little playing area, but you did hear those vehicles, so they are going to be cautious. And it's good to take this sort of caution, particularly in these first few zones, as we saw with OOC and Ida, you don't want to go out very early. You don't even want to lose players very early. I think this game for many of these teams is going to be very much a setup for how the rest of the day and perhaps even the rest of the event is going to go, right? You do not want to be losing teams early or players early. You want to be as strong as possible in that first game to set that precedent and set that mindset and go, right, this is what we have. We have top 5 in this game. We can do the rest of the game now with confidence. So I think you're seeing a lot of caution for that reason, and that's a good thing. I mean, we see also Fenerbahce not going too far there, getting those reses, trying to get those knocks, and might even confirm, but that's Tiam, a team that we've both looked at to do very, very well here and really could use to do well in this game.
Well, let's see if that is the opportunity that they'll be presented with. I like this aggression also coming through from Fair. I believe that they might have been holding back a little bit with the performances that we saw in all the previous Erangales. So, yeah, I want to see if they're going to maybe look to play a bit of an upset here, because Fenerbahce, they were only able to secure themselves 4 placement points on Erangale. That's all they got.
That's interesting.
The current pacing, I hope at least is going to change up considerably. And if we compare that to the team that we have sitting right up at the top, OOC Dreamcore, right? They got themselves 31 placement points and 51 nations across all the previous Erangales. So they've definitely set the standard. They are, of course, our best performing team overall when it comes to this map. So I want to see if that momentum is going to be able to get carried on forward, as it doesn't look all too hopeful as they look on our right there with 3 eliminations up. But this opens up now that opportunity for the remaining teams to really kind of step up and fill that void. Galatasaray, definitely going to be one of those teams that we are going to be paying quite a bit of attention to here.
Absolutely. You can see them right from the get-go, ready and waiting to take out the entire lobby here. They come in with no real qualms about who they're taking out there, and they're going to ramp up to 2 points on the board in the first, 5 minutes of the game, and Fenerbahce just really doing a good job of holding down shelter as well here. They did take Tiam down to a duo in that earlier fight, so they're going to be looking to continue that trajectory here. We'll see how that goes for them. I will say that what I hypothesized about GOAT, avoiding Pachinki, completely incorrect. They're still out in the zone, as are IWNRX, by the way. But GOAT, way out in the zone, and I'm not sure now what the deal is.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they have a big brain strat that, it's going to be pointing to them taking a little while longer to get themselves up into it. We'll find out pretty soon. But I like the fact that the remainder of Tiam have now also decided to dip out of dodge, right? They've headed up towards the pocket to try and rotate up alongside Prison. But if we look back into the zone itself, right, you got the players here from TPES coming through from that eastern side. You've got quite a bit of congestion up ahead of them, and I think especially looking up towards that lumber yard that we've got, that could be, I think, a very wise call to make at this point.
Yeah, I could see that being the case. I almost wonder if they're going to try and go for the Millie Island sort of angle, which I don't think would be a wise choice, but honestly, it's the only sort of space left available. Everybody's piled in on Milta and the surrounding hillsides. They do think that the zone is going to be centering up soon, and I really like this position from Not Noobs. You got this classic 1-1-1 split coming across that farm area, and it's looking like a very dominant position for them.
Well, let's see if that domination is going to be able to hold for the time being. The zone, surprising again, right? We see so many teams so close together, but it seems like they're just waiting around to see what the zone is going to be bringing to them, as we have about a minute and a bit more there to go to see how that shift is going to affect the East. Now, Pmewl's Nova, also one of those strong teams that we saw building up quite a bit of momentum through that week 1 into week 2. So far, looking pretty decent, right? They have had a little bit of HP removed from them, but again, nothing to be all too concerned about. Pretty sure that D1 is going to be able to heal up. It's just a matter of time until that happens. But look at this, though. XQ, nice little bit of a peeking position, right? Gathering information. We've got TPS just up ahead. And both teams now just doing a little bit of that due diligence, right? They don't want first team to push up and then find themselves a bit of a hot, sticky situation. So taking it calm, taking it through collected, and playing a respectable game. In the meanwhile, not noobs. They're going to have to try and keep Goat at bay as we finally see where Goat decides to rotate up in towards.
I am surprised by the massive split coming in from Mel's Nova, though. I mean, you've got this 3-1 split coming in here. Oh, Daddy's up to the north side. If she goes down, there's no saving her for sure. As you're seeing it now. Look, this Daddy up by almost prison area, and then the other three have a really good position, I have to say, as you were saying, down to that south side. Oh, but both are still in. There's still playable terrain here on both of those sides, so it'll be interesting to note which side they end up going for, because they have to regroup now. There's no way they're going to leave Odaddy out on her own. That would be insane to do. So we'll see how that works for them. And Tiam, the last duo of Tiam, are just out in that compound, just to the north side. I think they're going to have to play this very carefully and think long and hard about how they want to play this, because directly ahead of them is prison, which is a very difficult place to play from, and everybody's going to be doing their due diligence here, so you can't really hide in those compounds for very long.
Well, let's see now. The pressure is going to be on. I don't necessarily expect Tiam to push in Tiam per se. I think they're probably just going to play on those outlying regions, but Galatasaray, they're going to find themselves now right up in the hot seat as they come pushing up in towards Malta and already getting greeted by a nice little bit of a spray. Zeus, I will, also have yet to. We've got several teams that held up in the vicinity. I think Zeus are going to maybe receive a little bit of that pressure, as we do have them slightly further up north. But Galatasaray going to be trying to just explore their options to see what is available for the taking. But this is going to be go time, as we can see up in Malta, though. Things are really starting to heat up. R8 also just getting right down to business, trying to clear it out, just trying to claim the compounds for themselves. But nothing like a little bit of a healthy competition to come through here.
Absolutely. We all love to see it. It's interesting. We do have, you're right, we do have a lot of teams looking at each other. RA in a really good position to be making those sprays as teams pass through the city, pass through that town, or beside it even. Not Noobs again, up onto the north side, taking a really good angle to this as well. They've made a long rotation. Goat have a free entry into zone as well, so that's looking really good for them. And Zeus, they have this compound, and it's a good compound. It's a really nice compound, but Galatasaray are in the other compound. And the thing I don't like about these compounds in general, DK, is that they are quite easy to actually attack and to actually infiltrate. So Kylie and the girls, they're going to have to be very careful about how they play this.
Yeah, they're going to have to be quite cautious. But speaking about caution, though, I think if you're Red Tiam, you would have been maybe having one, potentially two little droplets of sweat forming on your forehead, as Not Noobs came pretty close. They rotated up pretty close, right? But fortunately for Red Tiam, Not Noobs committed to the southern side rather of prison up on the elevation there. So let's see how they're going to look to play through that one. But I like how the pressure is starting to build coming through from this western front, right? Galatasaray slightly disengaged now, just moved into position to kind of get that angle over on towards Zeus. But Goat also, they found themselves an angle, they've moved up, they've claimed buildings, and now they're just holding steady. They're just waiting to see where the zone is going to pop towards. And I'm pretty sure once we hit stage number 4, all hell is going to be let loose, as teams are really going to commit to the aggression. You can see Zeus now getting lit on fire. Galatasaray coming through with a big brain strat as they do start to encircle Macy. Also trying to pop off a quick bit of utility there, but unfortunately also gets picked up by those volleys. I mean, Galatasaray, they're just lighting this play up. We do see the P90, but it's not going to be used. The NATO does clutch it up there. Zeus go out.
Galatasaray are just a masterclass of how to play PUBG Mobile. I mean, you don't get much better than that, I have to say, especially in those compounds. That was a textbook infiltration of that compound. They did such a good job with that. And to be honest, that last player, Zeus, had a really nice little off angle. She kept hidden, she kept quiet until she was able to do the most damage, and that was really nice for her. But that nade was very, very quick, and there was nothing they could do about it after that. Same like Mel's Nova can't do much for Odaddy. She goes out in the fields of Milta, and they have to just escape to the high ground up here onto the north edge of zone, and it's looking like a good little spot for them. It is very precarious. You know, teams could come down off that hill at any minute. I don't think there's anybody up there at the moment, but Mel's Nova don't know that, and Galatasaray could absolutely come down off of that hill in time. So they have to be careful. But for now, as long as they can clear their back and know that confidently that there's nobody coming up there, it's a good spot.
Yep, it definitely is going to be a good spot. So let's hope can survive there for as long as they possibly can. I'm going to be looking down into Malta itself, though, to see just what's going to be happening, especially with not noobs still having to apply themselves up in towards the zone. I like the fact that we do see a nice bit of congestion and a bit of a blockage getting kind of situated over towards that eastern side. So things are looking pretty exciting here. I like Bonfire's angle, right? Those compounds could bode quite well for them. So it's just going to be whether or not noobs will get spotted as they start to rotate up in towards zone. Fenerbahce and Mel's Nova now taking the party to the next level as they start to find each other for this crazy. Dahino quickly just poking and prodding into the side. Does find a bit of damage, but not enough to uproot the blade. Just
nicely done, and the fight's not over yet. Nice little nade, but weren't expecting her to use that vehicle just yet here, and now we can see that there is a little bit of a regroup coming through there. But I do want to talk about S2G. You can see them in the distance there. They have an excellent position over in Milton. They got a really great 2-2 split in a couple of compounds on the north side of the city, and that's a very dominant position. They can both look at what's going on over in the city and over in what's going on in the fields as well and up that hill. So nicely done there. The zone moves down away from that north side, going down to the south and favoring that city, and not noobs here just trying to find any sort of ground in the zone. It's just not working.
Yeah, they're trying to pick it up, trying to find that next approach, that angle to get entry up in towards the zone. But R8, they've got it under lockdown. So this is going to be quite a bit of a challenge now for not noobs to get themselves into a secure angle. But they kind of don't have much of a different choice here. They can't move west, they can't move to the east. They are very limited in where they find themselves now. But that just, the name of the game, moving into stage number 5. So, yeah, the pressure is on. I like the fact that we do have more teams now continuing to kind of just further and further afield. We got Lighter Esports, we do have them up onto the north. Red Team, unfortunately, are going to be backed up and shipped out as they are the team to leave in 13th place. Being able to find a single elimination either. So, not necessarily the best start to the game here, but we still have 4 more to go, so a lot of opportunities to try and kind of make up for that. I like it that we are seeing more and more explosions now finding their way in as Galatasaray do lose their first player, but still holding quite a bit of a position here on towards Mel's Nova.
They sure are, and again, this is the team that I said, Galatasaray could definitely move up over that hillside. They could do something here, and they have in fact done just that. And Mel's are actually particularly split out here, which makes Galatasaray their trajectory very easy here, and they're not even going to bother. They're just going to go straight through into town, favoring that zone as the zone starts to come in. Now they've got 30 seconds until it does, and Execute goes out to another team entirely here. So now we're really starting to see all this chaos, DK, because now our 8 are trying to come in. Mel's are down to just a solo. There's some fighting on that eastern side and the western side. And who's that trying to come in after all this time? I think that is... Let me look. Hang on. I'm looking. Not noobs. Not noobs who have continued to have a lot of say in what goes on in this zone.
Yeah, I was waiting for the loading. Please wait.
Yes.
But right. It was close enough. Galatasaray also now getting just absolutely obliterated as they find themselves in quite a bit of a predicament. I like the fact that are trying to take it to the next bit here as they do find themselves those plays, and we are slowly having these teams reduce in numbers. I also like the fact that TPS will hold the angle that they had, right? They made it so challenging for Galatasaray to bring that rotation in. You can see Tafira just off the distance, just narrowly managing to survive. But now, it's going to be up to Bonfire. If they can get themselves all the way back over towards that far western front, it's going to be quite a bit of a hurdle for them to try to overcome, because we still have 10 teams alive in the zone.
10 teams? I mean, we're still double digits 23 and a half minutes into game. It's kind of crazy compared to what we've been seeing in the past, and that zone shift is really telling these girls to get a move on, because this is going to be crazy. All this field area is going to be in the blue very, very soon, in less than a minute most likely. So they've really got to get their skates on here, and you're starting to see R8 Sapphire do what they need to do, make that smoke train a reality, and move on in. But Bonfire might just have a word or two to say about that. They've got a great position here. It's unfortunate they have to leave it so soon, and a good spray just misses the mark a little bit there, but that's all that they need. There's no time to waste now. 15 seconds to get into zone. They're all in their own vehicles, DK, because there is about to be a lot of sprays.
Yeah, but a wise decision being made there by them to come through with a rather hasty rotation, right? Not expending too much time. Trying to fight it out with teams that are also trying to rotate on up. But, of course, now this does put them at the mercy of S2G that have locked down the eastern side. They still have to contest with quite a few teams looking to move on through. We do see Gucci now receiving a bit of that, a bit of the utility. Just bumped on through the window. S2G rather looking quite comfortable in this whole situation here, right? Not all too frantic, very focused. I like this approach coming through from them, but it's not over just yet. They still have 3 players to try and make the most with here. The zone is just getting smaller and smaller as we've been taken down to 7 remaining teams. Galatasaray still going to be holding on, right? Not out of this match just yet. Seren, though, getting traded up as Lara comes through with a beautiful bit of a strafe. But now, this is going to be go time. S2G need to fortify, recollect themselves, and get back to zone, because in the next few seconds, that blue zone is going to start moving up. They're trying to take care of business, but Lara, being nuisance, and Aura comes through, just trying to clear the air.
Really, really great response from S2G, and R8 gave them a run for their money and gave the rest of the lobby the run for their money too. 9 eliminations going through to the lobby with them there. Really good start. But we go over now to the remaining teams, top 6. One of those teams is Bonfire, way out in the zone, having to tank a little bit of that blue just to get a little bit of time on their side to move forward with these smokes. And thankfully, I think GOAT are going to be the only one really looking in their direction. Seren might see him, but it's a great reaction from Purple, super quick to take her out, take her down, and get across. But no, not going to be enough. S2G's response is just as quick, and Purple will be going out here. 5 left.
I mean, this is still a very impressive performance that we have coming through from our teams. Everybody stepping up to the plate. The Wildcats are still holding on steady with their 2 players. Let's see who's going to be the ones to push all the way through. Goat actually also playing a very good game. I mean, the teams that have made it straight into the finals, right, they were super aggressive on this map within the first week of gameplay. And we can see why they've got those direct qualifications, right? Because they can just keep the pushing going. As GOAT, I mean, 1 player left and they are still in contention. The Wildcats also going to try and do exactly that. Of course, they've been able to get their hands on that winning chicken dinner previously. See if this is going to be a repeat play for them. Oh, look at that though. Lina just says, thank you so much, but we are going to look to lock it in as they focus over onto the side of GOAT. I mean, Leora was trying to sneak in, and they were just like, nope, it's not going to happen, not yet.
Yeah, that was denied emphatically there, as this might just be denied here. Oh, wait! Wait a second! GOAT Invicta come in with the clutch, a 1v2 at least, if not a 1v3, to take the entire win away. And this is exactly why field zones are the best. A field position doesn't necessarily mean you're going to lose against a compound, because eventually they got to come out of that compound and you can get them. So well played there, Goat.
Yeah, I mean, they were just the goats in that game.
They were,
right.
yeah.
Absolutely amazing play that we had through from their end. But looking at just how active we were, it's not really too much of a surprise to see that kind of performance come through from the side of Goat, right? They've been active this entire match, not necessarily going over and above, but keeping that consistency going all the way to the very end. So it paid off, and it paid off with dividends for them. A glorious winner chicken dinner coming through. But we did see quite a few teams also getting nice and aggressive, right? We didn't exactly get the double-digit elim count, but quite a few teams, though, came pretty close to it.
They sure did. We saw a lot coming in from all of those teams. I mean, who was it again that went out with 9 eliminations? I mean, that's usually a really good stat on a good day. You know, coming in with the first game of the day, first game of the week, first game of the finals, that's a really nice stat to be able to go back to the lobby with. So a really good show of skill coming in here. Go Invicta, 6 eliminations, not the highest we've seen. 935 damage dealt, not the highest we've seen. 1398 damage taken is quite a lot. So the fact that they were able to come back from all of that and to win the game is kind of crazy.
We'll call it BBA, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bounce back ability.
Yes,
and
very true.
And they showed phenomenal amounts of that. And of course, just looking at how they were going to play through this, right, making it up into even like stage 6, they came through with only 3 players to their name, taking quite a bit of a beating as they try to push in. But of course, we did have quite a bit of those long-range hits making their way into this game, as we do see Fenerbahce clutching it up there with a 341-meter hits, and that's pretty dang impressive. And looking at these stats, utilities were kind of the name of the game, especially taking into consideration that we moved out into the fields, right? It explains a lot of that. And Lara, going to town with 7 eliminations.
My goodness me, I think we all know what's coming in now. Ding, 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 bell of 1,000 damage. Lara stepping up for the team, and R8 doing a lot of work there. And R8 was the team I was mentioning with 9 eliminations. So even though they only got 1 placement point, that's a double-digit point game to set them in that top 6 spot. And in fact, they're not the only ones to come in with 10 points out of this game. Galatasaray and Lighter as well were both in that bracket, but Goat coming in here with 16 points is looking very good for them.
Yeah, it's not often that you see double digits extending all the way down to 6th place.
True.
Right? What a crazy match it has been to kick off the proceedings right here for the finals, and of course our players to watch, right? As you can see, teams now starting to vie for those top positions. 7 eliminations, 4 eliminations, 3 coming through. Yeah, those numbers are only going to go up, and I'm curious to see just how far up those numbers are going to look to go.
Indeed, yeah. I think 7 is kind of crazy to start off with, just alone, but we saw some crazy numbers coming in over the 3 days in the last phase, and you're right, they're gonna be quite high by the time we are done with these next 3 days. Rather, I'm getting all my words mixed up today. Maybe a little bit more coffee in the break will do what I need it to do as we head into our second match of Miramar after this short break. We'll be right back. after that short break, I hope you got all your popcorn, hope you got all your beverages, because we're getting into the hot, dusty sands of Miramar coming through onto game number 2. We had a great, shush, I was watching you, we had a great game number 1 with GOAT snatching that win away for a really, really good start to the day. But now we're moving over on to Miramar and DK. This playing path is looking a little interesting.
Yeah, the games are numbered, apparently, as we are going to be making our way through. See, I said before we came on air, I was going to wait for you to make blunders, right?
Yeah.
And you said, it's not going to happen.
Well, let's just everybody, can we all take a moment to remember that DK's mic was muted in the beginning of the show, so let's just all remember that while he says
I'm
this.
just following your example. So speaking of which, though, we are going to be looking onto that flight path. I got to say, though, it's a pretty decent one, right? It's almost perfectly horizontal. It's not often that we get to see that come through. I think especially where it is situated between El Azhar and El Pozo, I think the teams are going to look to be quite happy about that. We don't necessarily see teams overly committing to going through to that far southern side, like as we know, into Partona and, the surrounding areas. But the big kicker here is going to be that zone, right? Mm-hmm. And I've just got a funny feeling that we are potentially going to be in for a bit of a surprise, right? It would be a zone that I think you're going to call a hard shift. That's what I might think is up.
It is. Well done.
It takes a nice little bit of a stroll over on towards that southwestern side. And looking at this, I think the church close to Chumacera, that is going to be some prime real estate, at least for this phase. Monte Nuevo is also going to be pretty hard to popping. But I'm also then looking over towards the hills, just to that western side of Pecado. I'm expecting Galatasaray maybe even to rotate to that position.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think anywhere in that area is going to be super, super important coming into the next couple of zones, especially if you can get there early, right? Because once teams start to move in, then it gets kind of hairy because you're very central. You got a lot of teams looking at you, etc. But if you can get there really, really early, as we are starting to see OOC do, actually parachuting their way over towards that area, that could be super good coming into that initial rotation of teams, that initial phase shift as we go into phase number 2. Now, DK, we are seeing a lot of teams spread out very nicely and very prettily across the map, but we do have one contest going on, El Pozo. It's Pmewls and it's Bonfire going head to head here. Now, El Pozo's big enough, there won't be that much going on, but will there later? That is the question.
Yeah, I think at least for the time being, both teams are just looking to share the space, which is, I would say, commendable, taking all things into consideration. But I'm expecting either of those to, the moment they get a vehicle, to start rotating out, because you don't want to get caught in an engagement this early on, and there's no need, because we still have positions like Valle del Mar that's wide open, La Trillera is open, Monte Nuevo is open, so there are an amplitude of options as to where these teams could decide to rotate towards, right? They don't have to commit to the first area that they find. But the big question is, who's going to be the one to make that call, right? Are we going to see Pmewls potentially maybe looking to, kind of dip the knee and then off they go, rotating further down south? Or are they going to try and kind of stick it out, right? Try and clear out Pozo and reclaim a bit of that territory?
I mean, I don't think there's really much to fight over, to be honest. I think it's too close to the edge of zone. I think everybody kind of knows the zone's not really going to be going that direction unless it does a surprise shift. But I think most likely it's going to be going over to Chumacera. It's going to be going over to that center position. So for both of these teams, but Pmewls in particular, I think the south rotation would be the best option for them to kind of just stop this going down, as what's going down over here is R8 versus Galatasaray. Lara moving down there, as that's going to be a trade-off against the player of Galatasaray that is down, but it looks like RA are just trying to move on without her. They're going to have to sacrifice their MVP of last game.
They're not even there yet.
They're not even there yet. Oh, they're
here
approaching.
They come now. The
Here we go.
cavalry is rolling in. Let's see
Excellent.
how this is going to go.
see. I mean, they do leave Gucci behind for some reason. Not sure what's going on there. I think they were just trying to save the vehicle, but you can stop anytime and go back for your teammate. Meanwhile, Lara, unfortunately, she is going to have to go out there, and Galatasaray pick up a very early point. Gucci still have to move out there as well, but for now, they have the safety of a compound to just kind of give them a little bit of a respite here. Galatasaray looking for those eliminations, but I don't think they're going to pry too hard here. Again, they were both on rotation there, so they get that one elimination. They might try and see if they can find a second or a third, but if they don't succeed too quickly, then they are going to be moving on ahead, I would have thought. But we shall see, because they do look fairly adamant about, clearing this space first.
But it's interesting looking at just how they play through this, right? I mean, they almost instinctively go for a 2-2 split. Just trying to spread themselves out, trying to come in from as many possible angles as they can find. And I think that speaks volumes as to the confidence they have moving into any map. So, yeah, it explains why they've been able to defend their title so many times before.
Very, very true, but the question now is, will they be able to defend it again? I mean, so far we've seen some movement from them. It's not been the dominant Galatasaray we've seen in the previous phases, but, they're biding their time. They're waiting for that moment when that momentum can really be built up and used to their advantage. So we'll see how it goes for now. Meanwhile, S2G have that classic yellow Dorado. Now that it's not golden anymore, it is yellow, but from Hacienda, so we know where they've been, and we know what their trajectory is, and they're actually just kind of scoping out Picado a little bit, just making sure no one's really in that vicinity. They might try and take this compound here as well. But Galatasaray, interestingly, go for the entire squad wipe. They are not here to play games. They're here to win, and that's a full squad wipe coming in for Galatasaray.
That's scary.
Very.
Is scary. A team having that capability, just deciding on a whim, probably not, but let's go with it, right? Deciding on a whim is like, you know what? Yeah, let's go. We're just going to take out the team that, got a ridiculous amount of points in their phase. Might as well have a little bit of fun, because why the heck not, right? You're just going to do what we do and smile all the way through. And, yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous, right? R8, they had 147 points, the highest points that we saw through the entirety of the first week. And Galatasaray just played with them like they were food.
Very much so, yes. Crazy from them. But again, it's nothing that we haven't seen before from Galatasaray, and we will no doubt continue to see in the coming phases, in the coming games, as well as we see the new phase pop up. DK, it is kind of where we said it was. Thankfully, both teams over in El Pozo have disengaged here. They're going to be moving on to their own separate ways. But I will say, no one has gone for the church by Chumacera yet, which is very interesting to me.
Yeah, but looking at how the zone shift, they weren't sure if that was going to be the spot to play for, because that church works quite well, especially if the zone is maybe a little bit more east than what it is now, right? If Chumacera is over on towards the western side of zone, that position works quite well because you have quite a bit of an overwatch, quite a bit of a reach from that church. So looking at the teams that we have funneling in from the eastern side, yes, it could still be quite a viable spot to play off of, but with limited options, I would say.
Fair enough. Lighter. In the top spots in the Erangel game, they were pretty high up there, and they're looking to do the same sort of thing again. Not noobs up onto that hillside, having a little bit of trouble, and Elena's going to be looking for those eliminations, which I don't blame them here. This is actually a really nice forward-moving play from them, is Elena moving in to try and push out not noobs from this vicinity entirely, so that maybe they can go back into that eastern side of Picado and do something with it. A little bit too far, perhaps. They have to be careful of that off angle. And Melina, though, is going to be trying to take this duo out. But again, not noobs have that off angle. They finally start paying attention to it.
Yeah, but now we got to see them trying to just condense the overall angle, because they are still quite spread out. And This is not the kind of approach that you want to take at this point. I'm, of course, referring to the not noobs. I like the fact that we do have Kiss also just popping up a few utilities, trying to clear a bit of a way, moving up the hillside, but of course the push, the rush is there. And the S12K comes in clutch. Nothing quite like a little bit of that shoddy action in the CQC. I mean, yeah, it's just insane to watch these players go about the business here, but not noobs. They've been brought down to a solo. That is going to be Pinky now, just trying to survive, at least for the time being, up in Picado.
Yes, sir. She's got to survive as best she can, but Lighter need to be careful with what they do here. They can't stay out in the open on this hillside for too long because it is very open, like extremely so. And so they've got to make sure that they're in a compound or either at the top of that hill before another team finds them, because you see a lot of movement coming in from these teams, and movement means unpredictability. And so Lighter need to be careful of how they play this next few moments here. Wildcats up on top of this hillside, of this cliff, looking very nice for them. A lot of range coming through from this position, so should be a nice one for them on both sides here. Last game's winners, Goats, lurking in the background there. Gonna have to be very careful of them. We know they're good shots. And then Zeus down below. Zeus have more to worry about, I think. You know, there's not really too much of an angle they can have onto the Wildcats, but still, they want to be careful, want to make sure that they keep their heads inside the compound at all times.
And I'm just watching at Galatasaray looking, right? They are just rolling all over the place, now making their way all the way up in towards Monte Nuevo. I'm surprised to see the Wildcats actually holding onto this mountain. This is, of course, where I thought Galatasaray were going to look to rotate up towards, but still a very dominating position to hold here, as you've said, rightly so. But now it comes down to what that zone is going to bring through in the next minute or so, as the Wildcats start to take a bit of an engagement here. They're going to go up towards the northern side, but in fact, it's actually going to be Alum that will fall instead, right? The Wildcats now have to play a defensive position instead of aggressing across the hill. And this opens up a bit of an opportunity, maybe even for the side of Zeus, that are looking to be quite comfortable up in their compounds, but they've now been made fully aware of a team being to their north. So I think this is going to spark a little bit of a more cautious approach going through from the side of Zeus.
Indeed. I mean, Ilum does get back up, and Goat were too far away to really do anything about that knock, so both teams just going to kind of go, okay, all right, we'll take a step back, because really, what is there to be gained by fighting at that distance? Not much. So I think it's really just an information gathering when you scope in like that. AOR, though, over onto this cliffside here. Again, a very alone stage 2, not showing us many clashes on that rotation. We've had one or two, but otherwise not that much here. You see AOR just chilling onto this position. They are fine. They are alone, and they're kind of just running around waiting for the rest of the game to start, and we'll see that game start very, very shortly as the zone does shift, and we see it directly onto AOR, which means that we have gone up to the north side. We're evading Chumaceta completely, and actually, it's got Monte Nuevo in it.
Well, that's quite interesting, actually, to see just kind of how these teams will have to play through it now, right? Because, I mean, AOR, great read on the overall positioning with regards to the zone, but I think now a lot of the pressure is going to be applied down towards that southern side, especially with teams like TPS that still need to start their progression, start their push, trying to get themselves a little bit further forward, but they're going to be coming in hot right behind the side there of OOC, so it's going to be quite a risky play, and they're not going to be alone, as we've got two other teams also now sharing the region with them. We've got Lyda also yet to make their entry, also approaching from that southern side, so it's going to be quite a bit of a contentious angle, but Ida, they look to be set up quite phenomenally here, right? They've got these ridges, and I think that they are pretty aware of teams rotating up from the south. Of course, well, it seems pretty obvious that they're poking into the side there of Lyda as well.
Indeed, but I'm also looking at Galatasaray DK. They've just moved into Monte Nuevo like they own the place, and there's quite a few teams that either are in that vicinity or have to move past it. So we could see Galatasaray picking up some major points in the next few moments. But the the real concentration of teams is actually onto that eastern side. Yes, there's a lot of teams on the south side, but the eastern side is where we're seeing the majority of the lobby be currently. And Catvane's not looking so good. Saved by Zeus there. My goodness me, only to be taken out by Zeus as well. They went, no, you can't have that point, it's ours. So Catvane's will be going out there to that mini, and Zeus grabbed their first point of the game.
Yep, it's unfortunate to see that now be kind of the way it plays out here for Red Tiam, as we're just kind of waiting to see if they can maybe bounce back. Right, they finished quite strong through the previous week of gameplay, but looking at Miramar in general, I mean, Ida, they are a very strong team on this map, just as things stand. So no surprise really to seeing Ida kind of having that read on towards the southern side. Red Tiam also not one of those teams that perform poorly over on Miramar itself, but it seems like they've just been having a little bit of a tough run, finding a good, secure position to rotate up in towards this next zone. So the pressure is going to be on as to the team that will be stepping up and kind of laying claim to the territory. And Zeus is still just keeping their presence known down towards that southern side of zone.
I mean, this for the Wildcats is looking like an epic position more and more as the game continues. And TPES now understanding that Dreamcore also have an epic position, but that is one that they're going to have to give up here. They're slightly outside of zone, and it's not going to take much to get in it, but still, you know, you're not going to be using this same ridge that was once so perfect for you in those rotations. But back to Istanbul Wildcats, because why not? Because they are dominating this portion of the zone right now. There's lots going on with them. And Zeus now in a position where it's like, this position isn't as good as we might have wanted it to be in other phases, in other circle things, because now the circle moves up and now they're outside of zone and Istanbul are in zone, and oh dear. I don't really love how this is working out for Zeus. Luckily, it's only a duo there, though, right? There's two more that could easily make their way in, but for that duo, it's looking a little yikes.
Yeah, Zeus, they're going to have to find a way to get themselves rotated on up. They are slowly starting to mobilize, getting into those vehicles. I like the fact that Ida are also just flying up into these compounds. Unfortunately for them, there's nobody to contest, so they can just quite casually stroll in, get themselves established, and then just lay into the side of Zeus as they already now start to do. But you mentioned the Wildcats being up in zone. I think that is going to be a phenomenal position, especially looking at the concentration of teams that we have over towards that eastern side. But Ida, they're going to be absolute menace here because they can see right into the side. They have S2G, potentially even into the side of Bonfire, who we have just over towards that slightly more west-southwestern side, west-northwestern side rather. Got my directions all confused here. But I'm going to be looking at AOR and Pmewl's Nova that are now starting to converge in on each other, right? The shots should be finding its way on through pretty dang soon. But meanwhile, it's going to be Fenerbahce and Goat. As Goat made their play, trying to get up onto the edge, but Fenerbahce just rolling in with the punches right behind them.
Yes, indeed. I mean, this is where it all goes down now, right? 15 teams still alive in Stage 4, and Stage 4 is mostly open, so this is where we're getting all of these altercations coming through here. And actually, this should be on the side of Mel's, but Oh Daddy does go down, and Kitty might just have found an opening. If XQ goes down here, then perhaps this is game over. There she goes. That's AOR now in possession of this ridge line of the edge of zone, and the rest of Mel's have nothing left to do but to move on. That one solo has to make a long rotation around, and I'm not even sure where she's going to be able to find an opening.
Well, one thing that I see that has changed is Jelevaya has been able to get some points, eliminations, right? So things are looking great for the side there of ARR. But in the meanwhile, Goat, yeah, they still have quite a bit of work to try and do up on the north here. As Fenerbahce are going to try and push on in. We do say goodbye to not noobs as the blue zone gets the better of them. But what a turn this is now here for Goats, because, I mean, they have quite a bit of an advantage against the side of Fenerbahce, who actually find themselves still trying to contest with that blue zone. They've been able to sneak a few players out of it, but not the full squad just yet. And again, you got to be careful. You can't make too much noise because they've got more teams just looking over towards that western side. Of course, one of them is Red Tiam, AOR right there alongside them. And with Kitty now starting to move up, I mean, Kitty could definitely look to mow down quite a few of the players in the surrounding area.
You know who else has a really good shot now? All of a sudden is Zeus. Zeus have moved around, and now you're seeing in the elimination feed, they have that gatekeep position against the Wildcats. So that is something that could really go in their favor as well here as you're looking at them there. Red Tian Blossom do go out, though, down just from 3 down to 0, just like that. One elimination goes their way, so at least they do get a point in this game. But in them, all of a sudden, is the only player left alive for her team, and the rest of Zeus, Kylie, and Maisie, they're looking for her.
Yep, you know, they're gonna put on quite a bit of a search party, try and find those final few plays. Goat Yagi, though, coming in with a nice bit of overwatch down onto the side there of AOR. Jalavaya managing to just keep out of harm's way, but it is quite a bit of a challenging play up towards the north, especially with Bache also just holding on towards the eastern side. They're going to have to find a way to get themselves moved on in, but now it's going to be go time as we got Polia starting into the vehicle, making the very decisive call here. It's like, you know, maybe just we need to get back into a more secure position. You don't want to risk it out in that blue, as we do say goodbye to a few of the Zeus players as their numbers take quite a bit of a plunge, but it's not going to stop though, as we do see the Wildcats also now poking and prodding into the side of Fenerbahce.
They went, thanks for saving us from Zeus, now we're going to save you from yourselves, but Lighter might have something to say about that as well, as it's all kicking off onto the south and eastern sides. DK OOC Dreamcore trying to find a place to land and just finding nothing to satisfy their needs here. Bazumi's out in the zone. That's the only thing she can do, as S2G are blocking their path, and Ida are blocking their path as well, but also blocking each other's path, and it's just a big mess. It's just a mess.
Yeah, they just playing blockage. Speaking about blockages, well, Fenerbahce are going to hope to have none of that. Go over towards this northeastern side of zone, as Aurelia tries to get themselves patched up. As you mentioned previously, just trying to hold on for dear life. But Lighter Esports, though, they are bouncing back so quickly from these engagements. They got loads. Oh, just rushing up. Gonna watch it. Yep, there we go. It is that quick cleanup as Lighter secure even more eliminations, now pushing up into 5. Galatasaray, of course, sitting with those 7 along included under their belt. But down south, things are not looking all that easy just yet. S2G still holding on with the 3B, still contesting against Ida. OOC Kazumi might not make it up into the next zone. But Bonfire, they're going to try and just stop Galatasaray in their tracks. Look at the HP. Nepet is so low, and Atlas could definitely just finish that one off with one quick spray. And that is exactly what happens. Bonfire snuffing out the side of Galatasaray, ending their run.
It's not even Bonfire. It's just Atlas. She 1v4'd. She squad wiped the reigning champions. Just like that, so quickly, so easily, as Dynasty's down to 1 HP. The Blue Zone is not going to be her friend in that altercation. She's going to have to go out, but she does get that one as a trade, and S2G have to be satisfied with 2 eliminations there. Ida going out, but with 7. Much better result for them, and Wildcats the next to fall very, very quickly, again with 2, and now we are just left with Goat, Lighter, and Bonfire.
Yeah, I think Bonfire, they are going to look to set up camp right here in zone. Well, I say that Atlas and teammate aren't quite in zone, but they do have a good presence pretty close to that. As you can see, Purple holding just off in the distance. So they are going to try and smoke their way into that. But fortunately for them, right, a lot of the teams are situated towards the eastern side. So that would already provide them with quite a bit of an opportunity to push on forward. But Goat, they're not going to make it easy as they do start just laying into the side here of Bonfire. Lighter doing exactly the same thing in a good position, might now still get held against them.
Yeah, the this puts Bonfire in a really tough position because, you're right. Even though Lighter are technically outside of zone, they have that slightly better position. And if Bonfire don't have a quicker way to get out of this than just by walking, then they might be in a little bit of trouble here. Even though they have 7 eliminations, even though they have basically 2 squad wipes on their points, it might not mean anything compared to the position of Lighter, and technically the position of Goat as well, right? They're closer into zone, and they've got a really good spot, but the zone is starting to move in now, and at least they have Purple already inside zone. That does count for something. Atlas trying their best to just evade these shots, and somehow manages it? Somehow?
Yeah, at least for the time being, right? It does seem like Lighter was slightly distracted with the engagement coming towards them. But now, Goat's still in the play, not in the zone though, as they do try to establish a little bit of a foothold, but that is it. It is going to be Bonfire closing it up, ending the run and reigning supreme on our very first run. Our first play in the desert, and what a way to close it up though. I mean, Lighter, as we know, they were quite a bit of a contender coming through here, but I mean, were we expecting any of that now to kind of just happen, to just unfold the way it did? I mean, what a change.
What a change indeed, and especially Bonfire having not really been all that loud in the first few phases, right? They were very quiet. We didn't hear much from them. Sure, 1 or 2 things maybe, but not really. And then all of a sudden, squad wipe Galatasaray, I think they took out Ida, if I'm not mistaken. One of those teams had 7+ eliminations and then went on to win the entire thing. Really, really, really well played from them. Really good job. I mean, good job from Goat as well. We see a back-to-back top 2 place, right? So that's really good points-wise for them. And also Lighter, they went, as you said, right? They had a really quick reaction between fight after fight after fight up in that warehouse. So all of those top 3 teams really worked to get in there.
But I think for Bonfire, this has definitely been their best match that we've seen, at least on this map, right? Being played. Because they just went over and above. I mean, they got 12 eliminations now, right? In total, all the other Miramars, the other 4 that they played, they had a total of 17 eliminations.
Wow.
Right? So they just essentially doubled their statistics on Miramar in one single match. So insane performance coming through from them, but very respectable. As you can see, 1700 damage being dealt, a good conversion rate, right? Quite a bit of damage, but managing to maintain those elimination tallies as well. So I think that is going to reflect quite well on the team. But yeah, you were talking about Ida getting taken out. Yes, it was Bonfire that just came in with those quick trades, I believe it was. So very, very insane angles that we had up in Miramar, but are we all too surprised?
No, of course not. Of course not, because it's Miramar, and it's the finals, and it's the Wonder League, because they're all so good, and this is what we've come to expect now from a lobby like this. That's a lot of throwables, though. 236 is quite a bit is what we're seeing coming through here. I mean, it does make sense, right, when you're trying to breach a compound or some such thing. 26 revives as well, something that's much higher than what we have been seeing in the last few games, both as in the Erangel coming in earlier and in phase 2.
Yeah, but I think that kind of leans in towards the terrain that we have playable on Miramar, right? So, yes, you could get a knock, but you're not necessarily going to be able to get that follow-through, get that completion. One of the players that didn't struggle doing any of that, Atlas, right? Just coming through with 5 eliminations and only 636 damage. So, a very, very strong showing of consistency here, and just showing how capable they are of being an absolute menace out on the battleground.
Absolutely. Atlas doing the work. I mean, I think that's got to be an Instagram reel as soon as possible. Like, tomorrow morning, I better be seeing that. Actually, tag me, please, because that was amazing. That 1v4 for Galatasaray is kind of crazy. Anyway, 5 eliminations, looking very, very good for her. As you said, the damage kind of is comparable to that, so that's working out for her, and 0 assists as well. Does attest to the fact that they didn't do that much in the early stages of the game, and 22 points coming in for that win is a big number for game number 2, and will definitely set them ahead of the rest of the team, or the rest of most of the team, shall we say, because Goat still brought in that 10 points.
Yeah, but I think especially for Bonfire, that is exactly the kind of performance that we needed to see come through from them. But not only Bonfire, I mean, we could extend it even to, the teams following right now. They're hot on their heels, right? I mean, I know they needed points. They only got 2 points in the previous game. Now securing themselves 10 points does move them all the way up into 7th for a grand total of 12. At least everybody has points on the board. That's a good thing to see. But now, how far are they going to look to push it? Of course, the double digits, again, extending all the way to that 9th position. So we went from 6 to 9. So that is going to potentially, hopefully, flow further down the overall standings. But I think the important thing that we are going to be looking at here is, will we see a bit of a gap being created towards the top of the overall standings? Because if you remember back to the first day of the previous season, there wasn't much of a gap. But as we hit day 2, day 3, that gap just got opened up, moving into those matches as we push further. But of course, speaking about gaps, there's not much of it over here, right? Purple, though, is jumping up into pole position here with 8 eliminations and 948 damage, just slightly ahead of that performance we had from Laura in game number 1.
It is indeed, and it's interesting. I mean, of course, we did see Lara go out very early, right? So she didn't get a chance to play the full game and get more eliminations, but Purple surpassing her by quite a bit here in terms of that survival time at least, but just inching closer and closer onto all 3 stats there for against Laura and against Halal as well, actually. I mean, Halal's not far behind these two. It'll be interesting to see how that goes forward, and in Sandhawk, it should get pretty darn spicy out there. Sandhawk, of course, is going to be our next game coming up. DK, game 3 almost halfway through the night here. But first, we are going to take a quick break. Go get to your tea, go get your popcorn, and we'll be right back. everybody. I hope you're ready to get into Sandhawk, because I sure am. We're going to be having a lot of fun with this one. If that last game is anything to go by, DK, my goodness, that last game was one that I don't expect anything less from Sandhawk.
Yeah, it was definitely quite a bit of something, right? The teams just going full on aggressive, just getting everything done and dusted and ensuring that they can bring as much chaos and carnage as they can find. But yes, it is going to be time for us now to take it that one step further. It is time for us now to go rumbling in the jungle to see what monsters will be lurking in the bushes.
Galatasaray, for one, they're going to be lurking and searching for those eliminations as we see them all diving off the plane very early on. Actually, a lot of these teams opting for that southern position. So we'll see how that goes for them. In the meantime, where's that sound going to go? I don't know. I'm kind of feeling the island, but throughout this event, we have seen that island finish or that trifecta finish or something like that boot camp finish as well. It'd be really nice to see it go to that northern side, to be honest. I'd love to see a Tatma Cacao, a Mungnai as well. Would be super fun to see. But we're going to be looking at these hot drops because there seems to be quite a few of them. Notably, Kampong, not Noobs, and Tiam going head-to-head here, potentially. And Tiam been one of those teams that really, really could do with a couple of points. We've not seen too much from them so far. So we'll have to see how that works out for them.
Yeah, I was just laughing because I heard you say cow, right? The spot.
Yes.
But I heard the animal, so that's why I had
yeah.
Yeah, I just realized that after all my years in PUBG, cow.
Cow.
That's funny. Ooh, that's not funny though.
Oh!
Yeah, finding themselves in a bit of a sticky situation here. As Ida comes swinging on in, the zone pops all the way over to that northwestern side, and this is where we're going to see one of three things happening: either a crazy western bridge, a crazy northern bridge, or absolute brutality and insanity up in trifecta.
Yeah, that's basically the three options, and there's no other option available to these teams. And for many of these teams who did opt to go for that early exit from the plane right down to that southern side, it's going to be particularly difficult for Pmewls and for R8 as well. OOC, they're already in zones. They have a bit better of a position here. But as we're seeing, there are only 5 teams inside of this new zone out of the 16 that we currently have with us in Sandhawk. So there's a lot of, discussion that will have to be done amongst these teams, and we'll see how that goes for them. Ida looking pretty confident with those 2 points already on the board. So this shouldn't be too difficult, mindset-wise for them. They're going to be going like, yeah, okay, we can do this. This is fine. AOR, on the other hand, have this almost advantage, I'd say, of having lesser numbers of players, right? So they can kind of sneak in a little bit easier.
I mean, but how much sneaking do you want to do at this point, right? Because, yeah, it is going to be quite challenging getting a good, decent spot over on towards that northwestern side of zone. Because, I mean, realistically, we've got about, maybe 40-45% land. The rest is all water, right? So that is going to be pretty crazy for these teams. I'm expecting not all that much really to happen towards bootcamp, because sometimes we get a little bit of that, that spice, that crazy what coming through. Mm-hmm. But I don't. The teams, I think they honestly know better. So I'm expecting a lot of the positions up on towards the island itself to get occupied. I'm looking at all those compounds over on the western front. They're going to have some occupants pretty soon. But for the time being, the teams are just trying to make the most out of the looting phase, trying to get as much as they can find. And then I think that we are going to be seeing some teams looking to commit to rotation. Speaking about committing to things, though, Galatasaray, they've committed to a part of Zeus, as they've spotted out a bit of an opportunity here, and they're not going to shy away from anything they can find.
No, they're not. I was looking at that map and wondering how Zeus were able to just get in between Galatasaray there, but we see that sadly they were not able to do so. Maisie's down. There's going to be a quick revive coming through here, and this might turn a little bit of the tide as Zeus have a duo that are on the other side of Galatasaray. I mean, Galatasaray, the kind of team we've seen them be in the past, is going to be a team that will quickly spot that coming, right? But at the same time, still offers that off angle, a little bit of protection from that this rock just cannot afford them. So Zeus might still have a chance here to keep their squad intact.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the play here. But again, you don't want to give Galatasaray too much of an opportunity to get themselves positioned or, feel too comfortable, because the moment we see that happen, that's when they get aggressive like they did in the previous game, right? They just start pushing through, start clearing house, and whoever's in their way will have to deal with the fury that comes through from Galatasaray. And they've already poked into the side here of Zeus, fighting the knock on Kylie, and a quick clean up as well. Again, right, just showing that efficiency. R8 in the meanwhile, they're going to now try and push up to Camp Alpha, but unfortunately for them, we have already quite a few teams situated in the vicinity. We can see going up on the one side, we got OOC just over towards the western front, and now it is going to be go time as the teams start to just really get quite active here, and of course a lot of opportunity to do exactly that.
There is indeed. They're just going to be skirting away. Okay, no, towards OOC here, and they're looking to actually take this compound. It's a good compound to have, but they have so little information and so few players on the board there. Just a duo going through means that that's the end of that duo. Immediately taken out by OOC. I mean, that was easily done just because of the amount of info and the placement they already had there. And R8 are just going to have to settle for 2 there. A little bit of mistake, in my opinion.
Well, let's see if 2 will do for now, as again, right, still quite a lot of that challenging is going to come through, and it's not going to fall short by any measure over on towards this more eastern side of the center, as we've got Zeus trying to play it nice and quiet, just holding the positions here, trying to see what is going to come through from Bonfire. I mean, Bonfire are going to be looking to keep that momentum going, and we've already now see them going to bring through up in the desert. Can they bring it to the jungles? They are going to try their utmost, just doing the due diligence, just cleaning up the compounds as they move on forward. But Zeus, they're going to have to find a way to kind of get out of this play here, because, I mean, this is going to be Bonfire just looking to light it up. And it does seem like that might be the strategy now going here for Zeus.
Yes. Oh, maybe not. Down they go. And yeah, Bonfire. I mean, after that game, I think we should be expecting a lot from Bonfire, just simply because of that momentum that they're bringing forward from such an epic game. And they have that reaction time down, and Cry goes out to a nade. That's Zeus out. A good attempt at a position in zone, but there's just too many teams all around, and Sandhawk and this island are particularly difficult to navigate, so 0 points going their way for this game. But Bonfire, on the other hand, have 2 eliminations, and again, it's going to be Purple and it's going to be Atlas with those points, just like on Miramar, so we may see more from them yet, but for now, they have a big position on that side of the island, and as the map continues to get smaller and smaller, DK, I'm seeing a lot of teams still out the blue.
Yeah, I've got a bit of a frown on my face because I'm trying to figure out what is Red Team doing all the way down on that far southern side.
Mm-hmm. I
Are
noticed
they
that.
opting for an entirely different map or strategy, or what is cooking? What we know is cooking is going to be Galatasaray, as they've now been able to find quite a bit of a play into the side here of TPS. It's going to be Cupquake, the last contender left for the side here of TPS, and Galatasaray doing what we know they do. Once they smell blood, it is go, go, go. They're like the runners, but just even scarier.
Yes, they really are, aren't they? Almost, shark-like. They got shark qualities to them. They sniff it out and they come for you, and nom.
No,
and
I think they train sharks.
Oh, they train sharks.
Yeah, they show sharks what to do, because what they're doing is just over and above what we can see other predators do out in the open here. But yeah, now it's going to be up to go kind of okay, right? Because being up on the mountains, it does allow Goat exactly this kind of approach that they're taking right now, and their players have spread out, trying to gather as much information as they can find here. But I think the big question is, what are they going to do with that info, right? Are they going to look to condense up and then bring a bit of a force onto whoever they deem worthy targets, or are they going to get caught out?
Only time will tell. And Dreamcore trying very hard to find something without getting taken out themselves, as these two massive teams look at each other from different compounds here. And OC Dreamcore have to be so careful, because the minute Galatasaray get a knock, the second that they do, it is game over, because that team will be just flooding into the other compound there. So very cautious behavior coming out of OOC Dreamcore, and for good reason. And we're still only stage 2, right? This is only zone 2, and in one more minute we'll have a smaller zone than this. And this is why island zones are so tricky. It's because that you get all of this water just by the fact that it is on an island, that the zone actually means that there's far less land than there normally would be, and that is the knock that Galatasaray were looking for. And immediately see them getting into those vehicles, it might just be game over for OOC Dreamcore if they can just figure out. Oh, yeah, and that's going to be an immediate reposition there. They're just going to let Galatasaray have it. There is no way they're going to let Bazumi go down as well.
Yeah, you want to keep the players up as long as you possibly can, right? Don't want to take unnecessary risk, and I think this is a good decision being made by the side of OOC. But fortunately, we do see Pmewl Nova also pulling up relatively close to the side of Galatasaray, so there might still be a little bit of an opportunity for some form of payback or something, right? But we'll see pretty soon how that is going to unfold. In the meanwhile, we are going to be taking a look here at R8 and S2G. Both teams, of course, just holding nice and steady up in towards Hatin. We don't see anybody else really looking to try and kind of cram up in here, and we are yet to see the Wildcats make that decisive rotation. Same could be said for Fenerbahce over towards that southern side, as well as Ida all the way up in boot camp. We do see Galatasaray also now falling victim to a few of those sprays as the connections are being made. But here comes the play now. S2G could find a bit of an angle. They're going to just place that utility so on point.
My goodness me, Galatasaray getting a little bit of a taste of their own medicine here, but with 7 eliminations, I'm not sure they will be that bothered, but Aura is very bothered by that. Hasiko doing some great work. We've seen some great stuff from her before, and she's starting to do it again here. Laura now on the outside, about to just put that nade down, and we'll see how it goes. But that is a really nice sneaky angle from the players of S2G, and this is where it all goes down. And this S12K is no match for R8. My goodness me. Yeah. A powerhouse of a team that have happened in stages before, but they are no match for those shotguns.
I mean, as soon as Dynasty has the S12K in hand, run.
True.
Right?
Very much.
Just run. That's your best. That's the best bit of advice that I could give anyone. Is if you see Dynasty with the S12K, goodbye. Because we saw what Dynasty could do in the first week as well. It was absolutely ridiculous, but I gotta love it, right? It is pretty insane, and that is why we are here. But speaking about insane, though, we've got an insane number of players looking to get themselves crammed up onto what is left of the playable area on this map. Everybody essentially now is over onto this northwestern island, except for AOR. They've gone for a rotation. They look to play the long game, as we got Jelevaya all the way up north, just chilling out in the drink. And let's see if Jelevaya is going to stay there. The answer is yes. We do, however, say goodbye to Kitty, as the blue zone has done its thing. But now this opens up a different can of worms, as we've got still quite a few contentious teams looking to get themselves secured in this coming phase.
Yeah, I mean, poor AOR, it's literally from the frying pan into the fire, right? Because they're going onto the side of Galatasaray and all of these big teams who have been fighting for quite a while. I mean, Carly has 4 elims on her own, and she's looking for more as Tian move forward slowly but surely, and they're being so careful. But if Tofi doesn't tell them or show them that she's there, then they are in for a nasty surprise.
Well, Let's see if any surprises will be had. You were talking about Tafida, but I mean, not only Tafida, we got the whole entire team of Galatasaray just spread out, waiting, getting ready to bounce, and looking at Kawhi and the rest of Red Tiam here, they're not going to tempt fate, right? And I think this is a very wise decision being made by them, especially seeing that the zone is now hard shifted back to the east. So that is going to make things a little bit more complicated, especially looking up in towards Hatin and, of course, those glorious mountains as well. But also still over on towards this bridge, because this is Bonfire now trying to get themselves over onto the island. We've got Ida, we've got Fenerbahce, and a few more all trying to cram on in. And Kawhi now trying to play a little bit of that long arm game, trying to reach in, but Galatasaray, yeah, you don't want to be on the receiving end, and that is where they find themselves. They do make a relatively quick exit out into the lobby.
Yeah, this is slightly surprising from Tiam, to be honest, DK. I know we've been discussing them a lot, but this is not the gameplay that we saw from them in Phase 2, right? I mean, yes, maybe they're having a bit of a quieter day, and, you know, they'll really step it up in the final 2 days, or even the final day itself, right? Do just enough to be in the running for that third day, perhaps. But I think in Phase 2, we saw a lot more from them right off the bat, and I think that's kind of what we were expecting here as well, but it just has not been the case so far. Lighter go down as well, but that's the first time they go out in the without or outside the top 10 position there, and Fenerbahce just holding the line against Ida now. But Ida was 6 eliminations. Even if they go out here, that's still a decent game.
Yeah, it still is. So let's see if Ida could maybe find a way to scrape through. I don't quite see that happening, especially this being stage 4, as we know that HP bar is going to start tanking very, very quickly. But for Fenerbahce, there could maybe still be a little bit of a something to pick up along the way. I'm just looking at that full dozen elims that has been secured. I mean, I know usually we say that Sanhok is the map on which you can look to get aggressive to make up for points. That's unnecessary.
So true.
And of course, I mean all of this in the best possible way, right?
Yes.
This is just like, it's my mind is, every time they just kind of slightly break and blow my mind all at the same time.
It's so true. It's like, okay, all right, now you're just showing off. We know. You're amazing, and you always are. And, you know, but Sanhok's supposed to be for the teams that aren't doing so well, perhaps, you know. But no, I mean, to be honest, Galatasaray have always been very good on Sanhok. It's either make or break a bit for them. Either they go out very early or they dominate. And this time around, they are absolutely dominating. Great show from them. And again, they're just waiting in the wings, though, right? They're not even continuing that push and push and push and push. They're being very strategic with how they play this, and it's really, really paying off. And moreover, it's actually paying off in the long run on that leaderboard as well. So they are really playing for the win here. It's obvious.
Yeah, I mean, but you can't beat their strategy. It is just it's just such a well thought out strategy, and it's working exceptionally well for the way that they play. Right, so
right.
Big GG to them, and we're probably not going to stop talking about them because they're giving us ample reason to continue to talk about them. But we want to see what the rest of the teams are going to be looking to bring to the table here, because not noobs, also just trying to get themselves positioned a little bit further towards the east than what we saw Goat doing right there. Wildcats, though, finding themselves a bit of an opportunity, still rather spread out, but understandably they are only a duo. So they are trying to cover as much ground as they possibly can. And I think this is a good play to sneaking up in towards at least that northeastern side of Hatin. Could allow them a bit of an opportunity here. But let's see what Sarah now does. Quick cheeky nade out. Ooh, quick reposition. Not necessarily something that Bonfire want, kind of getting handed here to them. But Sarah just waiting to see what that S12K can bring, as a quick reposition will be awarded here. But now, Bonfire, they need to bounce back, right? They need to get up, back on their feet, and keep that force going. As we do see Atlas again swinging through with absolute brutality.
She sure is a great little spray out there onto S2G, and they might be able to get Dynasty up here, but they may not have the time, right? Maybe they have the ability, but the time might not be on their side as all these teams are pressing in towards them. Once again, the zone goes towards Galatasaray, which is a crazy turn of events here. They've got enough points, but the game is going to allow them opportunity to get more here as S2G now just go down to that solo. And for the teams on the edge of Hattin, it's hard work, right? Because you've got all this fighting they have to do, and then as soon as they win it and they come out all, tired and bloodstained and all of this, they have to go straight into the jaws of the piranhas themselves, Galatasaray. So we'll see how that goes for them, but for now, Not Noobs are waiting in the wings onto that eastern side, and it's going to be Bonfire as well to be holding back everybody in Hattin.
Sprays just locked on in. Not Noobs now trying to figure out how on earth are they going to try and survive this onslaught. As you can see, Halal just going to work, working, prodding, claiming Elam's.
Goodness me.
One player left. Yep. Done
No
and
way.
dusted. That is 17, right? So Galatasaray, or as I shall henceforth be calling them, I'm joking, the Piranhas, right? That, like, wow. And now they move up. They've got quite a dominating position. Yeah, they're not done yet. Again, they've just tasted blood, right? 17 elims. They're going to look to farm a few more than that. But, yeah, it's going to become increasingly more challenging for the teams to respond to Galatasaray after this match.
Yeah. They're running away. I mean, this game alone has them running away compared to the very good rack up of points that we've seen from other teams in the first two games. This is where we're starting to go, oh, okay, so everybody else is kind of just playing for second place, because if this is how they're going to play in the third game of the entire event, and we've still got 2.5 more days of this, it's going to be slightly crazy. Now, we can't get ahead of ourselves, right? Okay, I did just say they're probably going to win, but, we still have 2 more days. It could go terribly for them after this. We will see. But that's not what we've seen from them before, right? Once they get into this headspace, they are practically unbeatable. And Bonfire do not know that they are there. They're looking, but they don't know.
And you can say the same about Fenerbahce, right? And I mean, as we know, these are 3 very capable teams.
Yes.
That have made it to this point, right? We can't take anything away from any of them. But as you've said, the mindset coming through for Galatasaray, and we've seen this season upon season upon season, right? It's just a thing, and it's going to take quite a bit of determination and focus from the opposing squads to pull that one off. As I mean, Galatasaray, like, what's this even? They're like, well, I mean, one player between us and a winner chicken dinner, easy claps. We'll just step it up and get some more. Because why not? Right, a double-digit Elam game, that's not enough. We're going to go over and above and even go beyond.
The fact that she went around behind her, she basically could have just gotten the pin out at that point. That was the kind of attitude that you saw in the end of that game, and I am flabbergasted and appalled on behalf of everybody else in the lobby, because there is no beating this team. It's been 3 seasons, DK. 3 seasons! And they still are unbeatable. I am so, just, what?
It's easy. Don't let them play Sanok.
Yeah, basically.
They won't do this. I mean, that's just ridiculous to see stuff like that happening. I mean, and, full respect going out to all these teams that are participating. I mean, as we know, these teams have showcased that they can play some crazy PUBG, right? There's just something over in that one team that's, I don't know. I don't know. I honestly don't know. But you know what I'm excited about is I'm curious to see how the other top performing teams that we had in week 2 are going to look to respond to that, right? Because they showcased in week 2 that they are capable of some pretty amazing things. And I want to see that, right? I want to see Retiam step it up I want to see all the teams that just raked in points left, right, and center. I want to see them push, push, push. Because if they bring in a collective effort, right, they could. They could definitely bring a stop to the side of Galatasaray, right?
Yeah.
They can stop that 3-season dominance that they've had, stop it in season 4, right? They could end the run right here. But it's going to take really aggressive effort, right? So Mels, Nova, Rentiam, Ida, Zeus, OOC, they can all bring it up. It's going to be tough, though. Because looking at what these ladies have done, scoring 23 eliminations, that is, it speaks for itself. There's, I don't even have to describe it. You can just see it right there.
This is a 33-point game. That's our highest point game to date. 349 meters.
Yep.
However, on Sandhawk is kind of crazy. Well done, Yagi. GG's. 15 total revives really goes to show you how much of those finishes were really, really there, right? 60 knocks and only 15 revives out of that. It's kind of a crazy statistic. But goodness sake, 3,000 damage from Galatasaray is insane, and you know for a fact one of those girls is going to have 1k damage.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even have to guess about it, but we got to give it up to Yagi, though, from GOAT, right? Up in the mountains, reigning supreme, coming through with nearly 350 meters of a hit. On the map of Sanok, that's like hitting a 600-meter shot on the other maps. But, I mean, okay, close. Hilal, 5 points away. 5 damage points, right? That is like a loud cough. A loud cough away from hitting 1,000 points. Securing those 7 eliminations. Yeah, absolutely insanity that we had coming through in the jungle. But now comes the other question, and we got to take a look and see what the points are, right? Where these teams were able to get themselves situated, because, I mean, this is just, it's almost incomprehensible, right? It's just like, what do we see here? I mean, Zeus, OOC, the total eliminations that they've brought in on Sanok, all the previous Sanoks that we've had, it doesn't match the 23 that we've got right over there, right? I mean, it is ridiculous. But 33 bomb, it's not often that we see that one happening. No, and a lot of teams not having points because, for obvious reasons, right? But I mean, just trying to wrap your mind around what we just witnessed on this game. It is insane.
It's insane. It's actually insane. It's probably one of the biggest games we have, or I have certainly ever seen, right? And I also want to just point out that, yes, a lot of teams did go out with 0 points, but most teams got eliminations, right? There's only 5 out of 16 teams that went home with no points whatsoever. And of course, Galatasaray going, oh, there we go, our rightful place at the top of the leaderboard by 10 points. Now remember, Bonfire and GOAT, both of these teams in the first 2 games had a really, really good game. They won both of their respective games. And Bonfire, remember, 1v4 against Galatasaray. Well, they really did have the last laugh there, because now they're beating them by 10 points.
Yeah. I mean, you can't fault the performances that we've seen so far, but I think this, I'm hoping that this would spark a bit of hopefulness from teams over on the right-hand side of the standings, right? To kind of just, come up and say, cool, we got to give it a bash. Because they've shown, as I've mentioned previously, the previous week, they've shown what they can do, and we want to see that again. Just play like that again. Bring it out, bring it out, and it's going to be crazy. I mean, Purple for one, right? Purple could definitely pull a few rabbits out of hats.
Yeah, I mean, she's done a really, really good job so far. She's continuing to get those eliminations and continue her run on the board. I mean, it's just that Galatasaray dominate completely because of that epic game there, 13 and 6 eliminations respectively. So Purple's now got a little bit more of a fight ahead of her to get that number 1 spot back, but still, she's still in the running, right? It goes to show Bonfire also had a really, really good game on that Sandhawk. But DK, I'm tired. I'm exhausted after just watching that. I think all the other players and teams are going to have a little bit of a rest in between this one and the next Miramar coming through. So I think we're going to have to go for a short little break just to give them a little bit of a cool down before our Miramar, because we know that temperature is going to get right back up to boiling point. So stay tuned. We'll be back in a few minutes, and yeah, see you next time. A bit later. everybody to the PUBG Mobile European Wonder League. We are about to head over into game number 4, and we're going over into Miramar. I am super excited for this one. A little bit more space, the biggest map of the rotation, should mean that a lot of these teams have space and time to work out what they're going to do.
Yeah, they should also have time and space as well to add on to that. So, yeah, I'm curious as to what the play is going to be from our top performers over on Miramar previously, right? I want to see Red Diam do a little bit of something. I want to see R8 Sapphire. I want to see Lighter Esports, Goat, right? We want to see more coming through there. We want to see Ida Esports. Essentially everybody, right? Everybody. want them to step it up and, just bring all the heat and spice they can muster out onto this lovely desert map. And speaking about lovely, the flight path is going to be quite decent.
Yeah, it's not too bad of one at all. I think we've been very lucky with the majority of these plane paths in that, especially on the bigger maps, they're not going too hard shifting away from, the main hotspots where teams would like to go. So that's been nice at least. Fenerbahce taking a bit of a big split there already off the plane in a 2-1-1 split, just to get as much of that loot as possible, as many of those vehicles as possible. But yeah, I echo those sentiments, DK. I really want to see more from AOR and Pmewl as well. Both teams that really stepped up in the final phases of phase 2, stage 2 of the tournament, right? Both of those teams did some really, really good work in their respective groups. So I'd like to see more from them as well. But you're right, Tiam, haven't had the best of days so far. Hopefully, maybe they can step that up a little bit. That zone does go in their favor, but it also goes in the favor of, yes, Galatasaray, but also Pmewl, who now have all posed themselves. S2G on that edge could do some really, really good gatekeeping, as could AOR here.
Yeah, Pmewl don't have posed to themselves.
Oh, they don't? That color.
Yep. The fire has been lit. Purple doing a little bit of something over there. We saw getting some easy pickings on the early bits of the game. But realistically, there's 4 teams that I'm going to be watching here. Only 4 teams out of the 16 on here have not gotten a winner chicken dinner yet. Only 4. S2G, TPS, AOR Silently, and OOC. Only those 4 teams, they've not gotten a winner chicken dinner on the map of Miramar in this event. Right? So, I'm going to be rooting for one of those 4 to get the chicken.
Fair enough. You know what? I could get behind that, right? We want all the teams to get those wins on the Miramar because it is such a substantial map, right? We get 2 maps, or rather 2 Miramars per day, and it's a big map that has a big potential for points. So if you win a Miramar, you're well on your way to one of those top spots. So definitely something to have a goal set towards. And Bonfire, I love how Purple has now 3 eliminations here. I mean, that's not good for Pmewl's Nova, right? They have to leave with a solo barely 2 minutes into the game. But I will say Bonfire Purple is so funny because, right, she is on that player focus. She's top 3 out after Galatasaray's win over on Sandhawk. And so now she's looking to add some more eliminations to that tally. She wants that number 1 spot, DK.
Yeah, and I mean, it's great to have Atlas also on the squad as well alongside Purple. Just shows you that there's a very balanced play going through for the entirety of the squad. But speaking of balance, AOR, they're going to do a bit of that balancing themselves as they do find the players here from Red Tiam Blossom alongside them. Tiger just quickly peeling out the top there. Catfane's going to watch it, and this is going to be that opportunity to see if Red Tiam can pick up the momentum here. Can they find their foothold as we do see Catfane's take it on down? And the follow through is there. Kuwai also getting taken down, and now it's up to Hannah and Tiger to kind of keep that torch going.
It is indeed, but they're a little bit split, and Taiga is very easily dealt with. And AOR, I mean, I did say I wanted a step up from them. I didn't necessarily mean at the expense of Tiam, which was another team we've been mentioning as wanting to see more from them. But you know what? It had to be somebody. So Tiam do go out very, very early on. But
Great for AOR. As I said, they're one of those 4 teams that need a winner chicken dinner, right? But yeah, and I want to echo what you said. It's just like we didn't mean that. But,
yeah,
you know,
not that one, please.
yeah, it's going to happen some way or another. And of course, we'll find out soon what these teams are going to be doing as we've got just a little bit under 4 minutes left. And surprisingly enough, this is almost kind of the exact same zone that we had in the previous Miramar of the day. So I want to see what the result is going to be. Will it be the same as that we had previously, where Bonfire got those 12 eliminations, or is it maybe going to play out differently? Could it maybe be Lighter Esports to step up and clutch that winner chicken dinner? Of course, only time will reveal all, as we'll find out pretty soon as the teams will start to make their way through. But interesting thing, as I mentioned, that there's only 4 teams that have not gotten a chicken dinner. This is the only map that is the case.
Oh, interesting.
It's not on Erangel or on San Okran. It's a lot more. It's a lot more concentrated, right? Miramar seems to be the favorite here, right? Everybody gets a chicken, just about.
Right. Well, that means there's more room for those teams that haven't gotten one yet to get one, because we know it's possible. Everybody else has, so why can't you? That's for sure. Here is Ida going to be looking over in the Los Lunas area, it looks like. Right down to the southeast side of the zone. 2.5 minutes till that zone does push them further.
It could sometimes be a little bit challenging, especially if you wait a while too long before looking to do so. Only going to be one, so there's still a bit of an opportunity for them to sort of edit position here. It does give them quite a bit of flexibility.
That is crazy. And you know what? That S2G player is going to be so mad that it didn't work out, right? It's just like, oh my goodness. Oh, that car's upside down. There's a whole thing going on. Lighter and AOR looking to have a little bit of an altercation here, and it's all chaos as the cars keep flying in, but Lighter gets taken out eventually. I mean, talk about moving from the frying pan to the fire. That was us just there from S2G fight into that fight with Lighter up there. I mean, right into the thick of it. What a play coming in from AOR.
Yeah, I mean, most importantly is like someone's just gonna tell them that they can't park there. It's not a designated area, but I guess it'll work for now.